Hello, everyone. Good morning. How are we today? How's everyone doing today? How is everyone doing? I have to turn up my microphone speaker because I was editing earlier. I have to turn it down. How's everyone doing, guys? It's starting in a little bit still. I have to post the the messages that we're live. We're waiting for it to start, guys. Opening remarks start at 9 o'clock. So we have to wait a little bit. How's everyone doing today? We are starting in 7 minutes. 7 minutes, everyone. So we'll start it a little bit early. We'll hang out. We'll talk. Should we see what's going on with Twitter right now? What's everyone saying? How is everyone doing today? Oh, you know what I was going to do? Let's add an alert box really quick. And now, so we have changed one thing. We are now going to be adding, an alert box. And I'm going to add that. Okay, it actually should be here now. Hello. Hi, Miguel. How are you? How are you doing this morning? We are just getting ready. Welcome to the watch party, guys. We're waiting for 5 minutes.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. Again, this is it, day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world, beginning around us in Nashville, Tennessee. Joined once again by special guest Brandon Green, Executive Director of the Bitcoin Conference, Q Kahimi, reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, and Nolan Bowerly, host of The Breakup. Of course, we've got a packed lineup today. People are pouring in. The lines at this venue right now are insane, and there's good reason. The lineup today, I'll just read some of the headlines coming up. Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican from Tennessee. Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Republican from Wyoming.
At 9 o'clock, right now we're getting opening statements, everyone. Opening statements, and then at 9 o'clock, so in only 15 minutes, James Seyfarth is speaking. We're getting James Seyfarth.
Of course, it all leads to the subject of our conversation on the news desk now. Independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr., his statements last night.
RFK. Let's see the schedule for today, everyone.
In Bitcoin, I am fully committed. This from a presidential candidate for the United States. Your reaction, Nolan?
This is our schedule.
We kind of saw this
so we are on Friday.
We've got a guy who has been
at 9, we've got James Seyfarth. At 2, we have Michael Saylor. At 4 is RFK.
Life story. And
so we're just hanging out right now.
Candidacy itself as almost like royalty in a sense, like a monarchy thing where you're bringing the morality to the job. And it's a big problem with the U.S. presidency. It's always combined those two things in a weird way. He's bringing sort of a moral case to it, right? That he doesn't have to go out and argue all these things. He's asking the right questions. And for him to do this really puts that moral
Well, of course, he
barrier.
brought Bitcoin into the conversation, becoming the first presidential candidate ever to launch his campaign at Bitcoin 2023 last year. Brandon, your thoughts of just RFK saying he's committed, he's a Bitcoin owner, does this resonate with you?
You know, I like Nolan's take. I would add to it, what we've seen RFK really be is an Overton window shifter. You know, there are things that didn't exist in the political conversation that RFK has brought into it. And one of those things being Bitcoin, like you said. You know, he reminds me a little bit in some ways of Trump in 2016 when he also shifted the Overton window on many issues in the American political sphere. So I'm very excited to
sending
hear some of those remarks last
messages
night
that were live
combat about him having most of his wealth in Bitcoin. I mean,
to the Discord and
this
to
is the
Twitter.
Third leading candidate for president right now saying that most of his wealth is in Bitcoin. I mean, who would have imagined 4 years ago that?
Is that true?
So truly an exciting time. And He's speaking today.
Are
I mean, how cool is
most
that?
of
And he'll be live with
RFK's
us,
wealth is in
later on this
Bitcoin? That's where he's
desk.
keeping all of his
Wanna
money?
read some quotes from RFK in the past. Quote, transactional freedom as important as freedom of speech. Quote, the Fed's proposed digital cash could be an instrument of control. And he's challenged a lot of the draconian laws that are affecting this industry. Q, want to get your take on this idea that RFK, or really one of his platform policies, being against CBDCs, the idea that government should be out of our money, we should have transactional freedom. Can you speak about that aspect of his policy?
Yeah, I mean, we spoke about it a little bit yesterday, too, because it's also part of Trump's campaign promises as well. And we have reached a point here in America where the idea of a cashless society has started to silk
To those who don't know,
system, and we're seeing different businesses
CBDCs,
say, sorry, no cash,
central bank digital
that is
currencies,
the
guys.
legal tender of our country, and
So that's
the
like
currency of
digital
our
money.
country.
So instead of paper money, the U.S.
we
is
kind of
considering
touched on
switching
as
to
well
purely
yesterday a little bit,
digital
the
money.
idea of the government
We're gonna have
being able
digital
to tell you
dollars.
How and when you can spend your money. Oh, you know what? You live on
It can be
the
tracked.
odd number
It can be
side of the street, so
monitored.
today
It's
is
a
the day that you can go
dystopian
grocery
nightmare.
shopping,
That's what it
you know,
is.
even side. So hopefully he saved up enough food.
But how real is this concern, Nolan? Should people be afraid of the CBDC? We've seen legislation coming out to just directly oppose it. What are your thoughts on this piece of RFK's platform?
Well, I understand why he's against it. And the way he modeled being against it with the Canadian truckers last year, and the way he expressed that, you know, we've all done that thing. We didn't know about Bitcoin. We didn't get it. But to say that publicly, to say you didn't understand something and then another event opened your eyes to your ignorance, that was always a strong message, right? The way he modeled it. I would say even further, you know, he's got a superpower in that you can't really call him. He's vaccinated from the conspiracy theory.
There should be
slander,
an alert box
right? You know, like
now.
at a certain point, if your dad and your uncle are killed and you have some questions, you're kind of allowed
On
right? So,
the stream. You guys are not going to be able to see the video for just 1 second.
And for him to
What's up, guys?
get into Bitcoin in that way, I think anyway, you know,
Why don't I move the alert box over here?
What they could propose for humanity. And
but
that's a
maybe
great
let's
thing.
just make that real for people
I'm going
who
to
are
test this.
watching.
Guys, if
What
you
is the
subscribe, check this out.
You know, it's a really good question.
Oh,
I don't think
well,
that
the
people
alert box
still
is here.
know
I'm
exactly
supposed to
what
move the
threat
chat
is,
box.
because
That's
if you look
right.
at a lot of
That's what I'm
different
doing
things,
wrong.
You have the digital yuan in China that's already being developed. It's being, you know, closely tied with the credit score system, and you know, you can see a very draconian
Chat
system emerging
box.
with that.
That's
On the
it.
flip side, you also saw, I believe it was Nigeria that put out their own central bank. Yeah, central bank digital currency, and no one used it. You know, so if it's allowed
Okay.
to compete in a free market, you'll probably not see much adoption of central bank digital currencies. There's not much value.
What's
We
up,
look at,
guys?
okay,
We're just
here's a
we're
digital
trying a few
currency,
things out. We're
Bitcoin,
making a few changes
controlled by
before
no one,
you know
finite
things
supply,
really heat up.
totally
Everyone,
predictable,
you guys can hear it in the
permissionless,
background.
Or here's the central bank digital
we're gonna play it in
currency
just
you can
one
choose
sec.
to use, which is surveilled, controlled.
Guys, if you're just stopping by,
you know,
make sure
they
to drop
may
me a hello.
remove
Because
your
you know,
savings,
guys, we're
they may print
partying
it to
together. Come
infinity.
on.
You know, why would you choose that? Most
Okay,
people
chat box should be
Brandon,
here as
the
well.
scientists the other day, I heard some scientists and economists the other day. And
Tyler,
they said if you
Tyler,
give it to
what's
them
up?
and they can spend it on
What's
whatever
up,
they
bro?
want, they'll take it.
How you doing?
They did-
We're
Okay,
here.
let's
the key there is
make this a little bigger.
Yes, when you put it.
What's
in
up,
that
Tyler? How you
context of
doing?
Why would you ever want to do this?
Sorry, guys, we're almost done.
when the
We're almost done. We're
government
gonna go
says,
watch
"Hey,
together.
here's
Tyler, how's your
$1,000
Friday
you
going,
can
bro?
spend on whatever you want to do. Just know that it's fully digital. You're not going
Okay.
to feel it. But
It
here's
should be good
1,000
now.
free
It should be
made-up
good now.
dollars.
Let's
talk
watch.
a little bit about this historical precedent. We're here at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee.
So now
In many
you
ways,
should
a
be able to see
monetary
chat on the
conference
left
about
here.
The nature and history of
And then
money.
you'll let me know if
We're
you have to make it
talking, of
bigger
course,
or
right now
whatnot.
about independent
Guys,
candidate for
opening
President
remarks
Robert F. Kennedy
are
Jr.
in
He'll be on
10
stage later.
minutes.
Another quote from him.
Oh, I mean, these are
wanna
opening
read.
remarks, but
War
James
causes
Safart speaking in
inflation.
10 minutes, guys.
He talks about Kissinger and Nixon taking the U.S. off the gold standard to
Change the
fund
title, still says day one.
war.
Oh, yeah,
These
guys,
were
they
his
still have it
statements
say
last
day
year. Maybe
one.
we can contextualize
Doing
that.
great.
What
Finally
does RFK
slept
mean when he's
in
talking
to
about
see
that?
this.
Well, I'll go
Yo.
one step further.
Yo,
The fox is in
nice.
the hen house is what he said, right? There's people that are out there to make money, and it doesn't matter who dies.
Well,
and what
bro,
he's
I'm
saying
glad
is
you
the
slept in.
incentives are aligned
You got to sleep
to have
before,
this
you know,
kind of,
things really get going in
inflation.
a few weeks.
But don't forget, it was his uncle that let the fox in
We're
the
watching some
hen house.
Bitcoin
Well,
conference
somehow
together.
These are abstract
Well,
analogies. What are we talking about?
We're
here?
talking about people who are not interested in your well-being, that don't mind if you die if it makes them money, and that's what the war machine is really about, right? It doesn't. It's after profit.
But war, inflation, are these things that are impacting people's lives right now, Brandon?
I mean, yes, there are multiple wars going on around the world right now, and of course, money is being printed in order to fund them. So it is.
Okay,
in
the
some
chat
ways
box
an
is a little bit
external,
small. I
war
do want to
itself
make
is
this
a capital
bigger so that
constructive
everyone
process.
can
It
really see what you guys are
doesn't
saying.
create value for the world. It destroys value. It destroys buildings, lives, economies. And so, there has to be a way to fund that, and the way that it's funded today
Let's
is
try
via the
this.
printing of money.
Q, you talked about your journey 4 or 5 years ago.
We're going to be back in just a sec. I just want to make this bigger so that we can see what chat is saying. In fact, I will move this. No, I won't. I'm going to keep it there.
This way about just the way we spend money to keep our forever wars, especially during my lifetime. But, no Bitcoin
okay, let's go back.
Complete without reading the Bitcoin Standard. And there's the segment where Safety talks about how was World
Welcome to
War
the party,
I
everyone, if you're just
how
tuning in
they
now.
Sort of stay in that war. Well, all these countries back then were on the gold standard, decided to pause, let's just print ad nauseum so that we can keep going on this war. And then when they try to forcibly return to the same dollar to gold ratio that they had prior to leaving the gold standard, we saw all those, well, none of us saw, we're not that old. Rizzo might be, but,
I'm not that old, Q, but thank you.
we saw, though, all of these different economies slowly deteriorate as a result of that until the point where you saw the Germans had to do something, and they invaded Poland.
Can you believe that Germany sold all their Bitcoin?
For people who are suffering from inflation, can it be a solution?
Oh, guys, I'm going to be right back. Give me 1 sec. I'll be back in just 1 second, guys.
Bitcoin as a hedge from what's going on with the U.S. dollar, Brandon?
Oh, it's a good question. And something you said earlier that I would just quickly harp on, we're the largest Bitcoin crypto conference in the world. We're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm going to throw that one out there. And I would
that
say
got scrubbed from the website very quickly.
Oh, well, we'll make it stick later. But, this is a pivotal time for how Bitcoin is kind of seen in that global context, and especially as we're talking about war and things that RFK is saying, there are aligned incentives along Bitcoin as well. Mm-hmm. And so, the changing, narrative, the changing way that it interplays with some of these politicians is certainly going to change the way that people see it.
Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will be speaking on stage later, the headliner of a day of headliners. I want to talk about what you were saying earlier, Brandon, about busting misconceptions. RFK being an Overton window shifter. So another way that he's moved the Overton window is really busting the misconception that Bitcoin is bad for the environment, right? I want to talk about that a little bit for people who are coming. This is a dominant FUD about Bitcoin today. People are reading the media. Bitcoin miners are noisy. They're using all our energy. They're bad for the grid. What would you say to people about this, and how has RFK informed that? Nolan, let's go to you.
Look, I always think of the economy as a psychological engine, right?
I'm back.
It's about perpetuating
Thanks for waiting.
Strong commercial relationships.
Hello, everyone who tuned in while I was not present. How are you guys doing today? We're partying. We're watching the Bitcoin conference together all day. Oh, I left my water over there.
Network to get people to participate requires people.
Guys,
to be
what
afraid
event
about the
/
environment.
speaker are you
It's the
most
only
excited
way
for?
They can sort of transpose these limits on how we create
Today,
companies and what the incentives
we
are.
don't have Trump today or Vivek today. That's tomorrow.
Just the change.
Right, Trump's the headline speaker. He's speaking at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Today we have RFK at 4, James Safeart at 9. Just a few minutes.
Everything into the orange versus
and
context, right?
Michael
It's not
Saylor
blue
speaking at
versus
2.
red anymore. We're starting to divide into green.
You're talking, of course,
versus
about how
orange.
Bitcoin actually can help the grid. Q, can you?
What's up, everyone? How we doing?
Of
More
course,
money? Oh, yeah.
If you don't know who Dan Batten is, I highly, highly recommend taking a look at a lot of his research, what he has done, what he has said, and his journey to getting to the point where he has come to realize the impact that Bitcoin mining can have as a net positive for the environment. And we saw, over the course of a few years, how Bitcoin miners who are far smarter than myself, especially myself, were able to maximize and use, stranded energy during the process of mining natural gas. And now
I will have to tune into that tomorrow. Yeah, dude. Trump is speaking tomorrow at 2 p.m. Vivek Ramaswamy's tomorrow at 4.
We are going to see more of this.
They're the headline
Bitcoin miners
speakers.
are incentivized to find
Cannot
the
miss
cheapest
that.
source
For
of
sure,
energy,
cannot miss that.
cheapest source of energy. And if they continue to operate with this mentality of,
And then today we've got like our, those are S tier speakers, headline speakers. Said we've got like our like 1 layer lower, A tier speakers, Michael Saylor and RFK. RFK today at 4. Let's quickly check the schedule.
Even carbon negative, Brandon.
Absolutely. The real
Whoops,
goal
what did
here
I just do?
is
Oh, no,
a
we're good.
green transition of our energy grids, the electrifying of the grid. That's going to require
RFK's at
energy
4 today.
production that
Michael
is
Saylor, if you know who
levels
that is,
above
is
what
at 2.
today. And so in order to do that, I'm not the best person to explain this, but many people have explained that, the current kind of carbon way of powering the grid is very demand responsive. They can scale it up, they can scale it down, but as you transition to green energies, most of those are not able to be scaled. So what you need is a flexible load on the demand side to be able to scale up and scale down and take that power out when they need to and give it back to the grid when they need to, right? And so what Bitcoin mining is that flexible load that allows for a much smoother transition to green energy. That's a very strong narrative that I think we need to continue to capitalize. If you see behind us, there's tons of Bitcoin mining companies at this conference whose exact goal is to help the green transition.
They have a ton of Bitcoin mining
so it's a very powerful
events.
narrative. It's one that
Bitcoin
RFK
mining
speakers,
Bitcoin mining, everything. Huge focus on that right now.
Environmentally eco-focused guy.
I've seen what people have been doing with Bitcoin mining lately is because it produces so much heat, right? Because miners are working so hard, they produce a ton of heat.
He understands that fundamental
people
fact about Bitcoin mining.
I've seen one company that they're heating their greenhouses. They're heating their greenhouses with Bitcoin miners. So there's a Bitcoin mining plant in a greenhouse, and they have a ton of plants growing in there too. I've also seen people using it for
there's much more about that.
There's like a bathhouse.
You can find a slew of articles as well as breaking news. Want to switch the subject a little bit?
I've seen people having
RFK,
like a giant bathhouse where there's just like baths, public baths or pools, and they're heating the pools with Bitcoin miners.
And really want to focus on his main stage speech today. What do we expect, and is there something new he can say to the Bitcoin audience that will galvanize them to support him this November? Nolan, your take.
Oh, that's a good question. Look, I'll go back to say energy literacy is always one of them. We were just talking about energy. That's really what he's out there doing. He's continuing Satoshi's work.
That's a good use of recycling energy. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I think that's
I think
if he really
at that point, your not only is your Bitcoin miner paying for not only are you getting a certain amount of Bitcoins every day, you're literally making it's a money generator. Not only is it generating money for you, but it's also providing heat for your plants or house or bath or whatever. That's
that understanding that
insane.
Bitcoin and Satoshi's work is done for everyone to understand financial literacy. The next
is it just me? It's just me and you here right now. Yeah, what's up?
There is pressure on him in the speech today because of Trump.
Of course, but I think we're operating in a different environment.
And then for the people seeing on YouTube after this, what's up?
Robert F. Kennedy is picking the next president of the United States. Only his vote matters. He's the only American voting this year because he controls 10 to 20% of the vote, right? So he's out there explaining that whatever he does, which way he goes, that will determine who the president is. So he's incredibly powerful in that way. We have
who are they talking about?
Where he's doing that. So,
RFK?
I think he's out there trying to influence the way it's headed. He's going to be signaling which party he's more or less attacking.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We should be getting James Safeart speaking in just a second.
To get the Bitcoin vote, to get your vote as a Bitcoiner.
I want to hear something about actual policy decisions from what his actual tenure would look like. We've heard at this point now plenty of politicians come to Bitcoin conferences or say the right things on a stage only to leave this conference or leave, speaking
Hi to everyone just tuning in or people watching on YouTube afterwards.
Forget what they talked about, what they wanted to say. Their handlers tell them all the right things. There's a lot of buzz and excitement in these rooms, but carry it over. Take the torch and now carry it on to the rest of the people who are listening, paying attention to you, asking you questions, and what are you actually going to do other than say the right things to try to get our vote today?
Brandon, the topic now, RFK
Okay, so that's so fascinating.
Today on the stage to get your vote out.
That is fascinating.
Well, earlier I said that we're the largest game theory conference in the world. I'm plugging that again. And let me tell you, you mentioned contrasting.
Tyler, I just accepted your friend request on Discord.
Well,
so
I would say the
what they're talking about, this is fascinating.
I believe that
so
RFK is a bold vision
is
not
this isn't just a regular
but truly transforming
pro-Bitcoin speech for RFK.
And
right?
So that's what I'm excited to see. He's been a
Robert F. Kennedy. He's not just
journey starting.
He's not just. By the way, the reason I'm looking
he's talked to
down this way is because this is where I see chat.
Many influential people,
yeah. So this isn't just a regular speech for RFK. He's also going to be using this opportunity to try to generate support for his campaign.
And what it can do for the United States. And so I'm excited to see
him
articulate a vision that is much more deep, much more fundamental than even what Trump can talk about this early on his own journey. And so I'm very excited to see that.
We'll be sending
Look
it
at
back
this guy's
to the
sticker
main stage
on his computer
in just
right here.
A few moments. The topic,
it's a little Bitcoin
ETF
dude.
Flows, a passing fad. You'll be hearing from Jan Van Eck, Matt Hogan from Bitwise,
that will be
Robert
huge,
Mitchnick
everyone.
from BlackRock, We'll be back with you after this break, but want to give you a quick
Okay, we're going to break real quick. Commercials.
Subscribe to the Bitcoin Magazine.
Commercials are huge. These commercials have been fascinating, so don't think like, oh, I'm just going to skip these commercials. These are like Super Bowl commercials.
At the conference today, and of course, 2 more
This
days
is going to be a
here in
huge
Nashville
event
for
that's
the
coming up
Bitcoin
right
conference,
next.
And I'll just run through that lineup again one more time of who you'll be seeing today. Senator Bill Hagerty, Republican
A lot
from
of
Tennessee.
senators.
Senator Cynthia Lummis, a Republican from Wyoming. Still to hear from MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, CEO of ARK Invest, Russell Brand, podcaster, movie star.
Wait, Tyler, did you just message me?
American
I might have missed it.
whistleblower Edward Snowden, and as we were just talking about, independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. We'll be back after this break. Stay with us at the Mara News Desk.
Okay, here we go. Check out these commercials, guys. These are sick. I'm going to quickly grab my water real quick. One sec.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of
Did the sound just cut out for you guys as well? Oh, they like skipped to a different ad in the middle of the ad. That was weird. Okay, here we go. Here is the next event. This is our ETFs.
Good morning, Nashville. Welcome to the Bitcoin Conference for obvious reasons. My name is Walker.
And I'm Carla, and we'll be your hosts here on the Nakamoto stage.
This year's conference is truly
Tyler, I'm going to get to your
historic
RFK question
one.
in just a sec.
And there is a legendary lineup of speakers for you this weekend. It ranges from investors to presidential candidates, members of Congress, authors, CEOs, entrepreneurs, developers, educators, human rights activists. Am I missing anyone?
Just, President Donald Trump.
Tomorrow, guys, at 2.
And the guy from Forgetting Sarah Marshall.
Love that movie.
Are your thoughts different about RFK now compared to a year ago? I mean, yeah, he's voiced.
Here with us this
he has
weekend.
Voiced a lot of pro-crypto rhetoric lately, so I like him more.
Need politicians. Politicians do need Bitcoin.
Ooh.
And yeah, cheer for that. And they need Bitcoiners because, much to the dismay of folks like Elizabeth Warren, Bitcoin isn't going anywhere. And Bitcoiners are becoming more powerful and more influential every single year.
Why? Because we save the value of our time and energy in the hardest money ever discovered.
And speaking of time, ours is up, so let's get right to it.
Up first, we have ETF flows, a passing fad.
With Matt Hogan of Bitwise Asset Management, Jan Van Eck of Van Eck, Robert Mitchnick of BlackRock, and moderated by James Seifert of Bloomberg.
Please give them a very warm welcome.
Guys, this is going to be huge. This is about the ETFs. So this can give us a lot of insight into, flows and stuff. We can learn a lot of good info about the future price of Bitcoin, Ethereum, altcoins right now. James Seifert's here.
All right. Hi, everyone. James Seifert, Bloomberg Intelligence, research analyst. I think what they were
This
just talking
guy's
about here
huge, guys.
explains, and what we're going to talk about is kind of the game theory of Bitcoin. Everyone is kind of eventually going to get involved, and we have some of the
For those who don't
largest asset
know,
managers in the world,
this
and
is
one
the
of the largest
Bloomberg
asset managers
analyst
in the world on stage here
who
today.
closely tracks
to get
the
started,
crypto
let's start with you,
ETFs.
Matt. You had a successful career in the ETF industry. You did not have to go to a startup, I don't know, how 8 years ago, 9 years ago, before ETFs were even a remote possibility, to take a shot on this industry. So why did you try to launch a Bitcoin ETF, I don't know, 4 years before we even got one?
Yeah, well, we recognize, and thanks for having me, it's great to be here. We recognize that this was a critical technology and that ETFs would be well received by the market. If Bitcoin's going to achieve its long-term objective, it needs to be owned by a wide variety of people.
Good morning to
Some
everyone
people
tuning
want
in
to
right now.
self-custody it. That's great. Other people will want exposure through an ETF.
This is the
And we thought it was
event
possible,
called
and that turned out to be right.
Are ETFs a Passing
And
Fad?
Jan, your name is literally on on
James
your company,
Safeheart,
right?
that's
You-
this guy on
you
the
run
right.
Company. You were also extremely early. You were one of the earliest TradFi players, aside from Fidelity, I would argue, that was like bullish on this space, bullish on Bitcoin. Why were you so into Bitcoin, for lack of a better term?
Well, good morning, everyone. For those of you who don't know Van Eck, definitely Bitcoin, I would say, is in my blood. And I say that because Van Eck was founded in 1955, but we also started the first gold mutual fund in the United States in 1968 before the big inflationary run-up of the 70s. And it was illegal for Americans to hold gold bullion at the time. Plus, and I haven't said this before, but my mom is German, and she was actually a refugee. She had to flee the communist secret police who were trying to arrest my grandfather. So I get why Bitcoin, I get why freedom.
Great. And then Robbie, you interned. You interned in the crypto space, and you decided to make it your career. You went to BlackRock long before. You went to BlackRock while Larry Fink was still calling it an index of money laundering to head up their digital assets side of things. I guess
Larry Fink is the CEO of BlackRock.
And why did you believe
BlackRock is the largest
was
asset
ultimately going
management
to
firm in
launch
the
a
world.
Bitcoin ETF when you went there, after seeing what Larry Fink was saying on TV for years, even after you joined the firm?
BlackRock
Well,
has
I think the opportunity
$10.6 trillion.
in those early years, 2017, 2018,
So these are big dudes.
was fairly obvious in terms of what this space could become. One is an emerging asset class, as well as a transformative technology. And BlackRock as a platform is so impactful in terms of the reach of clients across many investor types that we have access to, and that thesis has certainly played out.
Yeah, just for everyone who, just so you guys know, Robbie is one of the key figures that orange-pilled Larry Fink, who's the CEO of the largest asset manager in the world. So if you see him around, you can thank him later.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one fun piece of ETF history, because many people maybe are new to ETFs. But 20 years ago, when Jan and I were doing ETFs, they were the renegade idea. The Financial Times called them weapons of mass destruction. There were congressional hearings about ETFs destroying the American dream, and people generally hated them. Fast forward to today,
Really?
there's $7, $8, $9, $10 trillion.
I mean, I fully
ETFs,
believe it.
And
I didn't know that.
accepted in mainstream, and I sort of
I wouldn't
saw
expect.
that transformation.
I wouldn't
a
expect people
disruptive idea
to
that people didn't trust to something that's embraced
to
for what it can do.
hate at
And I
ETFs.
think,
It seems
you
like such
see
a
that same thing going on
good
with
idea
Bitcoin
just
right now.
upon hearing it.
Great. So the title of this is, are these ETF flows a passing fad?
Here we go.
I guess we'll go to you, Jan. Short question. Are these ETF flows a passing fad? We've seen 17 billion come in since they launched on January 11th.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overwhelming, really. I mean, congrats to BlackRock for raising so much assets and the success. As I said yesterday, one of the biggest ETF launches in history, if not the one. And what's interesting to me is how big the assets in Bitcoin ETFs are now relative to the ecosystem, right? It's coming up on 60 billion relative to a $1.5 trillion asset, let's call it ballpark. There's only double that amount in gold bullion ETFs, and gold bullion is worth about 15 trillion in market cap, so 10 times as big. So the impact is starting to become a little bit of a whale in the Bitcoin ecosystem.
Robbie, is it a passing fad? What do you guys think is going on over at BlackRock?
Well, I think what's interesting, James, is that we're still pretty early in the rollout of these, right? It's only been 6 months. Yes, the flows have been tremendous, but when you think about the client segments, iShares and similar for Van Eck and Bitwise that we serve, it really breaks down into end investors direct, wealth advisory, and institutional. And that first segment from day one came kind of storming out of the gates. There was huge demand, and that drove a lot of the flows. But in the other two segments, it's still quite early in their journey. When we talk about institutions, there's a long research, diligence, exploration process that requires a lot of education. We're on that journey with a lot of our institutional clients today. The wealth advisory space, the RIA channel, which is a subset of it, turned these on quickly. But when you think about the big wirehouses and private bank platforms, none of them have really opened them up to their advisors yet. Typically, that takes multiple years, and they're actually, in many cases, expediting those processes in light of what tremendous success there's been, but none of them have actually turned it on yet.
Yeah, so there's those three levels. There's like fully restricted. You can only, then the next level is like basically you can only buy it if the client wants it, and that's solicited. And then unsolicited is like the advisor can recommend it. So I guess most of these platforms that have trillions of dollars, the UBSs, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, the Merrill Lynches, they haven't turned it on.
Drop me a hello if you're just tuning in.
And like you said, it could take years. But I guess if you had to put a timeline on it, Jan, when are we going to see these massive platforms be potentially this next wave of?
I want to ask Matt a question, right? Because these wealth platforms are so slow to adopt this, and we see this in Europe where we've had a Bitcoin ETF for 2 years. So will the U.S. have a strategic reserve in Bitcoin before the wealth channel approves the first Bitcoin ETF? We may learn the answer in the next 24 hours.
That's right. We may well indeed.
So a lot of you just talked, multiple of you said the word education. So when you're talking with these people, the wealth advisors, institutions,
kind of evaded the question.
Explaining ETFs. You talked about ETFs.
The question was,
versus how much of it
the question was, when do you think this next leg up is going to happen? When is this next major inflow of liquidity into ETFs coming? And that was just not answered.
For these. But like, what questions are you answering on your side, Matt?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two sets of questions. And we've been educating this audience for 7 years, right? We do 20,000 meetings with financial professionals each year about Bitcoin and crypto.
Wow.
They ask two types of questions. One is due diligence on the products. How does custody work? How does trading work? And they just need to walk through that. That's not different from any ETF. You would need to do that with any ETF. And the other are sort of more fundamental questions about Bitcoin. Where does it fit in a portfolio? Importantly, how do you value it? Why does it have value? They still have those fundamental questions, but I will say they've changed over the last 5 or 7 or even 3 years. They used to have more fundamental questions. Will Bitcoin still exist? Those have vanished from the ecosystem. They used to get held up on custody and how it works. Those are much easier to answer now. So the questions are getting better. The due diligence is getting quicker, but it still takes 6 months, 12 months, even more.
What bothers or disturbs me a little bit, in sort of communicating with clients about financial investments, you have to explain the opportunities and the risks. So actually what concerns me a little bit is the questions that investors don't ask. I mean, they just don't understand sometimes, what the network is. Is network usage growing? And that's true for, the other ETFs that launched last week as well. They talk about the price, they talk about volatility, they talk about security, but they don't understand a network without users has no value, right? Has no interest. So I know you talk about it, Matt. I'm just trying to highlight, like, sometimes you have to prompt them to ask the right questions about these kinds of investments. I know you talk about it as well, Robert.
Yeah. And I think there is one theme in particular in our education journey with clients that's coming up more significantly now.
No one, in the U.S., very few people know about Bitcoin. Very few people know really what it is, how it works, what gives it value.
It is a risky asset. It's an early emerging technology. Its adoption trajectory is still somewhat uncertain. There's regulatory uncertainty, et cetera. But when you think about it in the context of a portfolio at a modest allocation, then that conversation can actually turn on its head. Because other than exposure to interest rates, there's a fundamental basis on which Bitcoin you would expect to be either uncorrelated or in some cases inversely correlated to some of the risks that investors face in their portfolio. So you're starting to see that light switch go on a little bit of, this may be a flight to safety in the face of debt and deficit accumulation, currency debasement, inflation, geopolitical disorder, all these types of other risks, right? And so that is the really important journey that a lot of our institutional and advisory clients are on.
So I guess the first question is, I've heard from some of you guys up here and from other people, a lot of the allocations that some of these advisors who are already in, not including the people who haven't improved it fully yet, is like a 2 to 3% allocation. So I guess my question would be, one, is that accurate? And two,
2 to 3%? Come on. We could do better than that.
I
mean, Bitcoin's the best performing asset of our lifetimes. It could be more than 2 to 3%.
Is it all of some advisors are viewing it different ways? Like, what are you guys seeing on your end? We'll start with you, Matt.
Let's hear.
Yeah, I think we see all of those different approaches. So it is the case that it's 2.5%. I think the average Bitwise client is right around there. And I would say a few years ago that was 1%, and I expect in a few years it'll be closer to 5%.
Okay.
Which is what looks really great when you optimize your portfolio. They're putting it in for different reasons. Many people are.
Could you imagine if 5% of the stock market moves into Bitcoin? What, like, the total value of the U.S. stock market's like what, 100 trillion, something insane? Let's see, what is the total value of the U.S. stock market?
The risk-adjusted returns of your portfolio. We see both of those paths, but increasingly we see the focus on the core fundamentals of Bitcoin. I think that resonates more and more with professional investors than it ever has before.
Jan, do you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I mean, this crowd might not like this, but the way I look about Bitcoin is it's sort of like evolving and growing up, right? So
so the global stock market is worth 109 trillion. That's the global stock market, 109 trillion.
The toughest allocation question I have, and I know a lot of individuals.
109 trillion. Imagine if 5% of that, if we get 5 trillion straight into Bitcoin, immediate 3x.
Why am I constantly selling
and altcoins 10x?
And we just came out with research that talked about a price close to $3 million
if not more.
a coin in the scenario where it's adopted as a reserve asset globally. Now, that's very speculative, and that would be extreme adoption. But that's where professional investors like us in our day jobs say, oh, no, you've got to do mean variance optimization. You can't hold too much. And everyone I meet at Bitcoin conferences owns way more in their own portfolio. And I always say, wait a minute, I always want to tell people what I'm doing personally because they should know, right?
Well, what are you doing personally?
I'm like way over 30%.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
That's right. Yes, sir. He's got over 30% of his wealth in Bitcoin.
That one.
I mean, people are going to hear this and realize that 5% is not enough. We need more than that.
The thing that is so important to watch is that trading correlation with equities, because through most of Bitcoin's life that was close to zero. That's really compelling.
How much are you your wealth is in Bitcoin? How much are you keeping in Bitcoin right now?
COVID, when interest rates were driving every asset under the sun, it spiked to a pretty high level. If that comes down closer to zero,
Tyler says, should have jumped into this back in 2013, but I was young and stupid. Weren't we all, Tyler? Dude, if I could have gotten
I mean, we have seen that breakdown.
Bitcoin that early, that would have been quite phenomenal. Hey, but the best time was 10 years ago. The next best time is now. Not financial advice, of course.
But
yeah, but it goes the other way too, right? And that's what's important.
Okay, just wondering, Matt. I mean, large cap tech right now. I don't get
not financial advice
balance, but the indices.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin's still very early. Bitcoin's an emerging technology still. Very early for Bitcoin. Lots of growth, right? Even this cycle, it's predicted to reach 140, 150,000. That's a 2x from here.
All the traditional indices.
Ethereum's expected to reach 10 to 12,000.
In terms of
3x from here.
How much they own, yeah.
3 to 4x from here.
I don't think MSCI is going to add it to its index of stocks. I think it's outside of that. But I think it'll fit into a portfolio context the same way other asset classes do. Right alongside stocks and bonds, you'll have your crypto out.
So yeah, I'm keeping my wealth in crypto for sure.
So
and I have been for a very long time. I've been keeping my wealth in crypto for a very long time, and it's been good. We'll say that.
ETF model portfolios out there.
How are you guys doing? We're just getting a lot of people tuning in just now. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing?
And they basically have set target allocations to different ETFs.
Guys, say hello in
There
chat.
are
Come on.
some that use mutual
And if you
funds, some that
sub, you
do
give me a
directly.
laughing Luffy at the
There
top
are some
right,
model
up here.
portfolios
You'll
out
give me a
there that are
laughing
tilting
Luffy.
into
Can I show you what that
Bitcoin.
looks like?
Do you expect,
Really quick,
I mean,
let me
for
show you what that
example,
looks
BlackRock
like.
is a big proponent of model portfolios.
Check this out.
Are these Bitcoin ETFs going to end up in model portfolios at some point?
Could be
And if
you.
so,
Could
do
be
have,
you.
like,
I know
a
you want
timeline,
that.
Robbie, which I know you're not going to give me, but I got to ask.
Well, I think, it's a constant evaluation of the evolving characteristics around it, right? So these conversations happen on an ongoing basis, and it comes down to some of the dynamics that, I was just speaking about in terms of how does it interact in portfolio, correlations, demonstration of some of that risk hedging potential. And so all those things ultimately are going to form the basis on which, that either does or doesn't happen.
And then we kind of hinted on this a little bit.
Can I
Go
ask
ahead,
a
Jan.
question? Because BlackRock is so huge in this space. Do your allocators, do your model, your multi-asset allocators, do they need to get client approval to add Bitcoin as a potential asset? And I assume they do, and what's the rate of adoption there amongst the clients?
Sure they do,
Of the allocation strategies.
Well, clients always have options to follow or to not, right? But the actual model construction process is fundamentally and research driven.
Right.
What do you think, Matt? When do you think these large model portfolios from the big banks are potentially going to add a Bitcoin? Do you think they're going to add a Bitcoin allocation at some point?
I mean, the
Big
first thing I would
banks?
say is
I
that
totally
within
expect
the
that,
advisor
yeah.
space,
I mean, I
there's
personally do.
a lot of different models. You can have an individual RIA that runs the model for their 100 clients. And what we see at Bitwise is a lot of those independent advisors already putting a 2.5% to 5% allocation to Bitcoin in their portfolio. I mention that because that's the leading indicator, I think, of where these large platforms are going to go. Individuals can make their decision faster, quicker, and based on their own analysis. The platforms have to take time and run it through due diligence processes.
Just wait until the
But
numbers
anyone
we're
who thinks
talking
they
about
won't fit
aren't
into
2.5
big
to
model
3%,
portfolios
and then
doesn't
they
remember
jump
how
to
much changes in Bitcoin.
20 to 30%.
6, 7 months ago, we didn't have Bitcoin ETFs. We didn't have the GOP presidential nominee speaking at a Bitcoin conference. If you fast forward another 6 months,
guys,
another
if you're
12
just tuning in now,
months,
let's look up. Let's pull up the schedule.
at
This is what we
Morgan,
have.
at Wells. Of course it
We
could.
have
You have to remember how fast
today.
this market changes.
So this
A
is
lot
this
can
first
happen
event with
in a
James
very
Safart. At
limited
2
amount of
o'clock today,
time.
we've got Michael Saylor.
There's
At 4
probably some
o'clock, we have
people in the audience here that are
RFK
like, "Great,
speaking
ETF,
today.
buy my
Then
bags,
tomorrow we
pump
have
my
Donald
Bitcoin."
Trump speaking
There
at
are
2 and
others that
Vivek
are like,
speaking at
"This is against
3:35.
ethos,
Everyone.
Not my keys, not my coins.
Okay, let's go back.
ETFs are centralizing things. What is your response to that, Jan? How do you handle that when you're talking to people that are true hardcore cypherpunk Bitcoiners?
I think that's a legitimate concern. All you can control, though, because I think the barn doors are open here, right? So, and as I mentioned before, already assets Bitcoin ETFs has started to become a significant part of the ecosystem. So listen, I think the fact is that in this world, index companies, the largest ones, control a lot of corporate America. That's a totally separate topic.
The reason I'm looking
but
down here to
that's
the
one our industry has
bottom
been
left
grappling
is
with,
because this is
especially
where I
with
have the
ESG
chat pulled up so I can see what you guys are
controversies in a couple
saying.
of prior years. So I think it's gonna unfortunately be part of the Bitcoin ecosystem. But you
Is this
can
guy?
always self-custody.
Look at James's
Yeah.
socks.
Can I just
What are
address
these?
that? Because
They look like
there's a difference between
duck socks or
owning
something.
assets on behalf
Like-
of clients and control, right?
I'm sure they're
So
Bitcoin socks,
that's
though.
something that increasingly at BlackRock there's been an effort to maximize the amount of, in effect, delegated.
Look at this guy.
voting
Oh, he's
to
wearing.
all
This is the
owners of
Bitcoin and
assets
Ethereum
that
socks
we
right
manage,
here.
right? I
Yes,
think
sir.
It's a similar
Oh, I'm
concept
covering 'em.
here where
Here.
this isn't proof of stake.
Bottom right.
Ownership does not confer control over a blockchain, and I think that when you look at what the ETFs have done, they've just given another avenue for different types of investors to access this. There'll
Man, I
always
love
be
crypto.
a
Guys,
lot
drop
of
me an I
market,
love crypto in chat.
probably
Come
the
on.
majority
I
of the
love
market that
crypto.
prefers
I know you
actually
love crypto too.
hold Bitcoin directly, either self-custodied or through a crypto-native platform. But there's definitely a sizable part of the market, which we've seen in these incredible ETF flows, that prefers the convenience and simplicity of just holding in an ETF through their traditional brokerage account. And by the way, for large institutions, that is overwhelmingly the easier way for them to get access.
Should
It's
I
a
be in a
much,
different
much
chat?
lower hurdle for them to invest in Bitcoin.
I love
versus
crypto.
figuring out
Let's
how to do the
go.
trading, custody,
No, you're in the right
et cetera
chat, bro.
directly.
You're in the right chat
Yeah,
for
I'm
sure.
just going to make 2 points. First, there are things that we as ETF issuers
You got Dogecoin,
do
right? And you
to
got
be positive
XLM.
actors
You
in
got
the
Stellar,
ecosystem.
Lumens.
At Bitwise with BitB, we donate 10% of the proceeds from the ETF.
I'm not a fan of
to open
XLM,
source
but
developers.
I am a fan of
We
Doge.
publish our Bitcoin addresses so you can verify that we hold the Bitcoin that we
That's
say
so
we do and not have
huge.
to wait for an
Welcome
annual.
back
That's
to the
sick.
Mara
Oh.
News Desk at Bitcoin 2024.
We're back at the news desk, y'all.
Powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Day one of the largest Bitcoin conference in the world.
I have
underway behind me
1,000
in Nashville,
Doge.
Tennessee.
Yo, we
I'm
got
joined by
$100 in
fellow
Doge.
editor Aaron Van Werdum for another special segment of what we're calling Bitcoin Basics. Of course, people coming here from around the world just learning about Bitcoin. His book, the latest from
The
Bitcoin
Genesis
Magazine
book.
Books, the Genesis book,
That's sick.
the story of the people and projects that inspired Bitcoin.
I have a feeling it's not a
On sale
religious
now at
text, but rather a
bitcoinmagazine.com.
Bitcoin
Aaron is going to
book.
explain the Bitcoin basics, and that now P2P, I believe, is the subject.
Yes, peer-to-peer. So why is Bitcoin
I think I'll get
peer-to-peer?
more after the
For
loans
this one,
come in.
I'll
Love
start
that.
with a short
Yes,
story.
sir.
So once upon a time, there was a file sharing system called Napster. Napster was very popular. People used Napster to download music.
I think it's
if
just
that
us
music
again.
Was copyrighted.
Right now.
Napster
That's what it
was
looks like.
partly peer-to-peer, but it was also a company. So there was a company, Napster, that operated the system, that ran the system, until Napster one day was shut down. Nowadays, we have a different file sharing system called
Okay,
BitTorrent.
so that was the
BitTorrent
first main
is
event.
fully
I know people
peer-to-peer.
are probably,
What that
watching this on
means
YouTube after
is that
we're done,
users
after
of
the
the
stream,
system
and you just
also
skipped
run
through the
the
first
system.
event.
They
We have just finished
share
the first
information
event.
with each other.
This first
There's
event
no company,
was
there's no central service. It is operated by the people.
this one. We just finished
that
watching the
connect
James
these
Safe Art event.
peer-to-peer.
The were ETFs just a
Bitcoin
passing
was
fad?
not
And this was the first main
digital
event
cash
of
system.
today.
There
The
were
next
other
main
digital
event
cash
is going to be at
systems
2
before
p.m.
Bitcoin.
with Michael Saylor, where
There
he's
was
giving a
eCash,
30-minute
there
talk.
was eGold,
Michael Saylor,
PayPal,
MicroStrategy.
eCash, eGold,
Next,
PayPal
after that, we have
were all
RFK
digital cash
Jr.
systems, but they
speaking
were also
at
centralized, like the
4
company.
o'clock today, 4
That
p.m.
meant
That's also
that
going to be a
they could be
30-minute
shut down.
speech, and those are the
And
main
some of them were
events
shut down.
for
eCash shut
today.
down when the company went bankrupt, and eGold was effectively shut down.
So we're
by the
going to be
US
hanging
government.
out. Let's see what we have until 2.
Today we have Bitcoin.
Let's
Bitcoin,
take a look at the
more like
agenda for
BitTorrent,
today.
Is purely peer-to-peer. It's operated by users.
So yeah,
on
so
the
today
network
it's
that
Friday.
share
We just
information with each other.
watched we watched the opening remarks together, and we just
There's
finished
no
the ETF flows
company, there's
passing
no
fad.
central server,
Next,
there's no
we're going to be
bank,
watching
there's no
either
one
founders
operating
on a
the system.
Lightning
It's just
standard.
users
That's what it looks like
connected
is
to each
next.
other, peer-to-peer, so it cannot be shut down.
So it looks like
What it
next we're
also
getting the
means
founders
is
on a
that
Lightning
everyone,
standard.
every peer on the network,
I'm not
every
familiar
user
with any of
is
these
essentially
speakers. These guys are
checking all
not,
the rules and
headline
keeping each
speakers,
other
of
honest.
course, but
So every node on the network,
that's what we
every
have.
user of Bitcoin
And
on this peer-to-peer
at
network
9:30, it looks
is
like we're
checking
switching
all the
to
rules
either
and keeping
risk
each other
reward,
honest.
public mining companies, or open
To be
source
part
marketing in
of this
Bitcoin. So either a
network,
mining
you need to run a full node.
speech
full node is
or
a part of the
a
peer-to-peer network.
marketing speech, something like
If you
that.
run a
Or I
full-
guess either
if you
unlocking
run a full
expressivity
node,
with
that's also the most
Upcat.
secure way to use Bitcoin. If you run a full node,
Proof of workforce.
you
So
keep
a
track
lot
of
of
everything that
Bitcoin
ever happened on
mining
the
stuff.
Bitcoin
We've got a
network,
lot of
and you
Bitcoin
check
mining
all the
stuff that we're going to be
rules when
looking
you
at
receive a transaction. So
until
you're sure that it's valid.
like we mentioned earlier, until 2
it's
o'clock, when we're going to be
peer-to-peer,
watching a lot
so
of
no one
events
can
here.
cheat, and the system
Of course, we're not going to watch
cannot be
all
shut
of them because some of them are overlapping. And then at
Back to
2
Rizzo.
o'clock, let's find it. Where is it? Where is it? Saylor keynote. That's when we're watching Michael Saylor's speech. And guys, I know you can hear the video in the background. It's playing right here.
After a short break and a word from our
Oh, here we go. We're going to get a short break. For those just tuning in now,
we'll be right back after this.
the commercials are like Super Bowl commercials. You got to see these. These are great. Check this out. Okay, this one's just okay. But some of them are really, really crazy. This is a big Bitcoin mining one. This is a big Bitcoin mining one. Check this out. So what is this? What is an EH per second? I know some hash rates are measured in like terabits. We got petabits. Is E the next one? What is this? The target is 50. I'm guessing this is the units after petabits. which already generates like $300 per day or something, right? Something crazy, but they're really expensive. Is this Fold? No, this isn't Fold. This is that other Bitcoin bank place. Yeah. Zappo. This
So
Bitcoin
what
bank,
is money
Kraken.
and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
A great advertisement. Because I love Kraken. Kraken's an exchange like Coinbase. Check this out, guys. Look at this Ledger wallet. Look at this new Ledger wallet. This is sick. This is a crypto wallet, everyone. Check. Isn't this sick? It looks like an iPod slash like mini iPhone. It's like the iTouch that came out 10 years ago, 15 years ago from Apple.
Welcome back to the Mara
And we're back.
At Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host.
Quintillion hashes per second. Okay, so Tyler checked what the H per second was. It's quintillion hashes. So I'm pretty sure that is after like the pay to hash, because the pay to one is 4.
To my left, Eric Kaysen, author of the excellent
That looks sick. Yeah, that's a sick looking wallet. Could you imagine walking around with that? You're pulling that out like, oh, here's my wallet. I'm gonna pay with this. That's a sick wallet. Typically they look like this. This is typically what they look like, guys. Let me show you.
Headliners: Senator Bill Haggerty still to come. MicroStrategy CEO Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood,
move you
CEO
forward.
Mark
Typically
West,
the wallets look like
Cynthia
this.
Lummis, Republican senator from Wyoming, and of course it all leads to independent presidential candidate.
They're like
Robert
they're just like
Jr.
little. Oh, it's kind of transparent. Kind of
panel
bugging
has
through the
some
webcam.
the
Kind of transparent stuff. And I still have this like the film on here. But typically they look like little USBs kind of. That's typically what a wallet looks like.
Of Bitcoin through this conference.
Whip that out of Chick-fil-A, yeah.
Well,
wherever.
First and foremost, I just want to say, fuck the state and fuck politicians. These people have destroyed our country through their immature and childish ideals that they believe.
Dude, Eric's
they can
popping
spend
off
money
right
without
now.
Any accountability, and this is why now 73% of all tax receipts go towards paying an unpayable amount of debt that is going to destroy our country. So I just want to be really clear that like, it doesn't matter if it's red or blue. Either one of them are going to lie to us and fuck us over in the end and destroy our country by not fixing the money. So I'm really happy that we have Bitcoin and that we can choose on our own to save our own families as opposed to allowing for this dumpster fire to destroy everything that we've tried to build and save for ourselves.
So, Jimmy, no positive thoughts, feelings about the senators who are joining us today, the politicians who want to engage
He's
with what
begging
they think is a constituency
for some positivity.
No,
Did he say something
I
nice?
do like the fact that we have some pull and say.
Yo,
all these people
these guys are
sort of coming
pissed.
to this conference.
Yeah, that guy was.
Pay tribute to us.
Jimmy,
I
come on.
suppose, with their time and
Say
so
something
on.
nice.
I agree with Eric. There is
Oh,
sort of like
wow.
this.
He just agreed with Eric. Yikes.
You know, they think they could buy us off cheap. We're not cheap.
How expensive are we talking about?
We're pretty expensive. To get our vote, you're gonna actually have to give us something that we want. It's not just saying, oh, you know, blockchain technology, crypto, blah blah blah. No, that's actually going to make me not want to vote for you. And what we want is stuff like
Come on, Jimmy.
strategic reserve, right?
No,
like
he agreed with Eric.
That's like actually
Yikes.
reversing what Nixon did in '71, right? Reversing the Nixon shock, at least a little
Man,
bit. by
I would
having
love
a
to be
reserve or
here.
Something like that.
Look at how much fun
that's what I
everyone looks
wanna
like they're
see.
having.
What
Dude, Jimmy's
seeing with
song
these
is popping
politicians
off.
They're
And
hoping
Eric
to get off
Kaysen.
easy. Just say, okay, let's just say a few nice things about Bitcoin, and
then move on.
And hopefully these people vote for me because they're single issue voters.
Let's talk about a specific politician and some of the specific nice
Here we
things.
go.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. A little
RFK.
bit about his platform against CBDCs.
If you're just tuning in now, RFK speaking at
hedge against inflation. He sees Bitcoin
4
as a way
today.
to strengthen the dollar. He sees Bitcoin as freedom of transaction and freedom of speech. That's not appealing, Eric.
Look, it's not the fact that it's not appealing. It's about what happens once they get elected and what has happened to every single time that we have elected a politician that has made us promises
this guy
about
again.
how we're going to get these radical changes that
I'm
are going to
scared.
change everything. And I'm very pedantic about do not vote. It does not change anything. It allows for you to believe that there could actually be change from this system when it's very clear that it has destroyed vast swaths of America. They take our money and use it to go kill brown people abroad who we've never met. They drone bomb them illegally and unconstitutionally. And it doesn't matter if it's a red or a blue party. Either one of them are going to extrajudicially murder people with your money, and you get no say in it whatsoever. And to me, that's the ethical thing that
Who
I'm
is this guy?
absolutely done with, and why I love Bitcoin, is that this allows for me to withdraw my economic wealth from having anything to do with their system.
Let's zero in a specific case. RFK Jr. also said that he would pardon Ross Ulbricht.
Look, the commentators like, let's get away from that topic for now. Like, please stop talking about that. We are live. Politicians are going to see this.
And this is worse. The one place I'll make an exception.
He just
If you have
said don't vote. Yeah, he said don't vote.
To go vote and not allow for yourself to become nauseous from that, you probably should vote for Trump just because freeing Ross is a really, really important thing. And to be clear, I usually wouldn't say something like this, but
so with your permission, it's okay.
With my permission only. there is a possibility that could be an ethical thing. But with that being said, we all know that every promise that Donald Trump makes, he follows through on. So you guys should have a lot of faith in that him saying that he's going to free Ross Ulbricht will happen. So I think that's really important.
Ross
Remember,
Ulbricht
Trump
is the
has
guy
never lied
that
to us, and he is a very
ran the
Jimmy,
Silk Road,
fiat ruins everything. Obviously, the message there that
dark
the US
web,
dollar is
like
in decline.
illegal
US dollar
trading
managed
site
by the politicians,
in like
managed by some of the
2013.
elected officials
He was the
today.
leader of
Your
the
thoughts on our conversation with Eric?
Silk Road.
Yeah, I mean, I kind
marketplace.
of see where Eric's coming from.
You're not a good book balancer, my friend.
No. I see where Eric's coming from. About
I never even got to
to
show that, you know, again, this is the typical
you go to the ballot box
wallet,
and
the other one is
they
the
might
new
cheat
Ledger
or
one
whatever,
is just like
but
way
at the very
sicker.
least, like you're not giving them an excuse.
Dude, Eric
saying,
Kason's
okay,
is
you
popping
you
off.
don't have a say because you didn't vote or whatever. I think it can still be useful.
All right, they got him back to reality. What's up, Tyler? It's just us again.
Important message about transactional freedom, right? That maybe transactional freedom isn't prioritized by the government today, and this could potentially shift the balance. Jimmy.
Well, it could, and it looks like it's happening more at sort of like the psychological level with propaganda and so on, and their media narratives, and obviously everyone's seen that picture with Trump, and that's changed a whole bunch of things in the equation and so on.
Yeah, that
but
iconic Trump picture with like
as
the fist
Bitcoiners,
pumping in the air.
The priority that we have is a much more long-term thing. It's not about the next election or whatever. It's a long-term thing, and something like a Bitcoin strategic reserve is actually really important. This is like whatever politician manages to get that. This is a legacy-defining thing.
Let's
in
zone
the same way
on
that
Bitcoin strategic reserve. 3 words, very captivating. What does this actually mean for people?
I think it means
he was like
the United
actually
States,
vote Trump.
Maybe even the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, he went from don't voting, it's completely useless and nonsense. It doesn't actually matter to vote Trump.
Purchasing power.
Yeah.
How does this
I mean,
fix
Trump
the
is the pro-crypto candidate.
It definitely gives
and he's
him
been like
more of a
way
backing.
more openly pro-crypto and says he wants to, give more legal clarity to Bitcoin and promote Bitcoin. So if you're a Bitcoiner, yeah, it makes sense.
But a lot of central banks around the world have been gathering gold for a while, and
oops, I just hit the table and you guys I think shook for a second.
The BRICS, a conglomeration of countries that they would have like maybe a gold-backed currency or whatever. There's going to be some sort of currency war just because the dollar is.
I mean, there is a currency war, isn't? I mean, there currently is a currency war.
Spending that's been going on, and sort of like the paper tiger.
Yeah, we lost some people after the main morning event.
Vulnerability. The U.S.
So now it's just us hanging out, and then the people on YouTube. What's up, guys? Make sure you sub and like the video. Oh, their stream is lagging.
There are all sorts of new technologies that have
lagged for a second. That wasn't us.
That they haven't really prepared for. They're like all sorts of weird ways in which you can use
so the main speaker is over. Main event for this morning's over. So guys, we're waiting until 2 o'clock. Let's look at our schedule just because who knows? It's not clear when people are tuning in. Check this out. This is our schedule.
Promote Bitcoin. Eric, is this appealing?
Right, we're waiting until 2 o'clock when Michael Saylor speaks, and then 4 p.m. is when RFK is going to speak today.
I want them to be confused and not understand how or why Bitcoin works until it causes for hyperinflation to destroy the economy, and then Bitcoiners can choose kind of how we reorganize ourselves after that. But I think particularly
this guy's insane.
An executive branch in control of large swaths of Bitcoin without there being a clear or present way for how the keys are managed for that, how key rotation would be challenged and move forward with the change of administration. Like, there's a lot of stuff here that needs to get resolved before we can have a real conversation,
But
and
we
it's
already
really
have
pie
that.
in the sky.
We already have like nuclear codes and like nuclear footballs or whatever. That's multi-sig. I don't think it would be that difficult.
A lot of details to discuss. We have a quick word from our sponsors.
This guy's immediately like, okay, back to the sponsors. It's so funny.
Bitcoin Magazine books.
And guys, and when we get back, I will make sure that neither of these two speakers are here.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good
Wait,
for
is this
is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
That was Robert Kiyosaki, guys, author of Rich Dad Poor Dad. That was sick.
This is Mara, leaders in Bitcoin mining with global energy solutions and advanced proprietary technology.
Oh, these are the guys that have
Mara
this
sets the digital gold standard.
50 quintillion
To learn more, visit Mara.com.
Tyler says, he is like, yeah, when the government falls, they will come to us. Yeah, bro's kind of wild. So what is this? Is some sort of like Bitcoin bank Zappo where you can like stake your Bitcoin, get some sort of interest on it?
Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin.
How sick are these ads?
See what crypto can be. Our news desk at Bitcoin 2024.
Oh, they added someone.
Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin
Eric and Jimmy
Magazine.
are still there.
Starting with the topic now of Bitcoin and politics, maybe adding a little bit of flavor now, talking about institutions will be a big topic today. We've got a great panel
Fiat
here.
ruins everything.
Eric
That's
Eason,
Jimmy's
author of
book.
Crypto Sovereignty,
Fiat ruins
returning
everything. I mean, he's totally right. That's a fantastic title.
Michelle Weekly, director of product development at Byte Federal. The
I'm curious, what is
Larry
Eric's
Fink,
book?
The institutions that are coming to clean up, change, co-opt Bitcoin. Eric, your thoughts on this flight to quality that's come to Bitcoin?
Here we go.
The institutions.
Larry Fink's a good guy who loves all of us and really wants to participate.
He's
in
basically
building
Santa
new
Claus,
system.
right?
He is. He's basically the banking Santa
He's being
Claus.
sarcastic.
No, actually, I think the real truth is he's probably an evil individual who's trying to take over most of the institutions in the world through a financial perspective. And I think Bitcoin's a very dangerous thing, but they do believe that they can co-opt it, which they're making a very strong case that they could co-opt it if they make Bitcoin into a banker's play tool as opposed to peer-to-peer cypherpunk cash.
Michelle, your take. Larry Fink, Bitcoin believer
Eric's,
or not?
dude, I love this guy. What's his last name? Eric.
The distinction between
This is probably all over. I wonder if people are talking about this dude on Twitter right now.
Versus
I mean, if not, we should post like, yo, this Eric guy is wild right now.
Bitcoin digital gold, so they can regulate it into oblivion.
Think they would have enough blocks?
But I've read Jimmy's
You
book.
just got
I mean,
blocked.
It says digital gold in there.
Guys, is no one going to mention this dude? Just saying, United Kingdom says it will arrest Israel Prime Minister Netanyahu if he enters the country.
The fact that these bankers and stuff are coming
Yikes.
in. You can kind of tell just by
UK,
Yikes. Right there.
All right. Well, I'll face the camera. Okay. Yeah. No. All of these people that are coming in, the bankers and stuff like that. You just
Eric
listen to
Carson.
them.
I think you're right.
They're telling you exactly who they are, right? They're saying stuff like Web3 and blockchain technology,
tokenization,
and crypto, and all that stuff. 2015 called. They want their narrative back, right? Like this has been going on for 9 years, and these people think that they're being innovative or they're using the word
Twitter.
salad from like
Jimmy,
7 years
BlackRock
ago.
has bought 320,000 Bitcoin. What more do you want them to do? You said earlier on the desk, America should buy and hold Bitcoin. Well, Larry Fink is doing that. What's wrong with that?
Larry Fink is doing that on behalf of all of these pensions and so on. So he
Guys, if you're just tuning in, make sure to like. Give me a like. Give me a thumbs
really
up. Come on. Give me a sub. Give me a laughing Luffy up here.
To speak. I mean, Industry Day, right before my panel, were 4 panels on
How's everyone doing today?
And ETF and the BlackRock guy. I'm like, this is totally against the spirit of what we're all about. And my panel was on like make Bitcoin in America great again. And we're talking about values. It's like these people are the antithesis of our values. Shitcoiners are the antithesis of our values.
Whoa.
All of these people that are trying to come in and co-opt it and make money for themselves and scam people. This is the antithesis.
I
of
mean,
our
he's
values.
totally right.
The disconnect? I'll read a
The whole
quote.
point of
Step
Bitcoin
one
is
in the
to,
revolution of
lift
financial markets. I mean, this is what
people
Larry
out of
Fink said.
poverty,
Isn't that what
bring
you
the power of money back to the
Yeah,
people
but
rather than the
on
government.
Bitcoin, not Ethereum ETF. He was like having
Bring
an
wealth,
orgasm on
and
stage about
a lot of these
Ethereum
other
ETF.
scam coins do
this-
the opposite.
That is not what we're about. Like we want people to have self-sovereignty over their own money. An ETF vehicle is not that. Now, it might be a step. Maybe it helps people get on board, and eventually they go to like a Bitcoin-only exchange.
He's making a really good
Swan
point
or
right
River
now.
or something like that, and then like
Jimmy
custody
Song
their
is making a
keys.
really good
Maybe
point.
it's good in that way, but for the most part, all of these players are here to
Yeah.
play more financial
He
games.
is
They
right.
just want to
He's saying,
have more financial playthings where they
let
can,
me turn this
get
down
20
just for a little
basis
bit.
points off a
So what he is saying right now is that the ETFs are actually really antithetical to Bitcoin's prime mission, because Bitcoin is supposed to be a peer-to-peer currency that the people can use as a form of money.
I don't think
and
so. I think,
if there's ETFs where you don't personally own your Bitcoin, you can invest in it as a financial instrument, and someone else holds it for you. It's not functioning as a money; it's functioning as an
Altcoins
asset.
teach people how to gamble and trade.
So that's
and
interesting.
get wrecked. And only I've seen some Bitcoiners is when they've like absolutely crashed really hard, and then they're like, finally.
Why is it doing that?
And this is not how adoption works. You don't get to just say Bitcoin like 20 times and people get it. You have to actually understand what the underneath.
I actually
stuff is all
disagree with
about.
him
And
on
all
that,
the-
though.
All of these people that are coming in now, they're all noobs. They don't understand it. They haven't read the Bitcoin standard, or maybe they have, but they don't really understand it. I mean, you really need to study this stuff and have some freaking humility about what's going on, instead of like preaching to us like as if we're the ones that need the teaching. Which is essentially what happened yesterday with all these like banking and ETF and BlackRock panels. Oh, what do you think, Larry Fink, about what's going on? We don't need your advice. You need ours.
Strong words
Whoa.
for Mr. Larry Fink.
Dude,
CEO
these
of
two are
BlackRock,
these two are going crazy.
Holder of Bitcoin now. Michelle, your thoughts on Jimmy's statements?
I agree with Jimmy largely. I think, there's one narrative that it's good for adoption, but it actually creates a massive amount of confusion, because you're buying Bitcoin.
I agree that it is awesome for
because you want
adoption.
Bitcoin
It's the way to bring it to the
exposure, it's on your
mainstream,
radar, but you probably have
population.
absolutely no concept of
Normies don't care about
self-custody,
crypto right
and
now,
the
but soon they
ETFs
will.
are
And this is such a
disincentivized
good
to
vehicle
teach
to bring
that,
it to them.
right? So is it good for adoption? It's good for awareness, but that's not the same as adoption.
So what would you say to the average person maybe watching?
It's good for both.
holds
Awareness is
the
good for
Bitcoin
adoption.
ETF? They bought
Disagree
IBIT.
with her
They're
on that.
happy. They've seen some gains. Their life has improved. They've exited the financial system in their
I mean,
view.
adoption
Is that correct?
in one way or another.
That is incorrect, because very similar to in 1933, how people had gold in the
Eric
bank, and they were like,
Kaysen.
man, my
His name's
gold
Eric
is doing
Kaysen.
super
There's no
good
R,
with the
I
stock
see.
market having collapsed and everything. FDR announced Executive Order 6102 that actually seized all gold, both in bank accounts in the United States and from private holdings of individuals. So people actually found that gold that they owned was actually just a receipt towards that ownership.
I wish I could find this dude's Twitter.
Yeah, I do believe that Larry Fink does know that, and that is exactly why he is carrying it out in this methodology, because he knows that he owns the Bitcoin, not his customers. And this is really important to understand, because if you are buying your Bitcoin through the IBIT ETF or something else, you're actually allowing for Larry Fink to use your money for him to privately hold your Bitcoin, so that when the federal government does decide it's time for individuals not to be able to own Bitcoin anymore, Larry Fink gets to have all of that Bitcoin, not you. And this is why controlling your own keys is so important.
Well,
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, the bigger scam that they're going to run is they're like all these Wall Street bros are all into these like altcoins and stuff like that. That is always the play, right? Yes, that is an existential risk.
I mean, there
with
are
the
really good
Bitcoin,
altcoins.
because you might not get it, right? Like there's going to be some seizure or some crazy custody event or something like that, and that's always a risk if you have it in these ETFs.
Let's talk about exiting from the U.S. financial system.
I mean, it's always possible, of course.
Here,
If Coinbase gets hacked, because Coinbase is the custodian for all of them, right? Who was holding BlackRock's Bitcoin? Who was storing VanEck's
I have
Bitcoin?
a lot of Bitcoin that I use
It's Coinbase.
to hold, but I paid off like sort of. There are not enough merchants that are taking it, so I can't live on a Bitcoin standard. I do convert, but I mean, I do the best I can. I think that's probably what a lot of people in this community end up doing is they have their wealth in Bitcoin, and then they either earn enough cash or they convert as they need.
So how does Larry Fink exit the fiat financial system that he is so much a part of?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, he's not going to.
I mean, he's going to try to keep it going, or, I mean, if you do have a strategic Bitcoin reserve, I suppose that it's possible.
Why does that
him.
help the United States exit from its own problems?
Well, the industrial base has completely collapsed in the United States since 1971. If you go back on a Bitcoin standard, you bring some of that back because you got some equivalency. Some you don't have this labor advantage by going to these third world countries and so on.
But a real Bitcoin standard includes like not rehypothecating. They're going to start rehypothecating Bitcoin, and they're going to do the same thing with the Bitcoin
rehypothecating.
They're doing with the dollars.
Yeah, none of them know what that word means. Not even that. Not even her who used it.
Buying into this theory, they want to participate in this revolution, this opting out.
Maybe I'm being a hater for no reason.
Well, they should be holding their own Bitcoin in cold storage.
Eric?
Yeah, you need to. This is the thesis of my book, Crypto Sovereignty. The only way that you are going to have true sovereignty.
Rehypothecation is the practice where banks, brokers,
how that actually functionally protects you.
Well, great topic, because we'll have on stage in just a few hours.
Guys,
Phil
we're
Zimmerman, maybe one of the founders of the cypherpunk movement. He'll be on stage.
Rehypothecation
with PGP.
is the practice
Jimmy,
where
Eric,
banks,
Michelle
brokers, or individuals use collateral that they
institutions
do
coming,
not
the
own
culture
to
that we're
help
trying to
financial
preserve. Maybe someone
assets.
can talk about Phil's work,
Okay, so maybe
cryptography,
they
and
did.
how it can help in this war that we're fighting.
Well, he's a veteran of that war.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Phil Zimmerman more than anybody else probably is responsible.
Okay,
for
so
winning
what
the
is
first
our
crypto
next
wars that happened in the
event?
1990s,
Our
where,
next event,
most
guys,
people don't know that, but cryptography was actually
is starting
classified
at
as
10,
ammunition
correct?
Under U.S. legal code
10,
for a while. So if you had cryptography on you, it's the same as you.
and that is going to be, we're still at the 11s, so we're going to be watching either. There's a few events going at 10, so we're going to see which one they stream. There's the future of exchange regulation and market structure. There is Bitcoin mining in the grid. Let me turn this down just a little bit.
It turns out that actually you do have a right to be able to use
there is BitVM pushing innovation without a soft fork. Yeah, those are the main events at 10. Yeah, okay, that's what it looks like. So we're watching either the future of exchange regulation and market structure, Bitcoin mining in the grid, or this BitVM pushing innovation without a soft fork. That's what's next, guys. So that's in about 5 minutes, and we're going to see.
We're talking about the crypto wars now. Maybe no crypto war 2, maybe against the Larry Fink. What are the lessons that you expect Phil to speak about, or that you would want to share, Jimmy, Michelle?
Well, so I did
This
talk
still have
to
to fix
him,
their title. It still says day one.
His experience, and I think like you have to understand, this was a big trial for him and his family. It was not easy, and
This is a person who was persecuted by the state.
Yeah,
and
this is one of the reasons why we think Satoshi Nakamoto was anonymous. He saw what happened to Phil Zimmerman and did not want that to happen to him. And obviously we still don't know who Satoshi Nakamoto is to this day, and that was part of it. And it's going to be a battle at some point. And
I had to look up. Tyler says I had to look up rehypothecation too. She definitely used it to sound smart because she has not talked much. It's possible.
And, black markets and things like that. I'm not sure, but we do have to prepare, and there's going to be some.
You know what? I'm going to move chat over
Michelle, can you take us maybe into
myself,
that time,
I think, because I think that just makes more sense.
Where we're at now for the people at home.
The time of
the cypherpunks in the 1990s and the crypto wars.
Yeah, so it's an interesting comparison. Cypherpunks write code, and that brought us to Bitcoin. We got Bitcoin kind of came out of that movement. I think there's a lot of parallels, and that Jimmy's right. We're going to see another fight. So we won the battle of free speech, but now we have to defend free speech because that's under attack as well. And I think that that's probably the next battle. It's the next attack vector. Is classifying what we can and can't
She's
say,
right. She's totally right.
And, how that...
Hi, everyone. Just tuning in. We just got a few people. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? This next event, there's 3 possible events that we could see. We'll see which one they stream.
This is where we can kind of take our sovereignty back. You
and we'll watch together, y'all. Happy Friday.
There's nobody to go after, right? Like, you can try to take down relays or whatever, but they can pop up like, a Hydra. You cut one off and, 10 spawn or whatever. And this is a really important thing about this movement, is that it is a decentralized movement. We're all self-sovereign, and it's not players like Facebook or Twitter or Google that control all your data. It really is about you taking responsibility for yourself, and that's the other side of the equation that I think a lot of people don't really get yet, and why ETFs and things appeal to them so much. They don't know how to take care of their own stuff. Generally, the people in this community are very high agency, very high willpower. And part of that is, okay, I want to take care of my own stuff. You can't just declare that. You also need to have the discipline and skills to go and actually learn how to do all that stuff, so you can actually take care of your own stuff.
If you're watching this, hop in the Discord, everyone.
And you need both. And you can't just have
Discord is where we have
much more from everyone on the panel here on BitcoinMagazine.com.
Much easier access news, info, charts, stats,
Bitcoin Magazine at the live desk here at Bitcoin
Here we
2024. Much more to come.
Are we watching ads? Time for some ads, y'all. Zappo Bank. Access your Bitcoin anytime, anywhere with one app. I wish there would be some sort of elaboration on how exactly you're getting your rewards from Bitcoin and whatnot. Secret underground vaults to keep your Bitcoin safe? That's sick.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay.
I wish I had more different advertisers.
By reducing landfill emissions and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer.
Okay, Tyler, thanks for tuning in for so long, bud. Thanks for hanging out.
Visit Mara.
And thanks for being active in chat. I'll see you later, bro. Have a good day, bro. They only have 5 different ads that they play on rotation. I kind of wish that they maybe had more ads. Oh, this is sick, guys. Watch this. This is so sick.
What's the second best? There is no second best. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
This is so sick.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
how sick was that? How sick was that intro to this Bitcoin conference? So it looks like this next event is starting. Oh no,
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Bitcoin Ben, influencer and educator. How has the conference been treating you, and what are you most excited about today on day one of GA Day?
I'm excited about the people. This place is packed. We have
get out.
We have thousands and thousands of people here. Some of them are a little wild and crazy.
All right, well,
some of them not.
You know what this means. Time to...
All right, and obviously we have a bunch of people who are, first-time viewers.
Let's check out the market, guys. How is the market reacting to all of this? Guys, look at today. Look at the crypto bubbles for today. Look at this. Everything is soaring. Actually, Is Render today's biggest winner? Render is back. I haven't seen Render pump this hard in a single day in quite a while. Yeah, Render is going crazy. The weekly sets. Yeah, this is the weekly chart. Okay, we got some still down, but some surprise ones. Like Helium's up like crazy. This is kind of wild. Yeah, but today for sure, everything's going crazy. And I'm curious. Okay, we're back. I'm curious how nuts everything's going to go, tomorrow when Donald Trump is speaking or during RFK's speech. It's going to be very positive and bullish. I wonder how the markets will react.
The fear of a crypto war, too. We're going to talk about now the war on privacy. The subject of the newest Bitcoin magazine on newsstands now, the privacy issue. Founders and CEO of the cryptocurrency mixing service, Bitcoin mixing service, Samurai, arrested and extradited, being prosecuted right now in the Southern District of New York. We're talking, of course, about William Hill and Keone Rodriguez and the significance of their case to the Bitcoin industry and the fight that we were discussing.
Dude, I want to see the
take on the Samurai case. Why should people out there be involved? Why should they be following?
Because the government doesn't have a right to steal your fucking privacy. Like, there are actual Fourth and Fifth Amendments that are supposed to limit the government's authority, and they like to disobey it repeatedly, constantly, and consistently. They make it very clear that you don't actually have any rights. So it's really important that you use and understand cryptography in the way that allows for you to actually hold self-sovereignty and make it so that when the government does come to you and demand that you give them your information, you can give them encrypted information and tell them that if they want anything outside of that, they can go fuck themselves and talk to your lawyer.
Can I show this?
It makes me really angry at the way that we continually allow for our rights to be violated, and we don't fight back in any meaningful way.
Wait, is this guy going to get me in trouble? This guy's kind of popping off right now. Guys,
seek out,
I'm scared.
Be able to protect our privacy, make sure that we can be censored and protect ourselves, but it's only if we take the responsibility to use this technology in a thoughtful and meaningful way and not allow for that responsibility to be put on centralized services that will give over our data willingly and actively to the U.S. government. So I think it's really important that people understand that right now there are two developers who, for simply making a piece of software, they're being prosecuted by the U.S. government in the most tyrannical way, and they were abducted while they were abroad doing that. This is sickening that we allow for our government to do this kind of garbage.
Let's talk about the specifics of Samurai. Michelle, Jimmy, can you take us into the technical details? Why shouldn't they be facing
wow.
Well,
was
they
powerful.
operated a Whirlpool server and allowed for coin joins and so on. I mean, like Eric said, this is creating software. It's kind of unprecedented that you're getting arrested for creating software. I suppose Phil Zimmerman is the precedent, but obviously he won, and there is precedent that you shouldn't be arrested for creating software. The bigger issue here and the root cause of all this is the growth of the administrative state, because there's no congressional legislation saying like you can't have coin join services. There's nothing like that. The administrative state has grown by leaps and bounds, and largely they just sort of make up their own rules. And this was why the Chevron deference ruling in the Supreme Court was so huge, because all this time, all these agencies just sort of made up rules on their own, and all these courts had to just sort of like defer to them and say, okay, well,
I'm curious, what event are they showing next?
Prosecute this person, and we can't really say that you did it illegitimately.
If not any of the 10 a.m. ones, are they showing the 10:15 one? Maybe they're showing the 10:15 one called Bytes Grow.
Keeps growing and grabbing power, and this is ultimately due to the fact that we have fiat money, right? Like they're being fed this stuff, and all these bureaucrats want more power, more headcount, more people in their corner so that they can defend their turf or whatever. And this is directly the result of fiat money, and we can't have that.
Michelle.
Well, I'm sorry. So they're being charged with under like AML regulation, which is a result of the Bank Secrecy Act, and that is actually a bigger problem. People are yelling all the time about the Patriot Act, and one thing that I've learned, unfortunately, since I started working in the industry and I had to go through my government-sponsored AML KYC training, is that the BSA is actually far more dangerous than the Patriot Act. It actually sets the precedent that allows for all of that bullshit. And it is the reason that we're subject to all the AML KYC shit. And they're not saying you can't write code, which is of course ridiculous, but what they're saying is you can't not have a proper AML policy. And this is a global problem, and people need to be aware of it.
Jimmy, of course, appealing to the law, maybe appealing to litigation. We've seen a bipartisan effort to raise awareness of this issue. Cynthia Lummis will be on stage later, writing a letter of support in the Samurai wallet case. Isn't this good that politicians are hearing us on this and trying to resolve the issue?
Oh, I'm always for people that are trying to protect our rights. And I will support you as long as you are protecting my natural rights. And obviously Cynthia Lummis and the staff there that are writing these letters, I'm glad that they're doing that. But we need much more than that, right? Like that, we need to stand up for it. And the thing that's discouraged me about the American public's willingness to stand up for their own rights is what happened in COVID in 2020. Basically, everyone got locked down for a year, and nobody really, could do anything about it. I mean, the U.S. was less bad than a lot of other countries, but it was global in scope, which is very, very disturbing.
Well, speaking of that global scope, we're talking about the Samurai case right now, the prosecution by the state of New York of open source code developers. Want to talk about Tornado Cash, Alexei Pertsev, co-founder of that crypto anonymity tool, currently behind bars in the Netherlands. What precedent does that case set, and is this the same, right? Is Tornado Cash the same as Samurai? Should we be fighting for Tornado Cash as well, Eric?
Absolutely. I mean, to me, this is one of the places where we need to actually set aside some of our differences and have solidarity and understanding that even though Tornado Cash is an Ethereum tool, that there might be some core disagreements about how that specific asset is being utilized, that this comes down to about how cryptography operates and functions and what it means for developers to use cryptography and publish code that they can utilize for things like Tornado Cash. So it's quite similar to the Samurai Dev case, and I think that this is a place that I'd really love to see the whole industry rally around, and I think there has been pretty good solidarity around that, but we need to continue to make sure that we have a broad front that allows for all of us to work together to make it so that we can have the tools that allow for us to be empowered to make choices about our privacy.
Of course, winding down now, about to send it back to the main stage. Jimmy, Michelle, your thoughts on the Samurai case?
Okay, yeah, so we are going to the main stage.
Let me just say something about the Tornado
So it is looking like our next event is going to be Bytescrow at 10:15. I see.
The thing is, with Ethereum, what they're going to do once that doesn't work, or if it does work or whatever, is get the Ethereum core devs to comply with whatever AML KYC that they want, and that's ultimately what's going to happen.
You're saying simply because he uses an alternative cryptocurrency, another tool of cryptography that moves money, he should be in jail because of that?
No, I'm not saying that he should be in jail. I'm just saying that they're way more vulnerable, and it's like the AML KYC that they're trying to implement on that is inevitable because it's a centralized project, whereas Bitcoin is not.
Michelle, your last thoughts?
I have to disagree with that. I mean, the federal government, unfortunately, does not yet distinguish between Bitcoin and other altcoins, shitcoins. They're all regulated as digital assets. So until that distinction is made categorically from all of the alphabet agencies, either we burn them down or we have to band together and save the developers. I have a developer on my team who was like, should I be worried about like some of the products that we're building and the features they have? And that's just absurd. So
a short sample of the conversation to come, of course.
Good morning, everyone. If you're just tuning in now, it's looking like the next event that we're going to be watching is called Bytescrow, which is at 10:15, which lasts about 15 minutes, which is what I expect them to stream. Oh, okay, so we're taking a quick break, I guess. Okay, so it looks like we're taking a quick break until 10:15, so we have about 5 minutes that we can spend together. So we do some charting. Let's take a look at the price of Bitcoin right now. Let me quickly reload this so we get the latest stuff. Guys, Bitcoin is pumping. Check this out. This is actually exactly what we wanted to see. Don't worry about all of these colors. I can explain them, and it is totally chill. Do not worry. Okay, let's look at Bitcoin. So, okay, so we're seeing exactly what we want to see. We're seeing exactly what we want to see. In fact, you know what? We should get rid of this, and we should plot this channel because I believe this is more accurate. Check this out, because we have clearly been trading in this little channel here. Kind of like this, right? Like something like this looks to be the most accurate channel that we're trading in. I'm trying to catch this wick. Yeah, so we're trading in this channel, and where do we want to see the price of Bitcoin go? I mean, it looks like we are now making confirmed higher highs, higher lows, right? We needed to see a bounce here, and it's looking like we are totally seeing that bounce, which is looking great. So my guess is that we are going to be testing this support here, right? We have one diagonal support here around 67K, which is what we have to test, 67K. And we also have another vertical. We've got a horizontal support here at about 71.5K. So what we have to do, guys, and we're going to get back to the Bitcoin conference in just a second. The reason we're not doing that here is because they're on break right now. So we're doing some charting instead to pass the time. So we need to see Bitcoin's price go from, we're going to test it. And my guess is because we are now seeing higher highs, higher lows, we are probably close to our next leg up, everyone, which is pretty exciting. Pretty exciting, guys. If you're just tuning in, go ahead and name some of your altcoins. Let's take a look at some altcoins right now. Let's take a look at Ethereum. Let's look at Ethereum, the second most important altcoin, right? Ethereum is experiencing crazy volatility. As you can see, some wild volatility since these ETFs started trading. It's almost hard to, it's really hard to chart something with such significant events happening in the world. So we are, macro, long term, we are making lower highs right now, but that, it doesn't mean a whole lot just because ETFs did just drop. And so we should be expecting volatility. We actually wicked down here and then quickly came back and reclaimed this 3,200 support. So, who knows what will happen? I can't, I certainly can't tell you that, crypto or Ethereum's going to do this or it's going to do that. Why don't we turn on our moving averages to get a better idea? Right now, Ethereum looks to be in a screaming buy zone. Ethereum, and it obviously is in a screaming buy zone. Not financial advice. I can't give you financial advice legally, but this is educational, of course. And to me, the way that I know that Ethereum is in a screaming buy zone, despite this crazy volatility, and I'm not saying that it's not going to go down a little bit more because, of course, there is this post-ETF, sell the news, sell off. There is a little bit of panic selling, of course, because people are worried about the sell-off. But the reality is that we are above the 200-day moving average. We are under the yellow 100-day moving average line. And the actual formation of these moving averages looks really healthy. We're above the VWAP. And then the 50-day, 100-day, and then 200-day are all in the right order. So this gives us insight that this chart is looking really, really good. And it is in a really, really good buy zone. Ethereum's in an excellent buy zone. But, of course, not saying that that means that we won't have a lot of volatility. Still quite difficult to know exactly what's going to happen. Let's move on to something like Solana. Let's take a look at Solana. Oh, just looking so strong. Solana is just looking so strong. Look at this. This is unfortunately not in a buy zone. Not in a buy zone, unfortunately. Hello to everyone just tuning in. What is up, everyone? Good morning, everyone, to everyone just tuning in. We are taking a little bit of break. They're on break right now. Probably in about a minute or so, we're going to start with the next event. But until then, we're doing a little bit of charting. Solana is trading at $181 right now. Guys, if you have your own altcoin you want to look at, definitely do. Definitely do say something. Hi from Chicago. Yo, what's up? So we're taking a look at Solana right now. And of course, as soon as they start, we're going to hear it right away, so we're not going to miss anything. It's 10:15, so they should be starting soon. So Solana is way above. In fact, I think Solana is over the 200-day moving average. Let me quickly adjust this and let's plot this line as well. Yeah, Solana is really overbought right now, guys. So if you're holding Solana, right now would be a really good take profit opportunity. And in fact, I'm going to have to take some profit in just a second just because it is overbought right now. If you are holding Solana, this is not financial advice, but I will personally be taking profit from Solana right now. Okay. Let's go ahead and remove this 200-day moving average, and let's see if we can plot a fib. Let's plot a fib extension to get a better idea of where we think. Let me remove these lines, and let's get some fractals going. And the reason that I want some fractals is just to get a good idea of where we should plot our fib. Oh, never mind, guys, and we are back. They are back, so we have to go jump back to the stream. Let's see, it's 10:15. Yeah, so we are watching this 10:15 event. Oh, look at this little fancy ad. What is this? This is a new ad. Oh, this is the ledger. This is the new ledger. Guys, check out this gorgeous hardware wallet. They typically look like this. A little USB.
Welcome back to
They
the
typically
Mara
look like a
News
little
Desk at
USB.
Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, your host, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, joined now by Frank Corva, Bitcoin Magazine lead business reporter. Just got off a panel on the industry stage here to the packed crowds.
So
topic was really with the original.
I'm curious. So this is more from the news desk. I'm worried when they're going to show the event.
What's going on in this innovation in this area and what businesses are doing?
Join our live stream to bounce from select stage presentations to a live deck with rotating special guests.
We had Roy from Breeze.
I'm just curious. I wish there was some sort of
everyday apps, not just creating Lightning specific apps. We had Evan from Zeus, and we had Des
I
from
wish there
Thunder
was
Games.
some
So to
sort
speak to
of.
what Des does. So when you use
Let me just turn this down just for a second so we can talk. I wish there was some sort of itinerary or some sort of agenda for the live desk, just so we had a better idea of what we're going to be watching together versus, what we're kind of having to guess for. Because right now, we know what events are going on at the actual conference and at what times, but, as spectators watching the actual stream, we don't know exactly what's going to be shown, and I kind of wish that they had that displayed ahead of time. So I guess we're kind of waiting to see what they show us next, and in the meantime, we're getting guests and stuff, and we're hanging out.
We'll just back up. What is Lightning for the people at home who are curious, right? Maybe coming from other alternative cryptocurrencies.
Is there a better Bitcoin Live price site?
The Bitcoin that we use and hold, and it allows it to move with different properties, correct?
Yeah, it's a great question.
I wish there was some sort of Bitcoin Live
price
price chart, which we could see more easily.
So we have a base layer of money, our dollars, and then maybe we use something like.
Because I don't want to use TradingView just if I'm going to be following the price of Bitcoin.
Network for Bitcoin. We can use Bitcoin itself as a payment.
That's fine. I guess we'll just use TradingView.
Slower, though. It takes a few blocks to confirm, which means it usually takes upwards of maybe 20 to 40 minutes.
Hello, everyone to tuning in. How are we doing today, guys? We were watching the Bitcoin Live conference. For those just tuning in, hello, good morning. Drop me a hello. This is the schedule for today, everyone.
Technical details. This is something that's been in the works, being built on Bitcoin.
We had our morning main event with James Safart. Our ETF's a passing fad. Next at 2 o'clock, we have our Michael Saylor speech at 2 o'clock, which lasts from 2 to 2:30. And then at 4 o'clock, we have RFK Jr. speaking, guys, from 4 to 4:30. So that's today's schedule. And tomorrow, obviously, we have Donald Trump at 2 and Vivek at 3:35. Then Vivek Q&A at 4:15.
Facebook when they were building Diem.
Very cool, guys.
Listeners or watchers remember that Diem was a currency that Facebook was actually trying to create.
How is everyone doing today, guys? If you have altcoins you want to look at, drop your altcoins so we can do some charting. Tell me your favorite altcoins. We'll take a look at their charts. We'll talk about prices.
Working on DM2, so he was there at Facebook, but he has a lot of actual technical engineers.
I'm inclined to
more than that. What's super exciting is that he seems to have
clear
really
off
become a
some of
Bitcoin
these
believer. He's not
colors.
just building on it out of convenience, or I guess we'll try Bitcoin now. He really does believe in it as this global settlement network.
Do you have an idea or a sense of really just how big the average?
How's everyone doing today? Bitcoin is making higher highs, higher lows now. Bitcoin's looking really good.
In terms of how big, I think there's a lot of different ways to mention that. What I do notice with Lightning startups is there's not one that's necessarily trying to cover the whole scope. So, for example, if you're creating a Lightning wallet,
20-day
you're probably
moving average.
just focused on that. You're not necessarily trying to create a Lightning wallet or something like an SDK, which allows maybe non-Lightning apps to use something like Lightning's for payments on it. So imagine like Spotify allowed you to stream sats to someone. That's what some other builders are building. In terms of size, I would say teams are anywhere between maybe 3 people to 20 people. Obviously, millions of dollars invested in these ventures. Yeah, and I think what a lot of them are doing are just trying to find out what human behavior
Bitcoin's
looks
looking
like.
a little overbought
What
right
do people
now.
want to use Lightning for?
Bitcoin's looking
Where's the
overbought.
uptake? You know, do they like playing games and earning Bitcoin
My
with
expectation
it?
is that we are going to be going higher just because
Travel? Are they using it in the States? They're just paying attention to all these
Bitcoin's looking
and making adjustments
really
as they
healthy.
see fit.
It is overbought, but it is making higher highs, higher lows. We bounce from this critical 65K support line, so that's really, really good. Guys, if you're just tuning in now, drop your altcoins. Let's take a look at your altcoins, everyone. We are hanging out. We're watching the Bitcoin conference together. We've got this going on in the background. Our next event, there's an event going on right now that started at 10:15, but we're at the news desk, so we'll jump back whenever there's some sort of main event going on. So right now we're just kind of hanging out. We're looking at the crypto bubbles.
Sought after if you're a skilled developer. That's
everything's going crazy in just the last hour. Let's see.
They're hiring for. I can
in just the last hour, things are still doing great.
Skill and that you're interested in working in Bitcoin. One of the best things to do is just simply start doing some work, start showing your proof of work online, so that if a company is looking for someone with your skill set to find them, they already see you doing that work. And
Renders
make it much easier for them to come along and maybe scoop you up to help them out.
Of course, more of Frank's great reporting on BitcoinMagazine.com. You can head there. We'll
Guys, if you have an altcoin, make sure to drop it below so we can take a look at the price chart of your altcoin, discuss your altcoin, hang out as the Bitcoin ETFs or Bitcoin conference is going on. Let's take a look at some ads because these are super fun to watch. Oh, this is that sick ledger. This is that new hardware wallet. Man, how much is this new ledger? Ledger Flex, now on ledger.com. Let's go check this out.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold.
Ledger
it has value
Flex.
for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more because no
it's
central authority controls it. It can never be shut
$250
down.
for the Ledger
Unlike with
Flex.
banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin.
Where's Sailor When Trump? Let's take a look at some of these comments.
Taking Bitcoin mining.
Let's the bull run started. We love Don and Bitcoin. The future is orange. Trump tomorrow at 2 p.m. I've been informed Jack Mallers is not currently listed as a speaker today or tomorrow. That's disappointing. I don't know who Jack Mallers is. I'll just be straight up with you guys. Should I use Kraken to buy CXM Rocket?
Today.
When is RFK? Got it. Oh, guys. Oh, here we go. Oh, is this just the very end? What was that? That was kind of weird. Did they only show us the very end? Someone leaving after a speech? We don't even know. We weren't even told what event that was. Hi, everyone who's just tuning in. Uh-oh. I hit my microphone. My sound quality is a little bit weird now. I totally missed that ad. Zappo Bank. Let's also look this up. Zappo Bitcoin. What is this, guys? What is? Let's learn about it. There's the only way to bank your Bitcoin. Look at this cool website.
We are back with another announcement.
Here we go. Are we?
Of an announcement.
If you know, you know.
Oh, listen.
Up next,
Here we go.
We have Nick Newman from CASA.
Please give him a warm welcome.
Nick Newman from CASA. Guys, what event is this? What time is this? It's 10:25. Nick Newman from CASA. Guys, this is the CASA announcement. Let's see.
Thank you. So, for years now, CASA has been synonymous with Bitcoin security. We built the first Bitcoin multisig that was easy to use, the first plug-and-play Bitcoin node, the first easy way to use the Lightning Network, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan, and earlier this year, the first Bitcoin inheritance plan that's actually easy for your family to use. We've been in the business of changing the game. And today we've got another one for you, and I'm super excited about it. And so I want to start by just showing you a picture of my desk. Now, let's be real. I'm a Bitcoiner. This is my actual desk. I've got cables and shit coming out of everywhere. But let's just pretend this is my nice, clean desk. What do you notice? Well, there's this ledger on it. And let's use a little spy movie tech to zoom in here. Computer, enhance. Thank you. So what do you notice about this ledger? We'll zoom in one more time here. Are you getting it? It's a little unusual. It's still in the shrink wrap. It's unopened.
What? What is this?
How many people I've talked to who are in this exact situation? They buy a ledger. They've got it sitting on their desk, unopened, waiting to be used for months, if not years. Why do they do this? It's because hardware wallets are hard to use. Too many people are afraid to use hardware wallets. When you first set it up, the first thing you got to do is write down this seed phrase, figure out a place to store it. Then you got to you update the firmware. You have to make sure you've got your seed phrase, or else you're going to lose all your Bitcoin. The whole time you're looking at this tiny screen, clicking these janky buttons.
For someone who is totally new to Bitcoin, yeah,
this isn't a
very
problem
scary.
Just for people who are new to this space.
It's totally true.
It's a problem even for people who have been using hardware wallets for years. I talked to somebody who set up a hardware wallet in 2016, put some Bitcoin on it, hasn't touched it since. They're too afraid that if they touch their hardware wallet, they're going to lose all their Bitcoin.
2016.
And so I wanted to do a little show and tell just to go through the experience of what it's like to use a hardware wallet. This is what it's like to use a ledger to sign a transaction through Casa. So the first thing we do is we give you 6 steps to make sure you're not going to mess something up before you even get started. Then you start doing things on the actual ledger itself. You're clicking around, verifying some security stuff. Nobody really knows what they're doing at some of these steps, especially when you're verifying some of these keys.
True.
So success. So why are people still... Oh, sorry, I forgot we have more. Okay, we'll just give it a second here.
He's showing it off.
Yeah, still going. Hey, we're done. That was at 2x speed. It actually took me double that amount of time when I was filming this video, but I had to shorten it so that my presentation would fit into the time I have. I don't mean to be dunking on Ledger. I had no idea that they were putting Ledger right before me. My stack was in the mail, so maybe that thing's going to blow my mind. But this is an equal opportunity problem for all the hardware wallets, right? Hardware wallet UX is just difficult. And for a lot of people, they're too scary to use. But this is a problem. Because private keys are freedom technology. And this is where Ledger and I agree. Private keys have the power to change the world, to give people control over what matters most to them. Your money, your identity, your communication, your personal data and files. All of these are the most important things in your digital life, and for the first time ever, you can control them using private keys. But that only works if people feel comfortable using the private keys. So in our quest to make it easier to use private keys, we looked at the 2 different types of ways to store keys today. You've got cold keys. This is like a ledger. It's stored on an offline device, never touches the internet. It's more secure, but it's also more difficult to use. Then you've got hot keys.
And less convenient.
Like a phone. It's always connected to the internet. It's less secure, but it can be a lot easier to use. And everybody just always thinks these are the 2 ways you have to store keys.
Interesting.
But the Casa team was thinking about this, and we were like, why isn't there a different way, a third way?
Whoa, guys.
Something that has the offline storage of a cold key, but the simplicity when you actually go to use the key of a hot key. Something that when you combine it with a multi-key vault like you can have with Casa, it just provides the perfect balance between simplicity and security. And so we looked for a device that has proven security, that's simple in design, ideally been vetted for years of use by tons of people around the world. And it turns out there's a great one. But it's never been able to use Bitcoin or protect Bitcoin keys. We wanted to think about what can be unburdened by what has been. And so today, I'm incredibly excited that for the first time ever, you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin keys.
Okay.
It's
I'm
a
listening.
game changer for Bitcoin security.
I'm listening.
The Casa team has been testing this over the last few weeks, and it's amazing how much simpler this is to use than a hardware wallet like I was showing you in that video. It's got this perfect balance between the offline security of cold keys, the simplicity when you're actually using it of hot keys. And so we had to think of what's a good name for this type of key, because it doesn't really fit in either category. Of course, we decided to call it a cool key. YubiKeys are used by more than 20 people worldwide. They're secure, they're simple, it's super nice to use. And so I'm just going to show you what it looks like.
Oh, so this is like a mini wallet that plugs right into your phone,
this is what it looks like to sign a
or your
custom
computer
transaction with a YubiKey.
With a USB-C key.
Remember the 6 steps for Ledger? There's one for YubiKey. Plug it in. Then you're going to initialize the transaction with a tap.
Whoa.
And then you'll type in a PIN. So the PIN protects you against somebody stealing the actual YubiKey. And then you finish it with a tap. And you're done.
I mean, this is phenomenal.
It's incredibly easy.
Is that if that's offline the whole time?
And honestly, as we've been testing this, it just feels great and amazing that this is actually using Bitcoin and Bitcoin self-custody. Amazing engineering and design innovation went into making this work.
Whoa.
Because passkeys are what this uses under the hood, and that is not easy to actually work with, and we've done a ton of work to make this feel really simple. The Casa team is the best in the world at this. And they're so good, this is going to be available today for all Casa members.
Fascinating, guys.
So,
what?
Look, hardware wallets are great for a certain type of person.
So this is a hardware wallet.
The new Ledger devices look amazing.
That is easier to use.
If we're going to get everyone in the world using
these guys are claiming this is a better
using self-custody, we have
hardware
to meet
wallet
people where we're at. So Casa tries to start people simple on a simple end of the spectrum, and then as they secure more Bitcoin, as they get further down the Bitcoin rabbit hole, we graduate them to higher levels of security with more secure devices. So how does this work under the hood? To run through this really quick, we start with the Bitcoin key. We're encrypting it with a passkey from the YubiKey, and then storing the Bitcoin key on the YubiKey. So you actually get cold storage of the Bitcoin key. It's not like it's stored on a server unlocked by a YubiKey somewhere. And then when you actually go to sign with the key, the YubiKey today cannot perform Bitcoin signature transactions. So we decrypt the Bitcoin key, and then it sends it to the Casa software, which signs with it locally and then throws away the key. And so I'm sure that some people's response to this will be, well, this requires a lot of trust in Casa. This doesn't feel like it's the right way to handle this. And I agree, it does require more trust in Casa. But we're Bitcoiners. We don't trust. We verify. So today, we're announcing that for the first time ever, we'll be open sourcing Casa's device signing and key generation library. This includes the YubiKey code, so you can verify everything we're doing is
this is legit.
Safe, and this has all been through an external security audit with Halborn to make sure that it's rock solid from a security perspective. So we're excited about this because you can use a YubiKey to store your Bitcoin with Casa. But we're also excited about it because the YubiKey is a great device for securing other areas of your life. You can secure your Apple ID, your Google account, your X account, your Exchange accounts with 2FA, all of these in one device, and now you can store your Bitcoin with it too.
This is just so sick.
If you want to see how this all works and you want to see a demo, we've got a meeting room set up. It's outside the expo center, and down the hall we're able to have
this is so cool, man. How fun would it be to be here in person, man? You get to try this like new type of Bitcoin wallet. Are you kidding me? A cool key?
So come by, meet the team, and join those workshops to learn about some of the legal and security aspects of Bitcoin inheritance.
I would still classify this as
like I said at the beginning, Casa's been synonymous with
as
Bitcoin
a cold wallet
for the last.
I wouldn't call it a cool wallet because hot wallet means connected to internet.
And
cold wallet means not connected on in the internet, and this YubiKey is not connected on the internet. You know, there's multiple types of cold wallets. There's hardware wallets, there's paper wallets, now there's YubiKey wallets. So it's just another type of cold wallet.
You have to think about
probably the best type of cold wallet.
About protecting the accounts that you have online against hackers, because all of this supports the
open source is
of
awesome.
your Bitcoin. And so this is a day that I've been excited about for a really long time, because today is the day that we unveil a big step from on our path from Casa being about Bitcoin security to Casa being about security for Bitcoiners. And you might be thinking, Nick, you just reversed the order of the words. What's the big deal here? It's a big deal because security for Bitcoiners means that Casa isn't just a place you store your Bitcoin. We're not just another multi-sig. We're helping you think about how to use private keys, and we're giving you tools to use private keys to secure everything important in your life: your money, your identity, your files, your communication. We're helping you think about all this and secure yourself so that you can focus less on plugging security holes and less on anxiety about bad things that might happen, and more on the world's scarcest currency, which is the time that you spend with the people you love doing the things that you love. So this is our invitation to join us on our mission to make private keys simple and safe for everyone in the world to use to make their lives better and more secure. Thank you. Have a great rest of your conference.
Guys, that was awesome. What a fascinating event. This guy just introduced a new type of wallet. Thank you so much for watching, guys.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I'm your reporter on the ground, Q, and I'm joined by none other than Neil Jacobs, co-founder of FOMO21. Now, Neil, we were just talking about the fact that you and I have gone.
I have to edit that down and post it on YouTube.
Conference. How has it changed? How has it grown from B21 to here we are in Nashville?
Yeah, so the last 3 years has been in Miami. Bitcoin 2021 was insane.
Yo, guys, that was wild.
The bull market, right?
Anyway, we are back at the news desk.
And lockdowns, but you know they left.
Let's go ahead and make this a little bit quieter. We can do some more charting now. We can keep taking a look at Bitcoin. We can take a look at Ethereum. We could read about stuff. Let's check X, see if we got to make a post about this. Let's see if anyone else is.
And it might be one of the biggest conferences I've ever been at.
Casa just announced a new type of cold wallet.
Later today, we'll have RFK Jr. speaking.
Yeah, guys, RFK Jr. is at 4 o'clock today. Michael Saylor's at 2. Good morning if you're just tuning in. Casa just announced a new type of cold wallet that they're calling Cool Wallet.
You realize why you're in this space when you come here.
Guys, if you are not subscribed to the channel,
which is a UB key wallet.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Power panel to discuss
okay, let's go back
at the conference today as people pour in from around the world.
Hello, if you're just tuning in, guys. Welcome to the party. We're just watching some crypto. If you have any altcoins, drop them below. We can take a look at their charts. We can talk about your favorite altcoins. We can talk about crypto. I wish the sound kind of came up a little bit faster. Hello, everyone. We are back at the news desk because the Casa event just finished. The Casa event just finished, so we can go back to charting. We can go back and take a look at the crypto bubbles, seeing how the crypto reacts to that. How is everyone doing today? That was really fun. Now we get to go back to talking about crypto and altcoins. I am so surprised that Jasmy is pumping. I'm surprised that Jasmy is still here, even. Quite honestly.
Starting from zero and getting to a $1 trillion market cap.
Is it Jack Dorsey? No. This guy just looks like Jack Dorsey. CEO of Twitter.
In waves, right? Because people are social
or former
animals,
CEO of Twitter.
They get pulled into the mania, but we have to keep in mind what is behind the system, which is that you've got open source software that is, for the first time in human history, creating finite scarcity, only 21 million Bitcoin.
Fascinating. Love it.
And then on top of that, you have a transactional system that's global, 24/7, censorship resistant, and digital, and cash. And you've never had electronic cash before. So you put those two together, and it really should be no surprise that Bitcoin has skyrocketed like this. And as long as those two stay in place, which I don't see any reason why that's going to change over the coming decades and centuries, then Bitcoin's going to continue on this trajectory.
Morgan, you're a financial planner. People are coming to you asking about whether maybe they should invest in Bitcoin. What kind of questions do they bring now? Has that changed during your time as a financial planner?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we see people all the time who they want to know how much Bitcoin. How much should we own?
They just want to know how much they should
just
buy.
want to know. It's the number one question is like, how much Bitcoin should I own? And it's funny too because prior to Bitcoin
it's the most
being
important question. How much should I have?
How much wealth can I afford? So it's kind of nice to see it shift from a consumption item to a savings technology, where people's minds are at. And you know, it's a hard question to answer because it's so dependent on people's specific financial situation.
No, it's not as much as you can afford.
We try to spend a lot of time with people, getting to know them and getting to know what's important to them.
I'm gonna be in trouble.
I encourage anybody, whether you work with a financial planner or not, to do that. To spend the time getting really clear on your goals, where your life wants to go, what you think you need over the short term, what you need over the long term, and then from there you can really make a good decision about how much Bitcoin is appropriate.
Guys, we're probably going to be taking a break
at see the returns and the performance. Frank, I mean, how do you respond to people who are coming in?
Maybe 11 until probably 1.
Should I just throw everything in today?
Yeah, I think people have been saying that forever, right?
We're going to be taking a little bit of a break. Never disclose how much Bitcoin you own. That is totally true, guys. Let's discuss this.
Okay, I'm just going to get in on another coin earlier.
There is a serious danger to disclosing how much Bitcoin you own because
I don't think we're going to see. I think whatever.
And like, but we talked about this yesterday during the stream. Like, everyone knows that Michael Saylor owns billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin, and the concern with that is like, if someone knows, if like a bad actor knows how much Bitcoin you own, there's this myth that like, oh, it's like totally Bitcoin's totally safe and no one can get to it. But here's the thing, there is a central single point of failure in Bitcoin, and that single point of failure is you. If someone kidnaps you and is like, hey, you keep talking about you've got 10,000 Bitcoins, I want them, send them to my address. Yeah, what are you going to do? And I think this is something that we're going to be seeing a lot more of, people like Bitcoin kidnappings. We already actually saw one. I covered a news story a few weeks ago now, probably a month ago now, where there was that guy in Florida who kidnapped a bunch of people and forced them to send him their Bitcoins. Like, we're probably going to be seeing that a lot more. And if you've got a lot of Bitcoin and you disclose it, there is a potential risk that thieves will be looking at you.
They look at it practically of getting from point A to point B.
With bad guys will be looking at you with their mouths watering.
Basically on that same level is that
so
while they don't understand what a UTXO is and what elliptic curve cryptography is,
I am going to go ahead and put this to the crypto bubbles for just a moment.
And that's
so we can look at the crypto bubbles. And I have to go ahead and add a new text source called We'll Be Right or back at.
Yeah, so I think you need to know something, right? You need to know enough to think that this is something that's appropriate for your financial situation.
At whatever time, because we will be taking a break in a little bit.
All the way over the cliff and down the rabbit hole in order to even take a 1% position. For some people, though, they can just sort of say, oh, my neighbor owns it, right? And maybe I'll buy it. And so I think, somewhere in between going all the way down the rabbit hole and, just my neighbor next door keeps talking about it is probably where most people should land.
Ignore this right now. I'm not actually leaving right now.
In order to take a larger position size and to be able to sustain that through many different cycles and so forth and really stomach
this has
volatility,
to be a
you
black
have to have a deep
outline.
understanding of Bitcoin. And so what I generally recommend for people is that if they don't have a large understanding, is to start with these smaller positions. And generally people get excited about it.
Always. You always start with a little bit of Bitcoin.
Dip their toe in, get their ankle in, get their knees wet until they're, fully swimming in the swimming pool. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about the price, the psychological factor. $67,000 today here in Nashville, Tennessee, and around the world. Obviously, this plays a role, right? When it was $10, $15,
Guys,
$20, easier to take a chance. Frank,
it's going to be quiet for just 1 second. Give me a sec.
It's a great question. Yeah, I think unit bias is a big thing, right? So I think there are still some people out there who think, oh, well, I can't afford a Bitcoin, right? Surprisingly, I mean, we know that Bitcoin each Bitcoin can be broken into 100 million units, which are called Satoshis or Sats for short. So what I tell people is often that please don't pay attention to that so much. I think it's getting a little bit more popular to talk about how much Bitcoin can $1 buy you, which is about 1,500 Sats or so right now. I hope that sort of people have talked about Sats becoming more of the standard when we come to pricing this. I hope that is the case for people who are sort of a bit further out, looking at this price, saying, well, I don't have anywhere near that amount of money to spend on something like this, so I'm just going to back off from it.
Well, of course, taking questions on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We'll be broadcasting live for the next few days. I want to talk about the family life and family and friends, how we approach Bitcoin as a topic. Morgan, given that you're a financial planner, have you had success in your life converting family members to Bitcoin, getting them to take it seriously?
I love that question. So I generally recommend, and I've done this personally, don't bother people about Bitcoin if they don't want to hear it, right? I think that you have to understand when somebody has their mind open and when they have their mind closed. And so if you're approaching, right, a rock and a hard place, right, if you're just going to keep butting heads, and people don't like being talked at, people like having a conversation with. And so this applies to family, friends, clients, whoever it is, right? We can't just orange pill just because Bitcoin exists. You have to orange pill to somebody who has their mind open. And so when family and friends have had their mind open and they're asking questions and they're willing to listen, then that's the right time. And when they don't, let's talk about something else, because I want to stay family and friends.
That's right.
Well, conversation about Bitcoin, conversations amongst your family and friends here on the stage. We're going to send it over to our roving reporter, Q Gahimi. He's live on the floor talking to some of the speakers and the attendees at Bitcoin 2024. We'll be
Sorry,
right back.
I'm back. I'm back now.
Thanks, Rizzo, and I'm here live with Brady Swenson, one of the co-founders of Swan. Brady, how's the conference been treating you thus far?
Man, the vibes are high. Exciting times for Bitcoin.
Okay.
It's good to catch up with you last night, seeing a lot of Bitcoiners. You know, everybody always says it every time you on Twitter. When Bitcoiners get together, it just feels good. Spend a lot of our time sort of disconnected online. Meetups, conferences like this, must do.
Friends in real life. Actually, all of our friends online exist in real life. But we were talking a little bit before about how this has become one of the most politically charged Bitcoin conferences.
Yeah.
Give me your thoughts of what we're going to see later today and tomorrow.
Guys, actually, you know what? Maybe we will go to break right now. Why don't we go to break right now?
Trump, of course. Kamala Harris was talking about the idea anyway.
We'll be back at 1.
This is happening at least a cycle earlier.
Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Bringing Bitcoin to the presidential level of politics and on that stage. And I think it's going to be amazing for Bitcoin, obviously.
even in the darkest places in the world. North Korea, all these women escape North Korea. They all get enslaved and sex trafficked.
Hello, welcome back, everyone.
Thousands of people do this every year. They're put through this.
Welcome back. We took a little hour-long break. We were going to come back at 1.
2 years ago on the
Then I
stage,
started
told
missing
you
you guys, and so I'm back now
it's very
early.
hard to use the US dollar
What is
to
up,
rescue
everyone?
these women.
Thank you, Gretton, for the
They
sub
use
while I was gone.
and church groups to rescue people who are trapped in China. And it's very hard to use the US dollar, but Bitcoin has made their job so much easier. So look, Bitcoin is a light.
So what event are we watching right now?
Bitcoin users can escape the central bank digital currency endgame.
Let's find the name of this event.
All that digital money, it's all
Welcome back to the party. The party
programmable
continues,
tool that
guys.
eventually
What
is
is
gonna
up,
happen.
y'all?
If we didn't have Bitcoin, we'd be screwed. We'd have interest rates,
Is this
interest rates. You'd have expiration dates on your money. You'd
Bitcoin
have,
financial planning?
Restrictions on how much meat or oil you could buy or where you could go. So we can get out of that.
This is
dystopia
probably
through this thing. This is
Bitcoin
amazing
financial
use
planning
case.
is my guess.
And, at the end of the day, we just have to ask, how do the dictators feel about Bitcoin? Well, what do dictators need, right? So dictators need censorship, confiscation, and closed capital markets. What is Bitcoin? And what's the American idea? Well, red, white, and blue, free speech, property rights, and open capital markets. So I think, there's going to be a transition, and no one knows if it's going to be
I'm just
pretty
pulling up the stream on my
or
phone.
easy. It might be tough. But on the other side, we're going to have an amazing America that's really rooted in the idea of power.
Guys, list your alts in chat so we can cover your alts and talk during these news breaks.
Activism, I can say in the industry, a lot of that's virtue signaling. I mean, what does free country X really do? But by helping someone achieve financial freedom, that's real impact. I mean, I would basically propose to you that pound for pound, helping people learn about Bitcoin might be the single most effective form of human rights activism. It really might be. So yeah, let's go.
I feel like the audio is a little weird on this. I feel like it's going up and down kind of a little bit. Hi, everybody tuning in. We just finished our break.
About how to use freedom money.
Welcome back, guys. Check this out. I have my coffee ready. I don't know if it's transparent on the screen. I have the water ready.
Darkest corners of the world.
Is there some people are trading the Trump speech.
Money has failed most people on earth badly. Our monetary and aid system
guys, Trump's speech is tomorrow. Let's again
slowly, steadily uniting,
pull up the schedule.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Let's pull up the schedule. Okay, and so looks like they are either transitioning or going on break. Yeah, there's a transition.
Yo, welcome back to the news desk at Bitcoin 2024 Day 2. Of course, Simply Bitcoin is back, and we are here to take over the news desk for the next 40 minutes or so. With me on the desk today is Adam O'Brien, founder of Bitcoin Well, and of course, my legendary co-host, Optimus Fields. Ladies and gentlemen, we're Simply Bitcoin. We'll be your guide through these tumultuous
guys,
times.
today we have a big event in 2 hours. Let's pull up the schedule.
Bitcoin is the most watched daily Bitcoin live show. We go live Monday through Friday.
We have our schedule is at today. Let me make them a little bit quieter so you guys can hear a little easier. There we go. So we have today. We have finished our morning. Our big. Man, they're kind of loud today. Let me turn them down a little bit more.
This is a historical conference, and the reason
guys, our morning event is done with James Seyfarth. That was the art ETFs surpassing FAD, and obviously not because they just launched and they have been already tremendously successful, and they will be even more successful in the future. Next, we are waiting for 2 p.m. when Michael Saylor is giving his speech, and then at 4 p.m. today, we have RFK Jr. giving his speech.
Inevitability. Wow, that's a hard word.
Tomorrow is the Donald Trump speech at 2.
I was a good boy.
Donald Trump speech at 2, and then at 3:35 is Vivek's speech, guys.
Politicians.
Hello, everybody. Guys, make sure to say hello. Make sure to say hello while you're here. Make sure to drop your altcoins so we can discuss your altcoins.
We have the Daily Wire here. We have Michael
Wait,
Knowles. We have
Michael Knowles?
that didn't get famous
Michael Knowles at the Bitcoin conference?
that are here covering a Bitcoin event.
That's so crazy. Wow.
It's surprising to them that, first of all, that people know them. Right?
Michael Knowles at the Bitcoin conference.
Cover, right? And Bitcoin is slowly but surely creeping into the mainstream consciousness. And one of my favorite quotes, and I'm sure a lot of you guys know who this comes from, but fundamentally, politics is downstream.
That's sick, y'all.
Culture. So if we want to win this, we want to win.
Politics affects culture. That what a great line.
Before we even came on live, guys, we were sitting here talking with Mike Germano, and he was acknowledging the Daily Wire was here, and he was like, man, they were so surprised at how many Bitcoiners knew who they were. And we're like, yeah, there's a huge overlap here, and it's very obvious to us Bitcoiners, but it's very amazing that people outside of our industry don't understand that this is not just a Bitcoin conference. This is a freedom conference. This is about people wanting personal sovereignty. This is about people actually wanting to effectuate change. We don't think there's a political solution. The Daily Wire, obviously, on the right, and they're realizing in real time that, oh my goodness, there is an untapped market for our content with Bitcoin.
There is a political solution, but it's not the political solution that people think. The political solution is, it's not how hard you vote, it's how you vote with your wallet, right?
Yep.
And the most important vote you can make, and I say this all the time, is taking your Bitcoin into self-custody.
Right.
Like, that is the most powerful vote. I'm not saying normally, like, normal voting is not important. It's definitely important, specifically in this election year, right? Ross Ulbricht's freedom is on the ballot. You know, the right to take self-custody in the United States. The right to mine is on the ballot. So it's very important to vote traditionally, but also the most powerful vote you could make, especially if you don't live in the United States. You live in a totalitarian government. Vote with your wallet. Buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, and put that said Bitcoin into self-custody. Adam, you're from Canada, my friend.
Dude.
You don't have, you guys don't have the freedoms and the privileges.
Wow, what a fascinating idea. What if you had to before you vote? It wasn't free. It was like $2 to vote.
The province that you're from.
Imagine if it costed $2 or $1 to vote. Could you imagine that? All these people that vote for the meme, or they see a meme on Trump, or they see a meme on Kamala Harris, and they're like, ha ha ha, it's the funny lady I saw in my memes. I'm just going to go vote for her because I saw her in my memes. Isn't it, like, I'm sure if it costed, not expensive, something just like $1 or $2 to cast a vote, I'm sure that would, like, prevent a lot of the joke votes or a lot of these fake meme votes, and it'll, I feel like that's such an interesting idea. Guys, what are your thoughts on like it needing to cost money to vote, something like $1 or $2 to incentivize legit votes, prevent these fake voters, these meme voters?
Is moving, is shattering.
What are your thoughts on that?
The energy around Bitcoin, because like you said,
hi guys, we're slowly getting more people tuning in as we just finished our break, and now we're at the news conference, so we can check the crypto bubbles, we can check the charts. We can talk about altcoins, your coins. We can go scroll through X, guys. We're just hanging out. We're partying. It's the Bitcoin conference. They just finished an event, so now we're waiting for the next one. And let's check their agenda. Right, the next event is at. So we have a few starting now, but it looks like they're not covering any right now. Possibly the next one will be at 12:20, so in about 10 minutes, legal and regulatory aspects of citizenship by investment. Guys, if you are just tuning in, make sure to drop your... Is this guy just in chat saying just buy gold and silver in the Bitcoin conference chat? Just buy physical gold and silver? No! What are you doing in the Bitcoin chat? Just buy physical gold and silver? This guy's even against digital gold and silver, huh?
Yo.
Guys, if you have altcoins you like, drop your favorite altcoins. We'll talk about them. What's going on here?
One and only Uncle Rockstar. Get over here.
Dude, wait. You're going to come on stage?
All right, yeah, you get here.
You're going to come on stage and you're not going to give me a hug, Rockstar?
Get in there.
What is this, bro?
Who is this guy? What's going on? This guy is from obviously BTC Pay, Bitcoin Pay, which is a crypto payments gateway for businesses.
Oh, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Rockstar Dev, one of the
Rockstar Dev,
legendary
Bitcoin dev.
He's contributed so much, joining us on today. And little birdie told me you have
something really, really cool.
Oh. Why does everyone want, like, what are in your pockets, Rockstar?
Maybe I should
what's in my pocket
pull up my own stream on
Free Ross, right?
Free Ross, ladies and gentlemen.
On here.
What does this do?
So
what is this?
It's a Bolt card that allows people to, like, you don't want to have Bitcoin wallet on your phone. You can pay.
Okay.
Can you zoom in on this?
Let's
Look at the eyes
do
on this
this.
card here.
Let's
Ladies
do
and gentlemen, for anyone who's
this.
watching,
Wait.
For anyone who's watching on the stream, Ross's eyes are lighting up. Laser
Whoa.
eyes.
Amazing.
Ross Ulbricht is the guy.
Hey, in the mugshot. In the mugshot.
Bro.
Wow, and the flag connects. That's amazing.
Amazing.
Wow.
Opti, air horns, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Simply Bitcoin Takeover.
Rockstar, are
the
these
Bitcoin-
live? Can people buy these?
So people can buy these $10.
That's the guy who ran the Silk Road on the dark web.
If you ask me. And then
Let me quickly pull up my own stream
them for you. You can use them
on my
here
channel,
at the conference.
and I'll turn off the volume.
Processing payment.
Please.
Is this gonna just fry my CPU?
Webworthy, Michael.
Let's just have that.
That made that happen.
Yeah.
So
Back here.
It's a
Nah,
Bitcoin
here.
conference.
Perfect. Don't look at
People
that.
need to be able to pay in Bitcoin.
Absolutely. And these two figures, I
'Kay.
just want to pull them up again. These two figures, right? We have Donald Trump, of course. You know, he announced at the Libertarian Conference that if he is to get elected, the first thing he's going to do is free Ross, right? So it's
Free
extremely
Ross.
symbolic, extremely cool. You guys want to know why we're going to win? It's because we got people like Rockstar in our team, baby.
All of us. It's a team effort.
Absolutely.
Right.
Well, yeah. So look, I just got to mention this. This is a very.
You also get Rockstar.
Oh, wow! Look at this. Look at these three OG. Look at this. This is
Oh,
incredible.
himself.
Freedom-minded people I'm holding in my hands. So look, ladies and gentlemen, this is an incredibly important election. I say there's three people specifically that we got to free, right? One of them being Julian Assange. That happened. Yeah. One of them being Edward Snowden, who was a speaker of the conference, a speaker at the conference, I might add.
Is Edward Snowden speaking here in Nashville?
One, right? And we're in the process, if Donald Trump gets elected, of freeing another.
Freeing
and
Ross.
Of course, the final boss is we got to free Edward Snowden, which I think as our movement continues to grow in influence and popularity and continues to seep into mainstream consciousness, I think it's inevitable that Edward Snowden is going to be allowed back to the United States. Anyways, Rockstar, this has been an incredible conference. I feel like this is Bitcoin 2021. I feel Bitcoin 2021 energy. For anyone who wasn't at that conference, that was a conference that Nayib Bukele made the announcement that El Salvador was going to make Bitcoin legal tender. That was when Michael Saylor said he was going to do the Bitcoin strategy. It wasn't proven at the time. That's when Jack Mallers gave this heartfelt speech about, influencing Nayib Bukele and rolling that out in El Salvador. It was an incredible conference. I feel the energy in this conference, right? Is it because Donald Trump is here? Is it because of the energy? What's your take on this?
I think it's because they're the ones now feeling the energy and doing the work for us.
Nice. Absolutely.
Because when you see, like, we have put in the proof of work, we continue putting in work. But now that you have politicians shilling Bitcoin, doing the work for us. You have Larry Fink. Thank you, man. So,
up our bags, Larry.
Listen, I'm telling you, like, for me, it's that they feel it, and we just see all of that, and we should just, like, sit back and relax. Because for me, 2021 also was very special, because I'm the one coding the back end of Strike, making that happen. But now it's, like, even better. Like, hey, let them do the work. We sit back. We help a little bit. Free Ross, remind them of their promises. And
Absolutely. And what I gotta say also is, and you kind of buried the lead there, and I don't want to focus on that, right? And this is actually Kaiser that said this. Larry Fink, if you hold Bitcoin in self-custody, now works for you. Michael Saylor works for you. Donald Trump potentially might be working
All
for you.
true.
Right? This is the beauty of an aligned incentive structure system, unlike the fiat system, which is completely different. Opti.
Absolutely true. If you own Bitcoin, all these guys that are promoting Bitcoin are working for you. They're looking to increase your wealth and your portfolio. I'm working for you.
I know we say it all the time, breaking the echo chamber. We are getting into the mainstream consciousness, and people are realizing the power of Bitcoin. Yes, we're still early to this, but the fact that we're having, RFK Jr. on the stage today, we're going to have Trump on tomorrow, Snowden's on in 3 hours.
Crazy.
Like,
Is he really?
A very
what the heck is going on? I did not know that. Snowden's on it. When's Snowden on? Snowden keynote at 3:30. What? You're kidding. You're kidding. I had no idea. This is nuts. Edward Snowden speaking at this.
Have to. What a novel idea. Work for us. Everyone that is a Bitcoiner works for Bitcoin. And now we have the biggest bags in the world working for Bitcoin. How are you not bullish on this?
Absolutely. And I got to say about yesterday there was the karate combat contest. Nick Carter won, but the big news out of that event was RFK. RFK literally said, and I quote, "I put most of my wealth into Bitcoin. I'm fully committed," right? So
he
now
did say
you
that.
have a non-zero chance that a president that could potentially get into the White House. I know RFK is polling pretty low right now.
Look, his poll numbers are under 1%.
That not only do we have a pro-Bitcoin
Yeah,
president in the White House,
not gonna happen.
we actually have someone who's holding the majority of their wealth in Bitcoin in the White House. And I mean,
No. I wouldn't get your hopes up with this.
Bitcoinization. Adam.
Bro, I mean, you cannot stop the free market train. Bitcoin is free market money. It is protocol and not rulers. It is just the absolute way to have people store their time into a better way to store their time.
Yeah, could you imagine what Germany's thinking right now? They got all this Bitcoin. They acquired all of this Bitcoin at 56K, and then dumped all of their Bitcoin at 56K, and then immediately after it jumps up $10,000, jumps 20% or whatnot, 15%.
Also, like I have to add, it's crazy. It's crazy situation. And I'm hearing all kinds of things from these politicians, but until all of them are as committed as RFK, like, hey,
yeah, 100%.
But I think they're getting it. We got to separate state and money. We're at that point of fiat clown world where even those within the system, especially them, they see how much it's not working, and that something that's more robust and scalable must happen. So the same way we separated church and state,
Am I allowed to say that?
State and money, and we're getting allies not at like local level only.
I won't shamelessly show in the chat.
Rockstar, where do you think Trump
RFK will endorse Donald Trump.
I will tell you after.
On the boat card. On the boat card.
Glitch.
There we go.
Glitch of drinking water while wearing masks. Wait,
Michael
what?
Taylor
Did he
also
drink water?
said, again, this
Who
is
is
all
this
happening
criminal?
in a matter of,
Yeah, I
of
dressed
days.
a
He
little
said
sus.
the
Did
US
RFK speak
government
ready?
should
No.
own the majority of Bitcoin.
You know
He also
what?
said
Never mind. I'm
BTC
chilling.
Is the Manhattan in cyberspace. And one of the things that I was thinking
I'm just seeing if they want to.
when the German government recently sold basically all of their stack, terrible, like 20%
I'll say this.
at this point.
Weeks later. It hasn't even been weeks, bro.
They literally
I'll just say
sold
Watchparty
their
on my
Bitcoin
channel if you want to watch
something
with
that they
me.
can create out of
Not
thin air.
invasive. Not going to post any links or anything. Just if you want to join and watch and hang out, then you can come join.
Literally themselves.
Yeah, they're helping.
Don't want to be annoying with
They're
it.
helping us, right?
So you saw my tweet of that?
No, what was it?
It was like the selling of Bitcoin will be one of the most retarded things German government ever did. And I tweeted it out. It was the bottom, like literally. So it only went.
Yeah.
Up. But what you're saying,
Yeah, imagine, dude. Germany sells all their Bitcoin the next day. It's up 15%. That's just ridiculous. What do you think they're thinking right now?
And I agree with that. Like, that's what it is. It's the
What is up, everyone tuning in right now?
Go ahead.
And we are waiting. Okay, so this next event, if we are starting at 12:20, if this next event at 12:20, if they're going to go to that, then we're going to watch that together. Let's see, 12:20. So that event is called Legal and Regulatory Aspects of Citizenship by Investment. So we will see if the news channel goes to that, and if so, then that's what we're going to watch together. So yeah,
Bitcoin, but it's a free market. So
hopefully.
I would
Otherwise,
just
the next event is at 1, and our main events, guys, our key events. I'm gonna go ahead and show our little graphic here so you guys can see. So we have Michael Saylor at 2, and guys, it's not on this graphic that we made, but at 3:30, Edward Snowden is speaking, and then right afterwards at 4, RFK Jr. is speaking. So we have a very crazy from 2 to 4 o'clock today. It's going to be a crazy couple hours there. Tomorrow at 2, that's when Donald Trump is speaking, and then tomorrow at 3:30 from 4:30 is when we're going to have Vivek. So really exciting. 2 to 4 today, right? We got 3 key speakers today, and then tomorrow we have our key speakers from again about 2 to 4. So yeah, crazy. Okay, let me get this off the screen, and then let's go back to the actual stream. Guys, if you are just tuning in, you can feel free to list some of your favorite altcoins. We'll take a look at those while we're hanging out, because we are partying right now. We're watching Bitcoin. We are watching, the crypto bubbles. We're just watching everything. We're hanging out, so we can talk about any altcoin, chart any altcoin. We're just partying.
What's your take? 100%. I mean, look, like Adam and
Say hello.
Rockstar were saying, as much as we might get a weird feeling about governments buying Bitcoin, state organizations buying Bitcoin, we knew this game theory was going to play out eventually. Yeah. Bitcoin is for anyone. And again, everyone has the same problem. There's nothing to save in. And if you've understood the basics
so it looks like it is 12:21. I'm not sure if they're going to take us to that segment at 12:20, the regulatory aspects, or if we're just doing the news conference till 2, and in that case, if we're just doing that till 2, we can just take a look at the crypto bubbles. You know what's interesting? I don't know. I could have missed it, but Conflux has just pumped like crazy, right? Yeah, and in the last hour, some of these coins have been doing really, really well. I'm curious. It was something. Did something happen with these coins? Why are these doing so well in the last just hour?
The institutions are coming. But now we
in the last couple hours, this is doing good.
We're seeing Bitcoiners be like, I don't know about this.
But it's what you said. People and businesses and governments don't have a reasonable asset to save their excess in. And I love the way I was listening to John
I'm going to, again, just in case anyone wants to, I will make it known that
you produce more than you consume, which is what we're called to do as human beings. Give the world more.
I'm just going to say watch party if you want to watch together. Just going to, make it, let people know.
Pour that excess value in. You look for a better one. Bitcoin is the obvious one. And finally, we've got governments, businesses, small businesses, corporations, individuals, like everyone on planet Earth is waking up to that fact. And I'm bullish on the future, man.
Absolutely. And I would say
I just want to let people know that that's an option if you guys want to watch together. I'm not going to post any links. Not going to be annoying or invasive.
But the vast majority of people still don't understand that there's a better money that they can use that will literally fundamentally change their lives. Like, people are still asleep to that fact. They're trying to seek a political solution where the solution is just to opt out entirely. And it's funny because that fixes the political issue in the first place, right? But anyways, guys, you are listening to the Simply Bitcoin Takeover at Bitcoin 2024, Day 2. And I kind of want to pivot the conversation because we have some epic speeches and keynotes today. We have Michael Saylor at
3:30, or Mike says at 2, Snowden's at 3:30.
Which is interesting because that's bipartisan. We have a senator from the Republican side and we have a senator from the Democratic side. I can't emphasize this enough. Bitcoin is a bipartisan issue. The current administration, they made it partisan when they attacked Bitcoin with the proposed 30% income tax, the attack on self-custody, of course, the anti-Bitcoin legislation, Operation Choke Point 2.0, the denial of Caitlin Long's Custodia banking charter. They created a situation where they gave the opposing parties, Independent, RFK Jr., and the Republican Party, Donald Trump, they literally just handed them a gift and say, look, you guys could just take the Bitcoin voting demographic because you guys are going to see that as an opportunity, and that's exactly what happened. So I'm really excited about this because that's what people have to understand. Bitcoin is inherently apolitical. It doesn't lean left. It doesn't lean right. It's for everybody. It's just the current administration.
Isn't it sad that
let's see what happens in November. So
politics has, since like the advent of social media, and you know, probably before, but especially since social media, isn't it kind of sad that politics has become more of a popularity contest than, you know, who will be better for the country?
In Bitcoin. What an incredible lineup. Rockstar,
you know,
who are you most excited for?
No one really knows a lot of the actual policies or bills of major political candidates or the senators and whatnot, but people still have opinions on it. You know, people vote based on what they see memes for.
I won't need to do the whole
Yeah.
taking off like KYC check, but I get Secret Service guys. They love me. They absolutely love me. Like, look, so yeah. But I love actually like the whole program. Honestly, like, and me personally, I'm mostly looking forward to Snowden. But Sailor is always great.
Really?
Why are you most looking forward to Snowden? What is it about
Because,
Edward Snowden and what he did that inspires you?
Well, with Edward Snowden, like I also helped organize a Noster World on conference, and Edward Snowden is one of our speakers at Nostrasia in Tokyo. Him and Jack Dorsey had this fireside that's on YouTube. You can look it up, and they had this amazing conversation about all the topics, and I was like so blessed to be like Noster conferences are less than 1,000 people, so I was able to walk up to the first row and sit and have Jack Dorsey and Snowden converse
Wow.
on Bitcoin, on
Oh,
Nashville, on
wow.
freedom. And then
Did you imagine?
as someone that's sitting there consuming that, like, you're enlightened. So to me, that's like Snowden has a special way of talking about topics and telling the truth. He's so good at it that it got him in this much trouble. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that speech because of that.
Absolutely. What about you, Opti? Who are you most excited for? Sailor, Lummis and Gabbard, Snowden, or RFK Jr.?
Well, to Rockstar's point, I think Snowden's probably going to be one of the best speakers that we see today because, again, we've been talking about it today. This is a
Finish the
freedom
coffee.
movement, and he was on the front lines, and he, you know, put it all on the line for freedom, for truth. And I think that's what all of us Bitcoiners try to do in our own way. Obviously, we're not at that level. We're not, you know, ostracized from the U.S., but I am really excited to see RFK, considering the clips that we've heard come out the last couple of days. You know, he's like, I'm a huge supporter of Bitcoin. It's like Rockstar say, until everyone comes out as a politician and is like RFK Jr., we still have a lot of work to do. So it's going to be very interesting to see what he says on stage.
Dude, and what do you think RFK is, like the polling numbers? I wonder if he's just testing to see how his polls continue to grow from this. Like, there's a world where we see RFK and Trump debating on who is the biggest Bitcoiner, which is like crazy to me, considering 2 years ago, or is it 3 years ago, Trump was like, yeah, Bitcoin's for criminals, it's no bueno, and now we've got him saying, I'm a Bitcoiner, RFK, I'm a Bitcoiner. They're going to be competing to see who's the biggest and the best Bitcoiner.
Who's the most maxi?
Dude, who's the biggest maxi? Like,
you
crazy.
bring up a great point, because you do remember with RFK doing the whole Ethereum thing?
That's right.
And they're like, go back. Because I've been hearing from other people that are more into this that Bitcoiners is a group, and then they lump us up with crypto people. We're like, no, but we're like, crypto, that whole segment is getting to be as powerful as evangelical Christians.
Yes.
Like, imagine that.
That's so funny.
Such a short period of time.
15 years,
so
man.
what you're saying, like, if we get politicians to do that, like, I have this.
No, I have more Bitcoin. No, I have more of my wealth in Bitcoin. No, mine's in cold storage. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, and this is like the beauty, again, I can't emphasize this enough. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
You're a broken record.
I'm going to, so it gets into people's minds. The beauty of Bitcoin is that it's an aligned incentive structure model. What does that mean? Do you think miners are mining Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? No, they want profit. Do you think node runners are running nodes out of the goodness of their heart? No, they just don't trust them.
Well, we'll be back at 2.
Do you think Bitcoin evangelists are just evangelizing Bitcoin out of the goodness of their heart? They might like talking about Bitcoin.
Come on. There are some altruistic idiots. Like, look, let's go. So.
Look, they're good and valid reasons for this sort of.
Hello, and we are back after our little bit of a break, guys. So we have a couple hours of crazy stuff. So let's make a Discord post real quick. Let everyone in the Discord know. I just messaged in the public chat here just to let them know. Guys, if you're coming from the chat, what is up? Welcome.
And I think,
let me just post in the Discord.
This is just an effort to try to kill the industry using this type of regulation. It sounds good on the surface, but as you dig in, it's devastating because it's misapplied.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay.
I did say earlier I wanted to get back on the miners.
The Discord has been pinged.
I think here in the state of
okay,
Tennessee,
so we are tuning in the middle
to be one of the places that lead the way with Bitcoin mining.
Let's see. A Bitcoin mining. That's right. There's a lot of Bitcoin mining stuff. So this must be.
Attended a meeting at Mar-a-Lago with a number of the top publicly.
This must be
with President Trump.
Open source mining.
In 2025,
this must be open source mining.
For, let's say, specifically miners in the mining industry.
And then we have Michael Saylor's keynote at 2.
Has been attacked aggressively by the environmentalists, by a number of people.
All right, guys, let's watch.
Our view here in Tennessee is quite different, and President Trump, gets this completely. The Bitcoin miners are tremendous customers for those who want to build out the electric grid. We want to build our grid out aggressively.
Weird popping sound from the mic.
The Tennessee Valley Authority, which is our utility here, is the largest in the nation. It's a source of competitive advantage for Tennessee that we have this grid. The Bitcoin miners are
weird popping sound from the mic.
They're setting up operations. Frankly, they do it in
let's make sure that we're recording for
things of that nature. It's been good
there we go, for YouTube, for the YouTube guys. Welcome, everybody.
Tennessee right now has 42% of
guys, if you got altcoins you want to talk about, make sure to post them in the comments.
Nuclear investments are massive. To be able to know
his mic is something's going on. Is it
that's necessary to justify the next level?
Is it rubbing against his cheek?
The Bitcoin mining industry can help us do that. And as we build toward the type of grid that will be necessary to support AI.
Guys, at 2 o'clock is the Michael Saylor keynote.
Coming in. You think about semiconductor manufacturing and fabrication we want to see happen here. I'd love to see it happen in Tennessee. We've got to build the grid for the future, and Bitcoin miners can help us get there. One of the unique aspects of the way the energy consumption.
What is up, everyone? Hello, YouTube, if you're watching this on YouTube.
Necessary. So if we have an event like a storm, super hot weather, or a freeze, they can shut down, whereas other
this is a Bitcoin mining event. So this is, they're talking about Bitcoin mining right now. Guys, we are waiting. We've got a really big event happening in just a few minutes. Michael Saylor is going to be speaking, and we can watch that together. I'm going to go ahead and post in the comments. Not yet, but let the chat know, not invasively, don't want to be annoying, but just let them know, hey, if you want to watch together, we are watching this over here at Crypto Nerd.
They understand how to do nuclear.
What is up, everyone? How are you guys doing today?
Of years ago, back in the 70s, with 3 Mile Island and a movie called The China Syndrome that scared everybody away from the industry. We were on the right sort of scale curve. We were lowering our cost, and we completely blew up the scale curves by backing out of the industry and imposing massive regulations. So the cost to build a new nuclear plant has gone through the roof.
But whatever.
We need to take a realistic perspective on the permitting, the timelines, look at small modular reactors and a lot of other technologies that we can really succeed with. And go very hard at it. Again, the industry here can help us cost justify those investments.
That's fantastic. All right, we have to win in November. All right, we won November, we win. What else do you see on the agenda now? We got the House, the Senate, the presidency. What else is on the agenda then?
Well, I think if you look at what will be most impactful for the entire economy here, and also from our geopolitical position, President Trump will get back into the energy business full bore. What we saw happen on day one when the Biden administration came into office is they waged war on domestic energy. Joe Biden immediately took federal lands off the map for exploration. That's a quarter of our capacity off the map right now. You try permitting a pipeline right now, a refinery, next to impossible. What they did is they flatlined us. We were on a growth trajectory like this in terms of our energy production. They flatlined us. Their solution has been to appease Iran, let Russia produce, let Venezuela produce. That's not the right answer. America needs to go back into full production, and we will when President Trump comes into office.
Or are we getting fake comments?
It will immediately lower cost. You think everything in America has to be transported. That will have an immediate positive impact on inflation, clearly. But it also makes us a much more powerful geostrategic partner, meaning we can become the supplier of choice to Europe again. We just lost that status in May of this year to Russia. We can become the supplier of choice throughout Southeast Asia. You think about a counterweight to China's Belt and Road Initiative, that is it. We can have a dramatic impact on our posture in the world if we play to our strengths and build on the fact that America's innovation has driven us to a point where we can be the #1 provider of energy in the world. We can, we should, and we will after November.
That's so well said. I know we have a few seconds left, Senator, and hopefully, I mean, this was amazing. One more round of applause for Senator Haggerty.
Thank you.
Didn't know this guy was a senator. This is Senator Haggard.
Senator, just some final thoughts as it relates to your Bitcoin journey and what you could see from the community to support you.
Well, I just say this. I know if you turn on the television, there's so many things that can depress one and make you feel like the nation has gone to hell in a handbasket.
Haggerty.
But when I look across
this is Freedom Tech, Bitcoin's policy outlook in 2025 and beyond.
What I see is the energy.
This is Senator Haggerty. Senator Bill Haggerty.
And if we think about the innovation,
his mic's little buggy.
It's right here. It's resident at this conference. I couldn't be more proud of America than I am today, sitting here with all of you. So thank you.
Wait, what are they saying in the comments? This guy stinks.
Senator Haggerty, everybody.
This guy stinks. God, yo. Bro, this guy stinks. Wow. Make Sailor Treasury Secretary. And we are back at the news desk, y'all.
Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine.
Okay, so we are seeing the Michael Saylor.
Republican from Tennessee. We're here back at the live desk with a pro athlete panel. We've got Mr. Sean Harris and Russell Okung hanging out with us here, talking to everybody out on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Want to read a couple
Okay, everyone. We have, and I just posted again in the chat to see if anyone wants to watch together, just in case some people are watching alone and they want some more fun. We have Michael Saylor coming in 2 minutes. We're getting the Michael Saylor keynote. This is going to be a big event. Very exciting to see what Michael Saylor has to say. I'm going to have to be a little more quiet because, I mean, that's good YouTube content. That's going to be exciting because that will be re-uploaded.
Especially because you're going to be able to mine Bitcoin with nuclear-powered energy. But that takes a decade to get started, so I don't know if we can do that here in the United States.
Yeah,
we have such a fast change in who's the president.
Trump is speaking tomorrow, guys, just in case.
Russell, your reaction to hearing a sitting senator speaking so positively about Bitcoin?
Look, as I've been walking around the conference, there are tons of political activists outside, right, and they're all trying to get us to root, right, for whatever candidate. And I guess I would say I don't really care. About
guys, Saylor is giving his keynote in 2 minutes.
At the end of the day, right, the reality is that.
Well, I'm excited right now.
Bitcoin
I'm getting all hype.
Be bigger than RNC.
Yeah.
Bigger than the DNC. Bigger than the NRA. Right, like all those people are going to come here. Senator Haggerty and all the like. They're going to want to pander to this audience. Why? Because we are becoming the most powerful force in the world, not just the nation. Right, we are the last line of defense.
Oh, come on. This guy's a little... This guy's saying powerful things, but...
people on my side. Well, we need better terms. We need people who are serious about
a little bit low energy. I was hoping for maybe some stronger energy if you're going to say...
We need to protect code.
Such powerful, bold things.
We need to protect our influencers and the people who are speaking and hanging out with these guys. By the way, shout out to David Bailey. Shout out to David Bailey. Love what he's doing. Love
he's a soft-spoken guy.
Let's keep this thing rolling.
Of course, the bigger story, the declining dollar. Sean, your sense of do the average people, understand that?
Yo, Michael Saylor's coming on soon. They better not talk through it.
Congressmen are in charge of.
Well, I mean, if you look at just your natural.
Michael Saylor is up in 1 minute.
Be able to support, one man can support a whole family on a normal job. He could have 8 kids, and that was normal. And then our parents could have a few kids. Nowadays,
with a high school education, even.
Yeah, and nowadays, if you have a good education, you have to have dual.
Hello, everyone. When Trump is speaking tomorrow at 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Right now, we have Michael Saylor speaking in 1 minute, and then Edward Snowden at 3:30. And then RFK at 4. So we've got a next couple crazy hours. Tomorrow, Trump is at 2 p.m. And then Vivek Ramaswamy is at 3:35 p.m. So we have a couple crazy days in a row, starting now, really. It is 2 o'clock now, so Michael Saylor should be going up any second now. If you guys if you're watching this on YouTube, make sure to subscribe so you can join us live. The next one we are going to be streaming tomorrow, starting early.
And it's going to keep solving different problems for different people.
And if you're here live, make sure to drop some altcoins in chat if you want. We can take a look at some charts. We can take a look at some crypto bubbles, see how your coins are doing.
Yeah,
let's see let's see what Bitcoin's price is at right now. Bitcoin right now is at 67.5 thousand from all this hype. So we'll see what it is after this talk. We'll see how the market reacts. Right now we're seeing a lot of green, Look, Mu is pumping now. Dude, Conflux is up to over 20% now. Jasmine is up 15%. Solana is up almost 10%. Filecoin, everything's... Look at this euphoria. Look at this euphoria in the...
Why? Because it's going to usher forward
euphoria in the market. Mu is up, has doubled in a week. Let's see the hour. Yeah, look at this. Very crazy. I wonder if someone said Mu. Did someone mention Mu during the chat? I don't even know. Let's go back because Saylor should be speaking.
It's predictable, right? We have 10 guys that can make a decision in the back room in DC about the cost of money, about the price of money and how it flows and if it stops, quantitative easing, quantitative tightening.
It is 2:02. Saylor's keynote is about to happen.
No one can change those rules. I played basketball for years. If someone changed the rules of basketball in the middle of a game,
guys, check this out. It is now 2:02. Michael Saylor should be getting ready to speak.
The guys in GME that were doing
Saylor's keynote's at 2, and it's going to be from 2 to 2:30.
And then all of a sudden, just turns it off, and they say you can't buy this anymore. The same thing happens, right?
Saylor's at 2 at Nakamoto stage. They better have coverage of that.
So for me, I want money that's
it's Michael Saylor. Come on.
I want to know the rules, and I want money that doesn't debase my wealth. And that's what Bitcoin provides
Sean,
for me.
why support the ETFs? Why not ordinals? Why not any means necessary? Any way to get people off the U.S. dollar standard that's failing?
Ordinals,
because I think
what?
Some people can sometimes they go down a certain way and can get
very different from
can get them disillusioned to what
spot Bitcoin or Bitcoin ETF.
Offering. If someone thinks that if they think that an ETF is Bitcoin, and then they realize that there's a 6102 that happens, then that's actually was never their Bitcoin. It was an IOU to their Bitcoin. And so I want people to understand what it is the right way. But look, sometimes people do understand. Maybe they do learn as they get a touch point with something like an ETF. Maybe they get a touch point, and that brings them down to the
203,
and they really understand what Bitcoin is.
Of course, we're going to be going to the main stage in
here
just
we
minutes
go.
Now, Michael Saylor, CEO of MicroStrategy.
Oh, here we go.
Stage for a keynote, guys. Want to talk about Michael and what he's doing, amassing.
Okay, so they're getting ready. He's about to start, guys. This is going to get crazy.
What can do for us, having amassed that stash and promoting it as he is?
Well, look.
Imagine having billions upon billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. How nice is that?
Right, he has been serious about transformation.
He's got the dream. He's the one who had. You hear everyone say I had half a Bitcoin 10 years ago, but then I sold it, or I forgot my password, or it's gone. He's the guy that actually bought 50 Bitcoins, 100 Bitcoins, and never sold it. He did what we all wish we did.
And save us, right? But we have code. We have each other. Right, so I'm looking forward to what he says, but my perspective won't change.
Heading now to the Nakamoto
Here we go.
stage.
Here we go.
Michael Saylor, chairman of MicroStrategy.
Here we go, guys. We're starting.
A city known for freedom, and I'm honored to follow Senator Haggerty and address you today.
Hello, everyone on YouTube. This is the Bitcoin Conference 2024. Michael Saylor is speaking, and so I will be quiet, but let's watch this together and enjoy.
Some are with slides, some are without slides. I got a lot of a lot of good comments on the ones with slides, and so I figured the best way to make this presentation better was more slides. So number go up, and with no more delay, I want to talk about the Bitcoin revolution.
Whoa.
And I also want to talk about rebuilding our global economy with digital capital.
Let's talk about it. The Bitcoin revolution.
The world, as we know it, is based on 20th century ideas and 20th century technology. Stocks trade 9:30 to 4 unless there's a bank holiday. You can't do things on the weekend. Everything is slow. Everything is expensive. If we want to prosper in the 21st century, we need new ideas, and they need to be based on new technology.
Hi, everyone just tuning in. Shh.
This chart you've seen before. I popped it up. It's $900 trillion of global wealth. It's that $900 trillion, it's spread across physical assets and financial assets that are 20th century ideas, 20th century technology. And in the upper left corner is a little orange blip.
They should zoom in. This is crazy.
Asset that could, what we call Bitcoin. It's $1 trillion.
Right here, this tiny little dot's Bitcoin.
It seems like a lot if you started with 0, but when you look at it against the greater scheme of things in the world, it's 0.1%. Here's another way to see that same chart. It's not 900 trillion of assets. It's a bunch of assets held for their utility value and a bunch of assets held as a store of value, long-term capital. When I buy a house, I want to live in it. But when I buy a bunch of bonds, I just put my money there because I didn't know what else to do with the money. And when you start to see the world as a big chunk of long-term capital, $450 trillion or more of capital, and you start to think about the way we store that capital, you see the engine for the revolution. The global economy struggles because we're relying upon imperfect assets and imperfect systems to store that capital. It's crippling our capital preservation. So how do we engineer a better system? Well, this is Tesla, and Tesla had a quote. He said, "You want to understand the universe? Think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." I'm going to translate that. I'm going to talk about the physics of money now.
Whoa.
What are the physics of money? Energy is money, or capital, or wealth. You could use them interchangeably for the speech. Frequency is about the duration or the lifespan. How long will it take? A minute, an hour, a year, a century? And we vibrate money every time we trade with each other, or we transfer from one locale to another, or we transform a property into another type of asset. And so here is an important equation. This is useful life is equal to the value of an asset divided by the cost to maintain that asset. If you're looking for the useful life of your money in an asset, then the way to figure it out is ask, how much does it cost every year to maintain that asset in pristine condition? What do I have to spend in order to avoid depreciation or decay? It turns out that useful life, is very close to something we know in the Bitcoin community as stock to flow. They're very related if you're measuring them in years. Many individuals and most corporations, they use financial assets to preserve capital.
Quite controversial.
And this is the source of a challenge for us. Let's talk about financial assets. I want to keep my money for a long period of time. Start with $1 billion, put it in the peso, and the money is decaying in 2 years, right? A 98% inflation rate strips you of your economic energy or your capital. This is not a good long-duration asset. The Turkish lira, your capital lasts 3 years. The US dollar, under traditional monetary inflation for the past century, might last 14 years, but it's not like you have it for 14 years. The life is being sucked out of you linearly over the 14 years. Put your money in a hedge fund. What's the annual cost? It's 2% management fee and then 20% of the upside. About 4% a year if you're investing in normal assets. That means it's a 25-year asset. Treasuries, you're going to get a yield, but the 3.5% after-tax yield goes against the 7% monetary inflation. Maybe your money lasts 30 years. Capital in a mutual fund where you pay a 1% fee, 100
it's Michael
years.
Saylor, so
That's
we have
about
to
the
be
best
quiet.
you're going to get. If you manage to buy a diversified portfolio at 10 basis points, the counterparty risk is going to drive you to a 1% cost. So those are your financial assets. We're running the world on a 20th century set of ideas, and on average, a financial asset is going to last you 30 years. We all know inflation dilutes the value of financial assets. But inflation is just the tip of the iceberg. You're also going to get diluted by tariffs and tolls and torts and transfers, taxes. We got all sorts of taxes, income tax, capital gains tax. Every time you vibrate and move the money, you get taxed on the money. And then if the taxes don't take you and the torts don't undo you, you've got weather and competition and obsolescence and politics and catastrophe. Those are the things that dilute the value of your capital over time. And if you want to maintain economic energy, you have to fight against that friction. Well, most people realize that's a frustrating endeavor and it's a no-win endeavor. So they give up on financial assets and they start turning to physical assets to preserve capital. Well, here's the physical asset, a Ferrari. Not a good way to keep your money forever, though, because after 5 years, you've spent as much on the insurance and the upkeep and the depreciation as it's worth. Yachts aren't much better. If you spend 10% of your money operating it, you also get hit with depreciation. Don't store your money in yachts. A home in Miami Beach, if you buy a $10 million house, you better come up with $10 million to maintain the house over 17 years. Now you've got no money left. Silver, 22 years. A warehouse, 40 years, maybe 50 years. Bar of gold, 62 years. A painting, 72 years. Land, the average property tax in the United States is 1.1%. That means your money is going to last 91 years unless the government reassesses the value of your property.
Land is king, man.
Then it's going to last less than 91 years. The oldest family ranch in the United States is King Ranch. They made it 173 years. Every other family in the country failed. And here's the longest held property, the Crown Estate in the United Kingdom. You could say the royal family held it since 1066, but on the other hand, it passed from the Plantagenets to the Stuarts, through the Lancasters and the Yorks, and eventually found its way to the Hanover family. And so maybe 7 different families split that. None of them got to take it with them. So physical assets you might think might last 1,000 years. Probably about 50 to 75 years is the best you're going to do. Entropy is diluting the value of your physical assets. It's sucking the capital, the energy out of them. There's a reason it's called Earth and not heaven. Because politicians are very creative. They got a city tax, a county tax, a state tax, a federal tax, a transfer tax, a usage tax on the property. And if that doesn't get you, there's rent control, price control, or a culture shock. Then you got competition. You might get discriminated against. There's recession. The currency can collapse. Your tenants won't pay you. Someone will slip and fall on the front sidewalk and sue you. There's weather, war, crime, and catastrophe. And if energy prices go through the roof, it's going to be hard for you to make a go of it. Physical capital is not a simple solution. Something I learned at MIT, the 3 laws of thermodynamics. You can't win. You can't break even. But you can't get out of the game. So you could stop right here and be a little bit depressed, But then again, we don't want to lose. So you start thinking, what if we could find a way out of the game? Then we could break even.
Well,
then you could win.
Technically, it wouldn't be a law then of thermodynamics.
Satoshi found a way.
It's not a law, technically. But yes, he did.
He gave it away. And he went away. And that's Bitcoin. Bitcoin is digital capital. That's what he created. Bitcoin's immortal, immutable, and immaterial capital. And I use that in this sense. It's got an infinite lifespan. It's not being attacked by the forces of weather and entropy and inflation. It's immaterial in the sense that it's not in the physical world. It's not suffering from all of those parade of horribles that are the scourge of financial and physical assets. And it is the solution to our economic dilemma.
Wow.
The transformation of our capital from financial and physical assets to digital assets, it solves the problem that we're all facing. Now, how long-lived is Bitcoin? Well, take your Bitcoin and put it at scale with a custodian, an institutional-grade custodian. You pay 10 basis points. By the first law of money, that means you're going to last 1,000 years. The custodian might not last 1,000 years, but that doesn't matter because you can move the Bitcoin every year or every decade, and you can stay one step ahead of the custodians failing. You can't teleport a building. You can't teleport the King Ranch. And so Bitcoin is that thing that you can move.
Mm-hmm.
Say you custody your Bitcoin. You can self-custody your Bitcoin for about
Whoa.
1 basis point a year, assuming you buy good hardware wallets and signing devices and spend a day a year to keep track of it. Now you've got a 10,000-year asset. And what happens if you give it to the AI? Well, an AI or a computer program can maintain those private keys for the cost of electricity. You've got a 100,000-year asset.
Bitcoin AI
the
custody.
AIs are going to want the Bitcoin. If they have a choice between owning the Bitcoin and owning the ranch in Texas or owning the bar of gold or owning the Argentine peso, it's pretty obvious what they're going to want, and you can see here why they're going to want it. Digital assets are in a class all their own. When you compare them to all the other assets that you can use for capital preservation, you can see they're off the scale. Everything else is living in the domain of 30, 40, 50 years, and you're in the domain of 1,000 to 100,000
Where do you want to keep your money?
It's a breakthrough in capital preservation, but it makes it a revolution in economics. If you would be rich, trade wisely. And here's a very simple principle. Trade temporary for permanent. Trade your ice cream cone that's melting for the peso for the dollar for the land, and the land for the Bitcoin. Trade the currency for capital. Trade something fragile for something resilient. Trade something local for something global. Trade something physical for something digital. Trade the security for the commodity. Trade the commodity for the scarcity. You can't go wrong moving in that direction. So let's talk about some great trades in history, some trillion-dollar trades. The Dutch understood naval power. They understood ships. They had thousands of them. They bought the best port in the New World for a couple of $100 in plastic and textile trinkets. And that's worth $2.5 trillion today. Okay? It was an investment that's returned 6% for 398 years straight. It's a 10.5 billion X
10 billion X
return. And if you think about it, you're
Crazy.
like, why would I actually give up the best port in America for a bunch of textiles and plastic and glass? But the people that sold the thing to them didn't understand naval power. If you don't appreciate the reason you're going to want the property, you won't value the property. Napoleon wanted to gallivant across the old world, and Jefferson wanted to expand in the new world. So France sells Louisiana to the U.S. for $15 million in 1803. The $15 million probably lasted a few months fueling the French army. It's gone. Jefferson got that. He got 27% of the United States. It's an 800,000x return. Worth 12 trillion or more. It'll be worth more. Jefferson had some vision, as did this man. Seward pays $7 million for Alaska 2 years after the country's decimated by the Civil War. John D. Rockefeller is trying to start an oil company. Today, there's $1 trillion of oil underneath Alaska. It's a massive return for a piece of paper. How much is digital capital worth? Take the $450 trillion, multiply by 3%. That's your entropy cost or your inflation cost. It costs the world $13.5 billion a year to take all of those parade of horribles when they're trying to preserve their wealth. If you put a 20 P to E on it, like you'd value a company or a long duration bond, that's worth $270 trillion. So digital capital is worth 10, 20, 15 trillion a year, and it's worth hundreds of trillions of dollars. Reality check.
Yeah.
Is he full of BS? Well,
Bitcoin is the best performing asset of our lifetimes
for the past 4
by
years.
far.
Financial capital, the best in the world, is the bond. It's minus 5%. Imagine capitalizing your company or your country on a minus 5% instead of a plus 55%. It's obviously working. And now let's come back to my chart here.
Mm-hmm.
Global wealth.
This is the market cap of all these different things.
We see the little Bitcoin, square.
Gold has a $16 trillion market cap.
But
Art has 18 trillion.
Here's my macro Bitcoin forecast. It's 21 years. Goes out to the year 2045.
This is crazy.
What do I think will happen? Well, I've got a bear case and a bull case, but what I think will happen is that 55%
base case,
ARR
13 million
goes to 50%,
per Bitcoin.
45, 40, 35,
Nuts.
30, 25, 20. It's between 50 and 20.
We need to see that chart.
Till it's growing
That's
about
YouTube
twice
content
as
right
fast
there.
as the S&P index. And at
13 million per
$13 million
Bitcoin
a coin in the year
in 20 years.
13 million. It could be a 3 million bear case. It could be a 49 million bull case. But what is Bitcoin? 7% of the world's assets. Then. What
That's
about
only
the
at
rest of the
7%
assets?
of global asset.
Well, I actually think that AIs and technology are going to revolutionize tech. We had no companies worth $1 trillion. Then we had a bunch of $1 trillion companies. You're going to see more because you're going to see companies with 100,000 AIs and no employees, and they're going to do the work of companies that used to have 100,000 employees. You're going to see mega corps develop, shipping robots and self-driving cars, and a company that gives a personal physician to 1 billion people without any doctors on the payroll. So clearly, equity is going to grow fast. Gold's going to get demonetized. Land will be less monetized. But look, here's the future in 2045. Doesn't look that revolutionary. It looks like today. It's just that Bitcoin is visible on the chart to you.
Yeah,
when Bitcoin
it was
is
a
visible,
tiny little square over here
that's
before.
going to be the base case. Now, what are the implications of this? How do you make money? Well, let's talk about individual Bitcoin strategy. What should you do? Make Bitcoin your primary treasury asset. Convert your excess earnings to Bitcoin. Utilize subsidized credit. If the government will loan you money, borrow the money at cheap rates and buy Bitcoin, and find a tax-efficient way to invest the Bitcoin. What shouldn't you do? Don't quit your day job. Don't lose your focus on Bitcoin. Don't use margin loans and trade with leverage. You get wiped out while you're asleep on a Saturday night. That's not good.
Mm-hmm.
Good? 30-year loan for 3% backed by the government on your land, bad. Overnight 10x leverage. So what's a typical person? Well, we actually model an individual, and we said, what if you had $750,000 in net assets, and you made 200 grand a year, and you're going to make 5% more every year, and you got a savings rate of 25%, and you can invest $50,000 a year. Well, there's a lot of strategies. You could be the normie and do a normal strategy, diversified portfolio. You can be a 10%er, and you can put 10% of your assets into Bitcoin. You can be a BTC maxi and put 80% of your assets and put 80% of your earnings into Bitcoin. You could be a double maxi, and that's when you basically take an extra $250,000 loan against the house. And then the triple maxi is you finance the house for Bitcoin, you buy Bitcoin, you flip all your assets to Bitcoin, and then you move to a cheap tax jurisdiction where you actually can avoid some taxes and invest an extra 50 grand in Bitcoin, maybe a Singapore or UAE or something. What's the result? Well, this is the result. The normie ends up with $8 million in 21 years.
Crazy.
The 10%er will more than double that. The maxi ends up with 100 million. The double maxi 150, the triple maxi 214 million. You can see the power of leverage, and the choice is yours. And you can also see, it takes 15.9 Bitcoin to be a triple maxi. 6.25 Bitcoin will make you a wealthy person.
It's a lot of Bitcoin.
Let's talk about corporations. Dues. Convert your capital to BTC. Convert your cash flows to BTC. Issue equity to buy BTC when it's accretive. Issue debt to buy BTC when it's accretive. Don'ts. Don't bleed your capital with taxable dividends. Don't surrender your capital with stock buybacks. Don't dilute your shareholders with risky, overpriced M&A activity. Here's our typical corporation. $100 million of cash flow, $1 billion of enterprise value. It's growing. It's generating a lot of cash flow. Its share price is $100. And now the issue is, what's your strategy? Normie, maxi, double maxi, triple maxi. Well, the normie's going to be okay. You'll have a $1,200 stock price, but just 10% allocation doubles it. The maxi is going to nearly 8x it. The double maxi is $17,000 stock. The triple maxi is $28,000. What kind of company do you want to run? Reality check. This is a triple maxi strategy at work right now. This is MicroStrategy. It will be 48 months on August 10th of this year since we started down this road. 48 months. And, if you're running a company, and there's 300 million companies out there, if you're running a company and you think you can do what Microsoft and Apple and Google do, then good for you. You can get to a 20 to 25% ARR. If you want to copy NVIDIA, you will beat everybody. But I think that right now in the boardrooms of Microsoft and Apple and Google and Tesla, they're stressed out about copying NVIDIA. And the irony is, it's easy to copy MicroStrategy. I just gave you the playbook. It's simple. This is how it compounds over 4 years. Right? 4 years of doing that gets you to a 1,300% improvement. Wow. So, bottom line, build a strong capital structure, avoid dilutive financial practices. Let's talk about an institution. You got a church, a charity, an endowment of Harvard, any nonprofit, what should you do? Modify your charter to invest in BTC, reallocate from short-term duration assets to long-duration assets. You know, you wouldn't invest in ice cream cones. Don't invest in the peso, but why are you holding 20-year financial instruments? Don't own 50-year physical land instruments. Buy a 1,000-year instrument. Use BTC. BTC is the cost of capital, not the S&P. The S&P is 13%. BTC is 55%. Right? Think of 55%. That's your cost of capital. And then use intelligent leverage. Okay, here's our model, $1 billion portfolio. You want to be a normie, a maxi, a triple maxi. Here, at the maxi, we just said put 100% in at the double maxi, and triple maxi is take 10% leverage. And that's what happens. You start with $1 billion, and in 21 years, you'll have $5 billion of your normie, and you'll be patting yourself on the back, talking about what a good job you've done managing the endowment.
Crazy, man.
Oh,
Bitcoin's just so amazing. And like the thing is, Michael Saylor is using,
it could have been 100x.
You know, realistic numbers.
Hard,
he's not talking about,
10,000%.
He's talking about
now let's talk about wealth.
Totally regular APRs, 5%, 10%, and it's 55% CAGR is like an actual thing.
Well,
we can look that up right now even.
Reallocate your treasury from gold and bonds.
We can look at Bitcoin's 4-year CAGR right now. Really quick. Then we'll get back to it.
Issue currency to buy Bitcoin. Issue
Bitcoin's
debt to buy the
4-year return
Bitcoin
right now is 60%.
Laws.
It's even higher than what he's saying.
Self-custody
60%
for individuals and corporations, and support
so it's
integration
backed by
with
data.
The banking system of your country. Those are all do's. The don't pursue policies hostile to Bitcoin and Bitcoin holders. This was not complicated. Now let's say you're an indebted country. You're actually in debt. You're running a deficit. I could name these countries, but I won't. I'm just going to say you owe a lot of money and you're struggling, your interest rates are high, and you don't know what to do. Well, here's your strategies. Are you a normie or a 10%er or a maxi, double maxi, or triple maxi? The maxi is you put 1/3 of your treasury into this. A double maxi is 65%. And a triple maxi is put all your treasury into it and start issuing debt. For those of you who can actually read, right, the subtext of this is the first country to buy Bitcoin by issuing its own currency wins. This is simple. You print paper. Remember that Seward check?
It's totally true.
Issue the check. You'd be like, well, you know, you could whine. Oh, we couldn't afford it. You know, it was 2 years after the Civil War. The country was bankrupt. Millions of people are dead. The South is in disrepair. The North is angry. And this guy, Seward, comes up with an idea to buy frozen tundra, a lot of it, from a bunch of Russians that wanted the paper. Okay? So people have done things under worse situations. But you can see here the normie strategy is you owe $3 trillion. You're not getting anywhere. The maxi strategy pays off your debt. The double maxi strategy makes you rich. The triple maxi strategy makes you very rich. Why? Because you're buying the property that everybody is running to in 100 years, and you just go buy it now.
Yeah,
like
Manhattan,
Standard
200
oil
years
was
ago.
Nothing. There was no gasoline. There were no automobiles. We had no diesel locomotives in 1867. We invented all that stuff. But common sense says, oh, I can buy something that's equal to about 1/5 of the size of the nation for a few dollars. Why don't I just grab it? Bitcoin strategy for wealthy foreign countries. Let's say you have a lot of money. You know, maybe you're Saudi Arabia or Norway, and you make a lot of money. Well, what's your strategy? You want to be a normie, a maxi, a double maxi? A maxi puts 25% of their money into Bitcoin. A triple maxi goes 75% and converts their surpluses into Bitcoin. here's what happens. You just get insanely rich. $58 trillion of rich. But, you know, more than that, this strengthens
in 20
your
years
national
only.
security because you end up with $50 trillion or more of digital capital nobody can take.
Plus,
like, they can't steal
can you
it,
imagine
right?
the
They
amount
bomb
of
your
businesses
country, they
that
invade
will,
your border. They're
you
not
know,
getting
go
the
to
Bitcoin.
countries that promote
Right, so this is good for
honest
your financial
money.
security and your national
Right, businesses are leaving the U.S. because the dollar
no,
is going bad.
If you are Saudi
It's already
Arabia
bad.
or Norway, and if you pursue the triple maxi strategy,
That's why they're moving to, you know, they're
Sarah
either
says
going
it's
to
very
countries
easy
with
to
lower
do,
taxes, it's cheaper, better money.
it's 4.2 million Bitcoin you end up with at the end
And
of
if you're a
that
country
line.
that promotes
means
this
there's not
and
a lot of
accepts
room
it,
for triple maxis.
all businesses are going to
Not
want
at
to
the
come to you
nation-state
and
level.
operate in your country.
Right, there's going to be one. There might
Bitcoin
be two.
is wealth creation
At some point, right?
and
this
wealth
is
preservation.
An opportunity for an aggressive mover. You can have a lot of triple maxi families and a lot of triple maxi corporations. Not a lot of room for triple maxi nations. And let's look at the U.S. U.S. is a special case. Well, the rules are still the same, right? Buy Bitcoin, sell the paper, get rid of your gold, go long range. And the don'ts are still the same. Don't harass the Bitcoiners. Don't send the industry overseas. Don't send the capital overseas.
Yeah.
But
Donald Trump, who's speaking tomorrow at 2, you know, that's why he's talking about he wants the U.S. to be the central hub of Bitcoin.
That the United States is going to be run by
He wants to bring all Bitcoin mining, all Bitcoin here, and then with that will come all these businesses, all this growth.
We're going to create robot cars and robots and, you know, billion-person websites that give you free accounting and legal and medical advice. And all that's going to grow our revenues faster than our grows our expenses, and we'll eventually get to the point where interest rates come down. But the question is, what's the United States Bitcoin strategy? And we could be normies. You could be a 10%er. That's kind of like buying 500,000 Bitcoin. You could buy 1 million Bitcoin. A double maxi is 2 million Bitcoin. A triple maxi is buy 4 million Bitcoin. And then start sweeping the surplus of the nation when it comes into Bitcoin. And the consequences? Well, if you're a normie, you know, if you're a normie and you have great productivity growth and brilliant technology and the robots do all the work for us, you're still going to be in debt. It just won't get much worse. I mean, that'll save us. We need that. If you're a maxi, you'll pay off half the debt. If you're a double maxi, you got a surplus. And if you're a triple maxi, instead of owing 30 trillion, the nation has 30 trillion. Right? Bitcoin is not the solution to all our problems.
Could you imagine? Imagine if the U.S. became, you know, and other countries became open to crypto.
And the important point is, the other half are very complicated. They'll take a lot of people and energy. This half is simple. This is a very simple thing to solve half our problems. So Bitcoin is cyber Manhattan. Hundreds of trillions of dollars of capital are going to go there. We're going to demonetize Russian tundra and Chinese real estate and everything in Africa and all of the crappy buildings. Everything anybody bought that they didn't need, it's getting demonetized. You buy a Bitcoin, you owe a building. Otherwise, a boulevard, otherwise the entire neighborhood. It's only 276 to the third. That's what you're looking at right now. And I'm going to leave you with one quote. Satoshi Nakamoto kicked off the Bitcoin network January 3rd, 2009. On January 17th of 2009, 14 days later, 16 months before Pizza Day, when Bitcoin was worth nothing, and it was not going to be worth anything for a year, Satoshi Nakamoto said it might make sense just to get some in case it catches on. If enough people think the same way, it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And never have wiser words been spoken. You're staring at $1 trillion of proof, but there's still 1,000x to come, and you have a lot more information in your fingertips.
That's so nice.
The writing is on the wall. Bitcoin
I'd like 1,000x.
is the future of capital. It's the future of money. It might make sense to get some because it has caught on. Thank you.
Wow. Guys, what an awesome speech, everyone. That was fantastic. Yeah, let's quickly post. Everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. I might be live right now, so to go ahead and double check that and make sure to subscribe, turn notifications on so you can be pinged when I go live next, and make sure to join the Discord link in the description. Thank you. Okay, that was just for the YouTube guys, everyone. That was just for the YouTube people. Let's go ahead and let the actual chat know, just in case anyone's alone and they want to be part of the watch party. Let's see how Bitcoin reacted. Oh, Bitcoin's up $300. Let's turn the news desk down a little bit. That was just fantastic. Michael Saylor is awesome. I'm going to farm that for YouTube content for sure. What is up, everyone? Let's take a look at the crypto. Crypto is just soaring today. How about in the last hour? How does that affect crypto?
Bitcoin is
everything's just up. Yeah, that's really exciting. So crypto has responded quite positively to that. That was really fun.
Should buy 4 million Bitcoin. Sounds good, right?
Hello to everyone just tuning in. That was awesome. That was Michael Saylor, CEO of MicroStrategy. Let's take a look at the agenda, see when Edward Snowden is speaking, because the next major event is Edward Snowden, who's going to be speaking.
Almost 20%.
And I believe he is at 3:30. Isn't that right? 3:30. Let's go to 3:30 and just double check that. I'm pretty sure Edward Snowden is at 3:30. Yup. Edward Snowden keynote speech is at 3:30. So we've got just under an hour. We've got an hour to hang out and listen to the news panel, or we can, watch your altcoins, whatever you guys want to do. We got some time. If you have a specific altcoin, yeah, Bitcoin is pumping in response to that. Bitcoin's almost back to 68K. If you have a specific altcoin you're a huge fan of, go ahead and drop it in the chat so we can take a look at it. Let's take a look at the itinerary really, really quick. Guys, look at this. So we just finished the Michael Saylor speech, and it's not on our graphic, but we have at 3:30 Edward Snowden speaking, so we're going to farm more YouTube content for that. Then at 4 o'clock, we have RFK Jr. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to quickly end the recording, and I will start the recording again later when we get closer to the Edward Snowden speech, because that will be definitely its own video. So we're waiting for just under an hour, about 45 minutes, until our next main speaker, who is Edward Snowden. Very cool. Very cool.
I don't really want that.
Okay.
If I had a preference of a government owning.
Hello, everyone who is tuned in. Oh, and this just got
live on the floor. Stay with us.
Muted.
News desk.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm coming to you guys live from the Genesis stage in the Expo Hall. The Expo Hall actually has 3 different stages, open sourced all the way in the back right, as well as the mining stage in the back left. This line continues to wrap around fully around the Expo Hall. Senator Tim Scott just told us, look, I was blown away, was not expecting this. This conference has gone off the charts. Back to you at the desk, Rizzo.
We're back at the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee.
That was quite short. Okay. Should we take a look at anything? Guys, I'm going to post it in chat, see if anyone wants to join the party.
Really, he's giving people a guide, an adoption grade into Bitcoin.
Let's just be on the bubbles for now, guys. And then in the background, you can hear that the news panel is talking. We can always go to that at any moment, but right now we're taking a look at the crypto bubbles. This is really exciting and fun. We're seeing Conflux is up, Popcat is up. I saw what happened to Mew, because Mew was pumping like crazy earlier. What happened to Mew? What happened to Mew? I thought I see Mog pumping. Okay, so Mew fell back down under the top 100.
Vivek is in the conversation.
Yeah, Vivek is here. Trump, this Trump meme coin is MAGA is just pumping like crazy in response to tomorrow. Oh man.
I don't think he wants to get political.
Oh, Arrow is up 24%.
Open to meeting with people.
Wow.
Take a side in any administration.
Well, the die is cast, and he's put out the call. The United States government buy 4 million Bitcoin. The plan remains to be seen. We're going to throw it back to the main stage now to hear about Bitcoin and macro investment trends with Kathy Wood of ARK Invest.
Oh, guys, Kathy Wood is speaking right now?
We'll be right back at the Mara News Desk.
No way.
Just said really won't matter much.
Hello, everyone watching on YouTube.
Really
this is Kathy Wood.
That, and I'm just going to start off by talking about the convergence between and among technologies that are evolving today and creating massive growth opportunities.
Hello, everyone watching on YouTube. This is Kathy Wood from ARK Invest. Check this out. I'll be quiet.
That is a massive convergence opportunity. Many people analyze Tesla as an auto company, and yet we believe at ARK that it is actually the convergence among robotics, so autonomous taxi networks, robots, are going to be a very big part of the equation. Energy storage, they will be electric, and artificial intelligence, creating explosive growth opportunities. So the reason for that is each one of these technologies is following an S-curve, and when you have them converging, they're going to start feeding one another and creating incredible growth opportunities. And I think what we're here to do today is to talk about convergence involving Bitcoin. And I would say one reason that we've seen the price appreciation recently is the recognition more and more. There's a lot of education taking place, especially 11 ETFs issued at the same time. You've got 11 asset managers out there educating as many people as possible. And what are we saying to them to make this understandable? We're saying that Bitcoin is 3 very big ideas in one. It's a technology, right? But if you think about it, it's leveraging off the internet. It's the layer of the internet that developers didn't put in place in the early 90s because they never dreamed that financial services or commerce would take place on the internet.
Well,
so
also, I mean, blockchain wasn't invented yet.
The internet. It is a monetary system, the first global, decentralized, private, no government oversight, no throat to choke.
I wouldn't call Bitcoin a private network. It's a public ledger,
that's
but
extremely
I get it. I get
monetary system in
private
history.
as in
so there's tech, there's economics.
Separated from government.
And then the third thing, and this we brought to light with the ETF issuance, is it is a new asset class. And every asset manager, retail or institutional, has to consider putting a new asset class in their clients' portfolios. Why? Because of the low correlation of returns. What that means, you slot some Bitcoin in, and your return per unit of risk goes up. And every institution knows that, and so they have a responsibility to understand what Bitcoin is and what kind of investment opportunity it will represent for their clients. So I think that ETF issuance has really helped cement this story and is beginning to generate deeper understanding more broadly in the investment world.
It certainly has, and I think that positions Bitcoin well to also be represented in other macro trends that asset allocators are attending to. You mentioned AI when you spoke about Tesla. And one of the things that we're hearing from asset allocators is that they're interested in investing in AI and LLM infrastructure. And you mentioned in what you just summarized that that Bitcoin, one of the things that Bitcoin technologies can do is fill a gap for payments on the web. Bitcoin can uniquely do that. But beyond that, what we expect to see in AI and the LLM space is an even higher demand for payments and a demand for micropayments at scale. And what's interesting about that is that that's an area where traditional financial systems aren't optimized for. And beyond that, in the crypto space, it's only Lightning, because of its architecture as a payment channel network, that can reach that sort of transaction volume, the TPS, transactions per second, that will be required in a web-based world, or in a world where AI and LLMs are serving the needs of users and of enterprise. And so Bitcoin technologies have a role to play here. And for investors looking to invest in AI and LLM infrastructure, they have to think about what payments match the opportunity of the capabilities that those technologies introduce. And Lightning can do that. And so we're seeing Lightning mature as a payments technology at a moment where it's also applicable to a large macro trend.
Can you believe that Bitcoin Lightning Network exists?
On AI. What's going on in AI is amazing. We have been very aggressive in our expectations, and yet we're seeing, and Mark Zuckerberg this week talked about open source models and how this might accelerate
right, the
many
new
of the trends that
like
AI
Llama
has
3.1 update or something that
has already triggered.
Meta released.
And so I think what we're going to see is a couple of things. One, and we've learned this from the Lightning Network and some of the developers working on it, in Africa, I don't know if you know Roast Beef, but he's one of them. We did a brainstorm. We do a Bitcoin brainstorm every month in conjunction with Bitcoin Park. And
that's just funny that that's his tag and that's what she called them by.
So look that up. It's every time I am with the developers or the miners or some part of the Bitcoin ecosystem, my confidence in what is about to happen here increases. Well, Roast Beef, at one of the first two of those brainstorms, sitting in Africa, was saying, this is transforming lives in Africa. It is going to redefine the division of labor. We think we understand the gig economy. Think micro gig economy, and think global labor force and piecemealing out these tasks. So he says this is transforming people's lives in Africa. And so I think the payments part of this is critical.
Yes.
And I also think the second part, so division of labor and paying for those micro giga jobs, is one example. And then there's the machine to machine. Basically, I am, it's called agentic AI. I will basically direct an LLM to create a marketing program for me and my new company, including a website, a marketing program, articles, promotional materials, and so forth. And the agentic AI will do that from beginning to end when we finally get there. And we're getting there faster than I thought we were going to get there. So how does this happen? How do we pay all of the various entities involved? Lightning Network, Bitcoin, payments ecosystem.
Great. So let's drill down there for a second on the technologies that will underlie this payments opportunity. You mentioned two of Stillmark's portfolio companies in what you just said. So Roast Beef Lalu is CTO of Lightning Labs. Lightning Labs, of course, just announced this week the introduction of a new protocol, Taproot Assets, which brings stablecoins, digital dollars to Lightning Network to have them transact free in a dependable way and instantly in a peer-to-peer manner.
Are you serious?
You also talked about LLM-driven agents or LLM-supported agents and their future need
Lightning
to be able
Network
to transact
is
both
now
with one another,
compatible
to
with
purchase resources for
stable
themselves,
coins?
like access to another model or to a data pool, but also to engage with an audience or a person on the other end. And Lightning
I have to
Network
understand
can
that a little bit more,
facilitate
just
those
because
agents having a wallet.
Bitcoin can't run
one of our
smart
portfolio
contracts.
Companies, Vita, is doing exactly that. It's entrepreneurs from the telecom space.
It's got no
that
tokens on its
recognize
ecosystem.
The convergence of
So
what's happening in
I guess it's compatible
AI,
with other
happening in
networks now. It's
Bitcoin
not
and
just the
the
Bitcoin Lightning
opportunity
Network.
in
It's the Bitcoin. It's the Lightning Network
But
that
drilling
supports
down
Bitcoin
for a
and
second on the
with Ethereum
technology and why
stablecoins
it's
or Solana
suitable
stablecoins
for
maybe.
An opportunity of this scale. Let's talk about the unique architecture of Bitcoin's Lightning Network. So Bitcoin's Lightning Network is a payment channel network. And what that means is that it's a hub and spoke model. So it doesn't, and there's two special things about this hub and spoke model that differentiate it in terms of scalability from other crypto L2 payment solutions.
Whoa.
First is that transactions that are happening on the Lightning Network don't need to be committed back to the main chain, the underlying
That's
Bitcoin
why it's so
protocol.
fast.
And what that means is that they
is-
are not constrained by block space.
Yes,
Second,
and that also
they don't
means that
require
they're
a
way less
global
secure
state of
because they
transactions across
circumnavigate
the Lightning
Bitcoin's,
And
consensus
what-
mechanism.
That also means that they're able to achieve incredible transaction scale.
But it
Now,
does mean
that's
that
different from other
it
L2
sacrifices
solutions in an
security for
important
scalability,
way,
for
in that
speed.
other L2 payment solutions like ZK rollups do require block space and a global state. And so they can't reach the same sort of transaction volume that Lightning Network can. Now, what was the trade-off? The trade-off, of course, is in the bootstrapping phase that a payment channel network has to go through. So in order for a payment channel network to reach sort of a critical mass, you need to have individuals, hobbyists, dedicated Bitcoiners, to invest their time in running and managing a node, to invest their capital in providing liquidity to the network. And so that's why across the crypto sphere, you see one Lightning Network, although there's dozens or more other L2 payment solutions, including ZK rollups. Now, of course, in addition to Lightning earning this sort of unconstrained scale by taking this hub and spoke approach, it also has created a competitive moat. One Lightning Network across the cryptosphere. And we've seen other payment channel networks like Raiden in the Ethereum space fail because they weren't able to reach that critical point of scale. Now,
Yes,
with this
and
throughput,
also-
we have a partner that can be a reliable partner for AI.
And also
and
Ethereum
LLM
L2s.
needs,
I mean, they
whether
work
that be
well.
for
They work quite well,
businesses to pay
especially
for
now
access
after
to the
this
models
latest
themselves,
upgrade.
or whether it
So,
be for those models
an
to
unsecure,
be
a
of
way
service
less
to businesses
secure
and to individual users.
payment channel network for Ethereum is not really necessary, right? Polygon is really, really fast. Arbitrum's are really, really fast. Optimisms are really, really fast. We don't really need to sacrifice so much security for speed when we have, really good options already like that.
Critical to this ecosystem because because it involves authentication, verification in this payments mechanism. Critically important given how much can go wrong.
Absolutely, and that's another protocol introduced by Lightning Labs.
Yes.
And so with L402, we're able to have a specific payment technology that addresses the per API call payments opportunity. And we have a partner for AI and LLM infrastructure and use cases that can help, I think, create depth and breadth in what is possible with AI.
Yeah, so I guess just listening to Elise, who's her business, her venture fund is 100% focused on the Bitcoin ecosystem. You can see the depth of knowledge, and I know a lot of people are just thinking, okay, what's the price of Bitcoin going to be? One of the reasons Bitcoin's price will continue to go up is because of the opportunities that layer 2 Lightning networks and the convergence with AI is going to create. It's going to be phenomenal.
Man,
I
can't even imagine what's going to happen when AI's capabilities improve and there is this meshing of intelligent,
macro investors
intelligent technology
and attending to,
and
for example, the energy
honest
transition.
money. I'm just so curious what, what this kind of merge will lead to, for humanity in terms of freedom
and to stabilize
in terms of prosperity.
I know that Art has spent time in the energy space.
Crazy times are coming up.
Yes, the story there is when Elon Musk, Tesla, put Bitcoin on Tesla's balance sheet, he faced a wall of resistance and criticism having to do with the environment. And so we, along with Block, held a half-day seminar featuring Elon and Jack Dorsey, Steve Lee, for those of you who know him. And we were trying to disabuse them of this notion, the critics, that this is environmentally damaging. I'm going to back up just a little bit and say, I think that we're beginning to hear more common sense generally when it comes to that topic. To grow, we need energy. Technology progress takes energy. Now, maybe we can do it more efficiently, and we are, and over time, of course. But energy
it was only supposed to go till 3.
Grows as the economy progresses. And if we're right, and the economy and the growth rate of the economy is going to accelerate because of the massive innovation that's taking place out there, we're going to need even more energy. So that's the first thing. But during the seminar, we were able to illustrate.
Man, who's shaking the camera right now?
Mining in a
Stop shaking them.
Ecosystem and other energy ecosystems is actually going to help us overbuild renewable energy, solar and wind. Why? Well, as you're putting in this renewable energy ecosystem, you're going to have utilities, going to have storage unit, and in sunny Florida, where I live now, the storage will fill up very quickly, and then it'll just be wasted unless it's put to some good use. Bitcoin mining is that use. And what does it do for the utility ecosystem? Okay, mining Bitcoin means you get Bitcoin. And if you're really trying to build out your renewable infrastructure and accelerate it, Bitcoin actually will be an enabler of that. And then, of course, the second one, we saw this with Exxon. I was so surprised to see them putting Bitcoin mining machines into natural gas fields to take instead of flaring gas and even worse, venting it, just using it to mine Bitcoin. That's Exxon. So pretty big buy-in here and pretty big proof points.
Absolutely. So Bitcoin can be a reliable energy off-taker and an anchor tenant for new generation. And that can be used, we believe, to facilitate more efficient investment in new energy production. And we've seen that done on a smaller scale in Africa, to go back to a region you mentioned where Bitcoin is flourishing.
Yes.
Stillmark invested in a company called Gridless that acts as an anchor tenant for new energy generation sites. And what we've seen there is that investors will have a more reliable way to predict their return on investment, and they can stabilize expected cash flows from their investment in new generation. That has the function of driving further development of energy supply. Now, Bitcoin can do the same in the US, and you referenced a need for smart regulation and for a public-private partnership, in a sense, between what's happening on the innovation side, on the technology side, and the way that it is governed or encouraged. How is ARC thinking about that, I wonder?
In terms of government involvement in encouraging the ecosystem?
Sure. What can drive a healthy energy transition? What's necessary, or what has been done?
Oh, I see. And we're still on energy. We're going to switch to government next as we progress. But
okay.
What can be done in the energy? So it's interesting in being in Tennessee here. and around
I don't want to
Bitcoin Park
talk too much
and,
because this is going on YouTube.
You know, the energy topic has come up quite a bit. I think accelerating nuclear is going to be a very important part, and I'm very happy to hear and learn of, you know, the advancements. Certainly TVA here in Tennessee is very important, but in order to satisfy our energy needs, nuclear has got to be a bigger part of the equation. So I certainly think getting the government behind that, or should I say, getting the government out of it in terms of all of the regulations. What has strangled nuclear since the 70s is incredible regulation, and it has destroyed the learning curve that nuclear was on. If it had not been derailed by regulation, we would be at a much lower cost. It is the cleanest form of energy as well. So I think that is going to be one of the biggest, most important ways for the government to help us generate the energy supply that we need for the economic growth that we expect.
Yes. And to allow for Bitcoin mining's participation in a healthy energy ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Of course. So Bitcoin is good at not just being a reliable off-taker in the presence of new energy generation.
Dude, Bitcoin Conference 2025, when we're in like the, you know, euphoria stage of the bull market, is going to be the most fun thing ever.
But one of the things that's notable about Bitcoin mining as an energy off-taker is that it can be much more price responsive than other off-takers. And what that means is that Bitcoin mining doesn't contribute to new peaks. And when you have a peak, a peak demand on the grid, that creates reliability issues. And reliability is a primary concern of stakeholders in the energy space.
Sure.
So Bitcoin as a partner provides sort of some resiliency.
Absolutely. Data centers today generally need, 100% uptime. And so if there is a part of that ecosystem that doesn't need that, actually, that energy at peak times, can step aside, and we heard a lot about that at this conference, then I'm sorry, I lost my thought.
Well, so what we're
flexibility.
What we're saying is that Bitcoin mining is unique
as
a partner to new energy generation and to the energy transition because of its flexibility.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it can be present in times of low prices when demand is low relative to energy supply, and it can back off and still be productive, but back off in times of peak prices where demand outstrips supply, and that's quite unique.
Yes, absolutely.
There's one other thing that Bitcoin can do here in the energy space, and that is that supply and demand have to match in real time.
Yes.
But what doesn't work in real time yet are payments.
That's
so we're seeing payments for energy happen over days or weeks or longer, and that necessitates the existence of credit in the system.
Absolutely.
And Bitcoin payments, Lightning Network, because it can work in real time and settle in real time, can remove the need for credit in the system and free up working capital, in fact, to continue investing in new energy development. So there's a significant role for Bitcoin to play in a number of ways on this trend.
I can't believe this is the world we live in. And I can't believe we're so early. I can't believe we have such good technology and it's not everywhere yet.
Incredibly.
We're so lucky that, if you're watching this, whether live or on YouTube, after the fact,
sector, of course.
You are so far ahead. Wow. Wait till the world finds out about this.
As we start in this campaign election season, helping the average consumer understand what is in this for me, or what is this, this idea that there's a tax in the system just because of the risks.
I just hit the table. Sorry, guys.
Credit, the counterparty risks and other risks. And the tax, we know this from our credit cards, for example, is anywhere from 2 to 5%, and that's consistent across. That's a huge tax on the economy. Think about that as a nice tax cut awaiting us. So I think we're trying, as an educator in the community, we're trying to help people understand. Sure, this is important in energy, but it's important for the entire global economy.
Yes, Lightning solves the credit problem, for sure.
Yes.
Perhaps we should switch quickly to regulation and what we would like to see or hope to see from regulators going forward to drive innovation in the space and keep the U.S. competitive from an innovation and technology perspective for Bitcoin?
Sure. I have been so impressed by really the evolution here and how quickly and up to speed our legislators are. And I think we've seen a few things that are extremely positive, and I'll just mention former President Trump accepting campaign donations in Bitcoin. That caught a lot of attention. We're again trying to educate everyone out here, but his statement that he would fight to preserve the right for self-custody, that's critical.
Yeah.
And so I'm hearing Yes. And while
kind of a
he
weak
does
applause.
want all the mining to take the rest of the miners to come here to the United States, I think the ecosystem, the Bitcoin ecosystem would want that to remain very decentralized. That's an issue in there right now. But the understanding of this topic, and having met some of our lawmakers here, I am very hopeful that something is going to happen. I know there's rumors of a strategic Bitcoin reserve. Rumors out there. Yeah.
Whoa.
Think about that.
Whoa.
In the right way.
What does she know?
Meaning, this is not an instrument of monetary policy at all, but it simply goes on our balance sheet. Michael Saylor gave us some really good talking points there.
Yes, he did.
This could be transformational.
Fantastic. From our perspective, of course, we're interested in making sure that innovation is safeguarded. Self-custody, of course, is foundational to Bitcoin, and so to protect that is key as well. And then finally, I'll say that thoughtfulness and a research-based approach to regulation in this field is going to be important, and a focus on how traditional definitions apply to the Bitcoin space. For example, money transmitters. What does that mean in a Bitcoin or Lightning world? And making sure that as if you're running a node, for example, that doesn't have control over user funds, that you don't get mislabeled as a money transmitter. And that thoughtful regulation applied to the space can maintain a leadership for Bitcoin in the US, both from an innovation perspective and from an infrastructure perspective as well.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited. I'm really excited for tomorrow. We're going to have a very interesting speaker on that topic. President
Trump is speaking tomorrow, guys. I'm filming this on Friday.
I'm not going to,
Trump speaks on Saturday at 2.
Introduction, but I think you're going to hear from Senator Lummis from Wyoming, and just listen carefully to what she is saying. Again, you'll see the depth of knowledge and understanding, and the passion, and why I have met her a few times. Why is there this passion? It's so American. It's freedom, right? It's freedom. So.
Bitcoin, separation of money and state.
And
the money is now free and out of the hands of the government and in the hands of the people.
David Puel, he's a very well-known on-chain Bitcoin analytics expert, has developed some of the metrics out there. he said recently that he thinks that this is the biggest revolution since the Bill of Rights. So and he's from Mexico. He said this
fully
is
agree.
So American.
Yep.
And I think that is what is going to carry us all the way in terms of the political landscape out there.
Wonderful.
You know, you can learn a lot about a person.
It's a pleasure to have this discussion with you.
Guys, thank you so much for watching the video. Make sure to subscribe, like the video, and turn on notifications. That way you can join us for the next live stream, guys. You can tell me your altcoins. We can look into your altcoins. We can hang out. We can party. The Discord link is in the description. Join that. Join our community, and we're going to enjoy this run together. Thank you so much,
everybody.
YouTube.
We are here at the Mara live desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We just heard from famed investor Kathy Wood, and, in a conversation with Elise Colleen from Stillmark, and we're here to discuss the conversation with Efra Fenixson.
All right, we have just finished the Kathy Wood keynote, and now we are waiting for the Edward Snowden keynote, which is in half an hour. So now we actually have half an hour to chill, to hang out, to party.
They did get into the weeds about Lightning, which I think is kind of cool for people who are a bit into that. But,
if you have any altcoins, make sure to drop those in the chat. We'll take a look at the chart. Let's see how Bitcoin is responding, right now. Okay, everything's still pumping. Super is up. Okay, sure they are.
So I think they touched on many important
Oh no, Mew and Mog are dipping a little bit. Oh, and Turbo. Oh, the meme coins are getting hit.
I did feel like this was very American-centric, which is cool. I understand that, but we got to remember that.
And we have 0x protocol being the biggest gainer. Oh, this is from 100 to 200. And we have Safe. Let's take a look at the most popular coins. What's going on in the last hour? Oh, things are a little bit dipping. So there was a little bit of hype from the Michael Saylor speech. Now everything's kind of calming down a little bit. But this is for the hourly chart. For the day chart, we are still going crazy with Conflux still taking the lead, and then behind that is
I'm coming to you guys
Popcat.
live from the Sound Money Dome. We have changed it up for this year. Instead, we have the Sound Money Dome as a nod to all the wonderful musicians who participate in the Bitcoin space. As GA Day 1 starts to wind down, we have some incredible talks coming up. I was just speaking to a member of RFK Jr.'s team who is telling me he is locking in for his upcoming keynote in a little bit. Stay tuned for more, and if you're not subscribed to the channel, hit that subscribe button.
I am subscribed. You bet I am.
On the desk.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Q. Much appreciated. Again, we're here with Efra Fenixson, host of the You're the Voice podcast, Aubrey Strobel, advisor to Trust Machines, and Thomas Paccia, co-founder of PubKey. Thomas, your thoughts on the talk between we have Kathy Wood, famed investor, but really, talking about some technicalities in that previous talk.
Yeah, it was far-ranging. It got a little bit off track at times. Look, Halloween is a use case. It is usage, but we do have.
Yeah, I agree. I thought it was a little bit, here and there.
Rely on transactions.
Stacks blockchain makes Bitcoin programmable. Wake up, you sheep. Plus the PS moderator here sucks. I'm not a fan of Bitcoin layer 2s and stuff. I don't like that. I think we should keep store of value coins and smart contract application coins separate.
I want to hear more from Aubrey when we come back, but we do have to cut back over to the Nakamoto stage. We're about to hear from Senators Cynthia Lummis and Senator Tim Scott, and from what we've heard, Cynthia
Wait,
Lummis
Tim
has some
Scott is here.
information to share, so
Yo!
let's send it back over there.
Wow.
Bitcoin.
I have to turn this on for Tim Scott. I'm recording this.
Have the chance to be here every year.
Hello,
And,
YouTube.
Like
Hello,
a lot of
YouTube
people my
audience. Check out what
age,
Tim
I
Scott
learned
is saying about Bitcoin.
From my daughter and my now son-in-law, and it made absolutely no sense to me. The idea of funny internet money, but
The magic internet money.
go
I'll
speak
try not
at
to
the
talk too
Satoshi
much so you can listen.
Roundtable. And I was not there to speak about Bitcoin, thank goodness, because I really didn't know that much about it in 2017. But it was a year when there was a fascinating discussion at the Satoshi Roundtable. So I sort of went down the rabbit hole, learned a lot about Bitcoin, and then when I came back to the U.S. Senate, had an area of exposure to a subject that nobody else in the Senate really knew anything about. So it sort of gave me a leg up, and educating people about Bitcoin from the U.S. Senate to your hometown is a big challenge for all of us, especially now that we're crying for clear regulatory
Hi, everyone just tuning in.
I want to get to,
We're
but
watching Senator
how did
Tim
you get
Scott.
Well, thank God for your leadership in the Senate on Bitcoin. I will say without any question, I got here. Let's give her a round of applause. I mean, literally. When you're the only senator out of 100 with a clue, you have an immense responsibility, and you took it on your shoulders, and you brought a team together, including me. I actually became a huge fan because I grew up in a single-parent household mired in poverty. And I always wondered, how do we get opportunity back to the poorest Americans, to marginalized communities? And I got to say, without any question, having people who believe in your future is significant. And the concept of democratization brought me to the conversation. The ability, I wanted to be a preacher at one time. I'm going to move around a little bit, so forgive me for moving some.
Okay.
The ability to bring resources and opportunities and access to the marketplace to the people who need it.
The cameraman right now is like,
Bitcoin is about. That's what this is about. Giving the average American a chance to make their own decisions at home. No matter where you
he's
live,
passionate.
on the mountaintop or
This
with
dude
me
is
in the valleys low, having a chance to democratize our financial footprint is an absolutely essential part of achieving the American dream. And whatever we can do, wherever we can do it, let's get it done. Let's get it done right now.
Great. So
wow.
you got me standing.
What a
Yeah.
passionate, great
It's just
speech, guys.
Common sense. And you've been leading us on this really important conversation, but the real challenge that we've seen in Congress, there are serious people in the way of making sure that American innovation is leading the globe in innovation. And we have to get rid of the folks who are in the way.
Yeah, and the folks that are in the way, in large part, are on the Senate Banking Committee.
Yes.
And here's the good news.
Funny how that works, huh?
Republicans are going to be in the majority next year, and Senator Tim Scott is going to be the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee.
Yo, guys, this is huge for us. Check out his emotional, passionate speech. This is very great news for crypto if this is the case.
Let us pray. As the chairman of the banking committee, the one thing I will absolutely guarantee will be done is watching your legislation get a vote, pass the banking committee, and we're going to fight to make it a law in the United States of America, setting Bitcoin free here at home. Free at last. Free at last.
Yo, yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I didn't know Tim Scott loved Bitcoin so much.
The nexus between Senator Tim Scott's core values and his appreciation for Bitcoin is that it's freedom money. It gives individuals their sovereignty.
Yes.
From the poorest person to Michael Saylor.
100%. Well, Cynthia, Michael Saylor ain't the poorest person. You can say amen to that. But, here's what I can tell you, though. We need to make sure on our committee, the banking committee, that we create the kind of rules of the road that are very wide. We need a wide pathway for Bitcoin to be successful here at home, and we need to make sure that things like taxation and regulation does not stifle innovation. Is what you taught me. So we have to bring the hurdles down.
Yes, he gets it.
So that anywhere in America, the
This
poorest
is giving me Vivek vibes.
do not have to climb a mountain to step over something.
I think Vivek's speech is going to be similar to this kind of concept.
We see at the SEC with Chairman Gensler. Lord have mercy. I'm glad that we have the same affection for the same people. This is good. This is good.
What a great
We have
speech.
to hit the road, Jack, And don't you come back no more, no more, no more.
No more, no more, no more, no more. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, Tim.
So the problem we're having.
Yeah, explain what I just said.
You have not been in the majority.
She's not a fan of Gary
out
Gensler,
the
chair of the
banking
SEC.
committee. And the banking committee has jurisdiction over the Securities Exchange Commission.
Yes.
So we've been unable to move the needle. They're trying to hoard the definition of what is a commodity versus what is a security, and they're regulating by enforcement action, not by clear rules. We're going to make the rules.
Yes.
We're going to make the rules.
Yes. And the good news, Cynthia, one of the things we're going to have to do as we make the rules of the road, a light touch is so important. The one thing you don't want to do in the youth of this industry is to be oppressive. We don't need a large paternalistic hand saying to people who grew up like I did, poor little people, you're too dumb to make your own financial decisions.
Yeah.
That to me is condescending.
Absolutely.
It is paternalistic, and it is dead wrong.
Yep.
We need to make sure
He is awesome. What an
rules that
awesome
we
speech.
create gives a great pathway for individuals to make their decisions. I believe that you can make your best decisions about your financial future. And we need to make sure that the regulatory environment under the next president of the United States, Donald Trump,
Yep. Yes, sir.
is a regulatory environment that understands liberty and freedom are inseparable. And money is a necessary component to experience that freedom. So we want people, whether it's they love their dollars or they love their digital assets, we want them in charge of making their decisions.
Absolutely.
And to the extent that we do that, we set people free to be autonomous, making your decisions. That's what makes this thing so exciting, because we're so close to the finish line.
So what's so great, as you can see, about Senator Tim Scott becoming the chairman of the Banking Committee is he believes in we the people, that we created the federal government, not vice versa, and that the people should be telling us what to do. So we've been meeting while we've been in town here in Nashville with various individuals who are helping us understand how to right-size statutes and how to right-size regulations. One of the problems right now is that we don't have a clear regulatory framework in statute that can govern what is a commodity, what is a security, and what kind of rules need to be complied with in order to protect
there has not been any really regulatory clarity until really recently.
We're looking for. We don't want to stifle growth, but we want to make sure that where appropriate, consumer disclosure is made available. And frequently that is the cut between securities and commodities.
100%. Well, that kind of disclosure is just called transparency. And frankly, what was done so well here is creating an environment where people have great confidence because you have a public ledger on the blockchain. So here's what we know without any question is that the process itself has been designed around safety and security.
Yes.
Let's just not get in the way of what's working.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
So the innovations of Bitcoin are now becoming more clear in the U.S. Senate, and it's also becoming more clear who wants to protect the innovation and who wants to regulate it. And what we're seeing in this administration is that people who really believe in government, the government knows best, the government should control the money, because if government controls the money, they control us.
Yes.
And so
What a fantastic speech.
in this administration is to letting go of power. And so we need to take over the Department of Treasury, the Federal Reserve, the SEC, the CFTC, the OCC, and
yes, sir.
the FDIC, and which empowers people to continue to innovate. And the innovation absolutely must occur in this country. So that was why the Republican Party, at the direction of
Edward
Donald
Snowden
Trump,
in 1 minute. He's
put
speaking in
into
1
the
minute, guys.
Republican platform that we're not having a CBDC. We're
no.
doing a really smart thing. That individual wallets will be protected as an individual sovereign asset.
Gotta clap for that. I hope you're clapping at home.
That Bitcoin mining and the Bitcoin universe needs to be centered in the United States of America.
I love it.
And to make sure that is a reality, we're on the finance committee. The one thing we need to make sure that does not happen is that the mining process takes a lot of energy. Under the Biden administration, they want to put on an excise tax of 30%.
Yeah.
That devastates. We know that a light touch is a whole lot less.
Could you imagine
than
if that were the
30%.
case?
Let's
Send
let the
all the
energy
Bitcoin out of the
flow.
U.S.?
And
Yeah, way to
we are working
destroy a
towards that
country.
process, especially here in Tennessee, where the Tennessee Valley Authority, nuclear energy is a part of the solution going forward.
Yep. The energy mix is really important. It's also important, Senator Scott, that we have that regulatory framework.
Yes.
So when you, and as Senator Scott said, he's also on the Finance Committee. So next year, we'll be crafting a new tax policy because the current tax policy expires. So we not only have the future chairman of the Senate Banking Committee, but a member of the all-important tax writing committee in the U.S. Senate with us today. And this is your first Bitcoin conference, right?
This is my first Bitcoin conference, and I got to say, I am not just stunned, I am incredibly excited that you got 20,000
Love to hear it.
mostly red-blooded Americans showing up, shouting out, and taking control of their financial futures. That is amazing. People have flown all across the world, though. I've met folks from all across the world here.
Exactly.
It's kind of fun.
Well, and the people that are here from
He's having
elsewhere
so
in the
much fun,
world
you can tell.
also value that individual sovereignty, that personal freedom, and having your own form of money that you choose, that you control, without somebody taking a slice out of the transaction every time it's moved from one holder to the next holder to the next full holder is important. So you look at, for example, El Salvador. There are a lot of people here in the United States working that send remittance monies to El Salvador. They can get out a smartphone, send it to their parents. In El Salvador, the parent doesn't even have to go to Western Union, and so they don't even have to put their health at risk by perhaps getting robbed en route. So this is freedom money all over the world.
100%. But what you said is so important, I don't want to miss that at all, that, in fact, this is the safest,
I think Edward Snowden is also speaking right now. But I mean, this is going amazingly so.
Loved ones in other parts of the world, and the cheapest way
Absolutely.
to transfer those resources.
Absolutely. The banks call it friction. That's their way of saying, I get my piece of the pie. You know, Senator Scott, you invented opportunity zones.
Yes.
So let's do applaud that. It was a fabulous idea. Can you equate your ideas for creating opportunity zones to Bitcoin?
And one of the things I've said very often, Cynthia, Senator Lummis.
Cynthia's good.
He's a goofball. Dude, I loved him, Scott.
I was getting ready to say that, darn it.
He's such a
One of
goofball.
the things that I think about is that the good
And he's just
Lord
such a
and
good
the people
guy.
of South Carolina have given me an opportunity to serve the American people. As a kid, looking for opportunity, I think it's my responsibility to never forget where you're from.
Yeah.
And never forgetting where you're from means creating the kind of legislation and vehicles that bring opportunities everywhere. Opportunity Zones was designed
give me one
with
sec,
my
guys.
why in mind. The stronger your why, the easier your what, the more clear your how to get things done. And Opportunity Zones is bringing back over $70 billion to fight poverty in the poorest areas without using a single federal dollar.
Yeah.
All private dollars, all private incentives, letting people make their own decisions. Bitcoin allows for people in the private sector, unhindered by government, to make their own decisions, to make investment decisions. You know, a few years ago, my nephew started educating me about Bitcoin. And about 2 weeks from now, he passes his test to be a doctor.
Wow.
But what he's been telling me is, Uncle Timmy, diversify, diversify, diversify. It's called financial literacy. Even at 58 years old, I'm still becoming more financially literate. Opportunity Zones simply says we can devastate, destroy, or decimate poverty by bringing more resources, more tools to the poorest Americans. This Bitcoin movement says the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And so I see parallel tracks, and that's why I get really excited about what I get to do every single day. It's the fight for people who can't show up in Washington to fight for themselves. We work for people. We don't lead them first. We work for them first. We're your servant, and I have to listen, and then I lead.
Well, I've got to say, I can't think of anyone better to lead the Senate Banking Committee and the Senate Finance Committee. Can we give a warm welcome to Senator Tim Scott?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I'll close.
Okay.
I'll close. Thank you all very much. I should have turned around. I had a 17-person standing ovation. I missed it. I'm sorry. Thank you three right there. Appreciate you, my man. Thank you very much. Yes. So let me close with this. Since 2017,
I'm back.
there's been one champion in the United States Senate
Had to take a call.
who made the decision after attending a conference that she wanted to champion the cause of individual freedom, individual liberty, individual decision-making. And you can live or die by your own choices, but it is not her responsibility to make them for you. It's her responsibility to set you free. Her name is Cynthia Lummis.
Woo!
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you.
No, that was so good. I wanted that to go on forever. Guys, thank you so much for watching on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe. Make sure to turn noties on so you can catch us live for the next one. Make sure to join our Discord, link in the description. Make sure to thumbs up this video. Thank you so much. I'm probably live right now. Go check. Bye. Okay, I'm going to pause the recording. Are we going straight to Edward Snowden? That was such an emotional, excellent speech. Look, we've got less than an hour. Guys, we've 20 minutes until RFK. 20 minutes until RFK. Let's go ahead and post in the public chat that we're live. I'm not going to post any links because I don't want to be annoying or intrusive or anything. We have 20 minutes until RFK. What is up, you guys? How is everyone doing? That was such a good, emotional, passionate speech. That got me excited. That got me all hyped up. I'm hyper now, and I want to talk crypto now. So make sure, if you're just tuning in now, make sure to drop some altcoin suggestions in the chat so we can talk about them. That was just fantastic. How are the crypto bubbles looking? Wow, they're looking so good today. Yeah, we bounced real well. Bitcoin bounced really, really good off of this 65, 66K mark. Let's take a look at the total market cap of crypto.
we should always be concerned and we should always be questioning.
Yeah. We are making, look at this, everyone. This is, it looks like we are making a higher low. This is looking quite good. Let's take a look at altcoin market. Altcoin market. Okay, we need to see a little bit bigger of a bounce because this could just continue kind of to go downwards.
Saying those things that you just heard. Okay? So
same with Ethereum, I must say. Yeah, clearly.
You go out and you hodl your Bitcoin, you don't sell your Bitcoin.
Oh, sorry, I just punched the. Although this could be at least total 2 could be a little bit off because of the volatility from the ETF. So we can't totally, throw that out. Guys, we have RFK. If you're just tuning in now, we have RFK in 20 minutes. Where is Biden? That's what people are asking in the chat. Oh, boy. I have a feeling Biden will not be speaking here.
And presidential candidates with us. We have
How is everyone doing, guys? I hope that was just so good. If you're just tuning in now and you missed the Tim Scott speech, that was just amazing, and I highly recommend. I'm going to upload a video. I'm going to upload the whole thing to the YouTube channel. So make sure to subscribe so that as soon as that comes out, you can rewatch that because you don't want to miss that. That was an awesome, passionate, emotional speech, guys. Wow. And we have RFK in 20 minutes. I am so excited to watch that with you guys. Until then, we're hanging out. Drop your altcoins in chat. If you want, we can take a look at them. Wow. Let's see. Should we take a look at Solana? Let's take a look at Solana. Solana is, of course, looking ridiculously strong. I mean, come on. Solana's just looking crazy. Look at how long it's been looking crazy. Yeah, Solana's been doing nothing but going up. It's really amazing. What's going on here?
Intravenous solutions. Look, we're in Nashville. The conference is.
Why is this dude getting an IV? What's going on?
But of course,
this looks legit.
We're also having some fun outside of the conference as well. Broadway,
oh, wait, what?
All the parties. We got the Whale Night event tonight.
He's selling his blood for sats. He's selling his blood. He's selling his blood for Bitcoin.
Like I was today. Come down to the booth, get an IV drip.
Clean needles. Guys, these comments are so funny.
Not stopping just because it's Friday night. We're going to go hard. One more day of the conference, 2 more nights. Frank,
no wonder Bitcoin is dumping. I don't know. Is it dumping? The last hour, things are down a little bit.
We're just here watching.
But we have RFK speaking soon. I don't even see Bitcoin. Where is Bitcoin? Bitcoin. On the hour, it's down 0.4%. I would not call that dumping.
They want America to be the center for Bitcoin innovation.
Right.
Bitcoin is sit here and say,
Bitcoin's at 67.6K, so it's doing real good.
But the reality actually is that we don't. We don't have these politicians saying these kinds of things. I haven't heard it.
Okay.
Like maybe in some small niches, I've heard. Like I think there was a representative from Latvia at one point that said something in the European Commission.
There's one in Germany.
Yeah, in the Netherlands we have like a backbencher, as you'd call it, that said something, but it's very scarce. Not the counterpoint here to your other question.
We
is that,
have to just
Bitcoin,
wait 15
of course,
minutes.
As I also write in the Genesis book, it comes from this cypherpunk culture, and the cypherpunks, their philosophy was basically in the long term you can't trust politicians with your freedom.
Yes.
The way to protect your freedom is ultimately through software, through developing and spreading software, and that is what Bitcoin fundamentally, that is what Bitcoin represents.
Yeah.
But having said that, I would much rather have politicians say these kinds of things than calling for bans and restrictions. Like this is still better.
Yeah.
Like,
okay. I think that's a fair point. So we have the cypherpunk ethos plus politicians coming around. Preston, your thoughts on that?
What is up? If you're just tuning in now,
so, do I like to see somebody being forced to
we are waiting for RFK in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes until RFK is speaking. Let's take a look at our oopsie daisy. Whoa. Let's take a look at our graphic that we have. This is our graphic.
What are you doing? This could be
we have RFK at 4, which is going to last 30 minutes. So that's in 15 minutes, and we got another 30-minute speech from RFK. We'll see how Bitcoin responds to that. And then that'll be the last main thing for today. And then tomorrow, we have opening remarks. But the thing is, so maybe I'll start the stream tomorrow a little bit later, just because, yes, opening remarks are at 9, but there's really nothing until 2, which is Donald Trump, which is tomorrow. And then Vivek's at 3:35, so it is going to be a crazy couple hours tomorrow. So anyway, today we're waiting for RFK. If you're just tuning in now, drop me a hello. Let me know how you're doing. Let me know if you're excited. Let me know if you're hyped for today.
And there was another thing that she said there, Cynthia Loomis. She said individual wallets protected.
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
that's
really
sort of rhetoric,
cool.
Very specific rhetoric.
Yeah, we just saw Kathy Wood and Tim Scott just give speeches back to back, and it was just amazing.
As you can see behind us, as you might be getting the sort of impression, this place, the energy is wild. I think we have about 20,000 people with us today.
They have
20,000 right now, which is
people.
going to be political dissident and whistleblower Edward Snowden coming to us virtually.
Here we
so
go.
Let us cut back over to the
Here we go.
Nakamoto stage. Thanks so much.
Gotta turn the recording on for YouTube. Check out what Edward Snowden is saying about Bitcoin.
To all the 3-letter agency assets who are here in the room with us right now. Yeah, round of applause for them. You know who you are.
Our next speaker used to work for one of these 3-letter
here we
agencies,
go.
but when he realized
okay, I'll
they were
redo the intro
spying on
just
the American
because.
people, he decided to take a stand.
And yeah,
Check out what Edward Snowden is saying about crypto.
Here right now, because it turns out that when you expose the crimes of the state, that doesn't go over too well with, well, the state.
It is our honor to introduce Edward Snowden.
Please give him a warm welcome.
No way. This is wild. This is wild.
Hello, everybody. It's good to be with you.
Hi.
This is an amazing crowd.
Everyone's totally silent, really?
All right, everybody. I can't hear you, so I'm just going to plow right in.
Oh.
I want to say, first off, it's a pleasure to be with you. I spoke recently at the Bitcoin conference in Amsterdam, and
This is fascinating.
the things we talked about were very different. It's remarkable what a difference we see in just 9 months. The last time, the topic was really about how the game is rigged, but we can't leave. And in fact, it feels like it's too good to leave. We put up with the abuse. We know they're breaking the rules, not because we love it, but because we haven't ever had an alternative. And what's amazing is that we're starting to make our own. One of the core things that came up 9 months ago.
Is this live or is this pre-recorded?
Gary Gensler. Everybody was hanging on his words. And I had to remind everybody that Gary Gensler is not Daddy Bitcoin. And now it's much easier to make that argument because we see that, in fact, Bitcoin is Daddy Gensler. We are winning, ladies and gentlemen.
This seems pre-recorded to me.
But we haven't won. And so we have to make sure that we don't get cocky. And I think, unfortunately, that's about the end of the fun part of this talk. But I think this year, plenty of people will be talking about the happy stuff. So you won't need me for that. I noticed that we have a lot more political representation this year, which is a wonderful, remarkable thing. We've reached the fight, the stage of the fight where, they go, oh, then they fight us. But it's actually, then they try to get us to love them. And what I want to say on that briefly, because I don't want to make this talk about all the politics there, is cast a vote, but don't join a cult. They are not our tribe. They are not your personality. They have their own interests, their own values, their own things they're chasing.
Whoa.
Try to get what you need from them, but don't give yourself to them, even if you have to vote for them. Instead, what I want
This
to do
is really
is
powerful,
set this
guys.
frame a little different for this conversation, I want you to reflect on where we are, how we got here, and where we're headed. There's a passage from a book that I think for this crowd really resonates. It says, for in every country of the world, I believe, the avarice and injustice of princes and sovereign states, abusing the confidence of their subjects, have by degrees diminished the real quantity of metal value which had been originally contained in their coins. Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, written in the year 1776. We're not playing games with metals anymore. But if you look around, you can see that the problems from that kind of thinking are springing up everywhere. They're reaching us, they're choking us. And you see this in the internet as well. What is it that's wrong with the internet? The thing that's wrong with the internet is what's wrong with the world, because more and more they're one and the same. A system has been constructed around us, not just through administrations, but through generations, that is fundamentally unfair. What do I mean by that? Look at the economy, right?
This is
There's
fascinating.
an increasing concentration of resources into fewer and fewer hands. So it is now even with the human voice. Winner take all is the model that's apparent on platforms as far as the eye can see. Whether you're talking about broadcast media, whether you're talking about legacy media, whether you're talking about newspapers, whether you're talking about social media, minority opinions are increasingly made to survive at the indulgence of the censor. You know, they're clinging to the edge of the platform by their fingernails. You see truckers in Canada that are getting debanked, and you see students at Columbia are getting de-hired for the things that they express. Now, we don't have to agree with them. We shouldn't necessarily agree with them, but they should have the ability to argue. They should have the ability to persuade. They should have the ability to dissent. They should have the ability, frankly, to disrupt. That's the thing that makes us progress, right, is the disagreement. If we accept that the system that we inherited is the best that it can possibly be, it shouldn't change, it shouldn't be contested, what we're saying is that we've gone far enough. This point in history is the best, and it's not. We know it's not. Life is still difficult despite the many privileges, despite the many technologies that have blessed us. But somebody made those things happen. Every good thing that you enjoy is the product of someone's labor, the product of someone's effort, the product of someone's ingenuity, the hours of their lives being gifted to us, to the common species. And the system that has been built around us is designed to extract as much of that as possible and return that to the hands of those princes. You'll notice none of the things that I mentioned are, deeply technical in nature. It's all very broad and general audience. But the thing that I want to warn you about tonight is that I fear that that is about to change. Our lives have been increasingly intermediated by screens, by panes of glass, right? You are watching this either live on stage because you registered through a smartphone, through a laptop, right? Nobody went and sort of bought a ticket at the counter anymore. That's not how the world works these days. But in order to even set that computer up, to turn it on, to log in, to set up your account, to pull the smartphone out of the box, charge it, open it up, connect it to your Wi-Fi access point, you have to click OK to continue. You have to agree to somebody else's terms of service. You are made to pass through gates of permission that are owned and controlled by others, that do not answer, frankly, to anyone.
This is so
you
good.
See Facebook, you see Google, you see how they've been abusing the trust of everyone in every country, right? You see the EU tries to get a handle on them. They're completely ignored. There was the GDPR, right, General Data Protection Regime, regulation that was supposed to fix all of these problems, and it didn't work. They say, oh, we'll fine you, 4% of global revenue or whatever if you break the rules. That hasn't happened, and it's been years and years and years. Whether we're talking about governments, whether we're talking about corporations, we're talking about the same thing. We're talking about the systemization of technologies that are designed to order our lives to the benefit of the institutions. They are trying to organize us to benefit them. In some cases, we want this. We want to be able to cooperate. We want to be able to collaborate. We need to be able to work together, right? But we have to agree to this in some way. We should need to. And it's not like click OK to continue or say no and use the phone my way, right? It's click OK to continue, or you can't use your iPhone. You can't use your Android phone. It doesn't matter whether Samsung makes it, whether Google makes it, whether Apple makes it. You play by their rules or you don't play at all. And that should be changing. We'll get to it a little bit later, where we are making great strides in the context of money, which is why suddenly we see a lot of political interest in these audiences. They understand that there is a new center of power that is rising. But there is a new field of vulnerability that applies to all of us, including all of these luminaries that will be speaking on stage here. And that is artificial intelligence, right? I am not one of the guys that goes on the internet and is like, oh, AI safety, the robots are going to kill us. You know, you need to worry about this. I say, in fact, I want all of them to dump all of these models out on the internet where we can all use these. OpenAI, which is not open at all and is a very closed model company that wants to benefit themselves at your expense. They want to train on your data, but benefit themselves. And they don't want you to have access under the covers. They don't want you to be able to pull down the models, distill it, get one you can run at home, put it on your phone, do whatever you want with it. They want you to have to go back to their watering hole, pay them rents, and to access all of this only through their ways, even if you did have the ability, technologically, hardware-wise, to run this at home. The good news is it is becoming easier and easier to get this stuff in public hands, to run this on home machines. And I'm not just speaking rhetoric here. I've spent the last year using these models myself at home. You can do this too. Open source models, whether we're talking about diffusion models for generative imaging, right? Sort of what you think of like the Mid-Journey, the nice web interfaces. You can do that at home. It's 100% free as long as you've got the hardware to run it. And it's getting easier and easier to do this. Whether we're talking about large language models, Facebook, which again I've been throwing invective at for the beginning half of the talk, has actually been a force for good in this space. Not because they love you or they love us or they love me or anything like that, but because they're afraid their competitors, like OpenAI that I mentioned, are going to build a structure around them, ring fence them in a little plot that they can then tax forever. And Facebook doesn't want to end up there, right? So they go, well, what we'll do is we'll develop the tools and give them to everyone else so a monopoly can't form and be used against us. Self-interest more so than altruism, but I still applaud it, right? And I'm no fan of Mark Zuckerberg, but he's done wonderful things here. I hope he continues. I know it won't last forever, but for the moment, while it does, I'll welcome the help that we can get there.
RFK Jr. speaks in 3 minutes.
Why am I bringing this up, at a Bitcoin conference? Well, the reason why is that Bitcoin transactions are not private. All of you know this here in the general sense because it's 2024 and this is not, back in 2013 where we're saying, Bitcoin is perfectly anonymous and it's money for criminals and whatever. The only person who still believes that is Elizabeth Warren. The reality is that Bitcoin transactions are permanent, they are public, and they can be tracked and they can be linked. An enormous proportion of them are fully doxed, just not publicly doxed. And this is because how do people move in and off of sort of the Bitcoin network, any crypto chain really? And it's through the on and off ramps, right? Through these legacy exchanges that get licensed by all, whatever New York State or whatever country, whether it's in Dubai, whether it's in New York. And they are sharing the information en masse with what we politely refer to as regulators, but what are plainly described as great powers. Right? People are not really focused on sending this stuff to the government of Barbados. But if they're worried about catching an indictment from that government, they will send anything that government asks for to them, and then they'll say, is there anything else you need while we're at it? Well, there was still one saving grace, which was there were parts of that chain which were not fully identified and verified. You could have private transactions. You could send $5 for your buddy for pizza, as long as the on-chain transaction fees were low. Otherwise, you wait, save it up. But the idea here is that you could still engage in the network and presume that it would just age off eventually. It's out there, it's on the blockchain, somebody has it, maybe they'll prune it. But it's not you. It's not that everybody will know everything you did anywhere all the time forever. Because when they have your transaction history, they have your life history. They know what you read, what you buy, who you send, who you support politically, like where your donations went. All of that is available to them. They can infer your thinking. They can infer your affiliations. At the NSA, we called the kind of information that was not the details of a conversation, right? Not literally reading like your texts, but simply saying that you texted someone. And this was under their interpretation. In my interpretation, it's a violation of the Constitution, but in their interpretation, this didn't impact the Fourth Amendment at all because it's not a search, because it's not reading your messages themselves. It's simply tracking the flow of messages. We call this kind of information metadata, right? And that metadata padded out what was your pattern of life.
So he is saying that he doesn't like that Bitcoin is public because your transactions are a lens into your thoughts and your actions and who you support and what you believe. So people can learn all sorts of information and data about you through your transactions. So he's advocating for a private blockchain like Monero or Zcash.
They get the affiliation. They see you go to work. They see you go to the store afterwards. They don't see every item that you bought, but they see where you shop. And as you pad these things out more and more, you get a more and more complete picture of an entire human life without ever having to go, oh, we need a warrant for this. What held that back? Well, cost. You needed a human analyst to go and sift through this. The metadata could be collected automatically by ingesting the world's internet communications through these machines, right? But somebody still had to put their cup in the big bucket, pull it out, and
RFK
lay it out on their desk,
was supposed to start at 4.
and make sense of it. Machine learning models are going to change this. In my opinion, this is already being done.
He thinks
we don't have evidence of it yet. It's going to be testing. It's going to be development.
He thinks AI will scan the blockchain, the public blockchain to form,
but it is fantasy
to get details about you.
Not doing this, and there is zero regulation that I am aware of.
Interesting
nobody is thinking about what these agencies
problem to identify.
And we're not just talking about the NSA here. We're not just talking about the FBI.
We're
China,
talking
about the IRS, right?
And China and
country.
Russia,
I love the United
other
States.
governments could scan the public global blockchain and gain details.
What about North Korea? What about Iran? What about every little government that you don't like, that you don't agree with, right? And suddenly they can have every life of every person, every day, at every moment, on a live feed being interpreted at machine speed. And then you start feeding that those inferences into a decision-making process. This is the reason that I bring up the protesters at Columbia University, the protesters in Canada.
He doesn't like public blockchains, is what he's saying.
If you stick out, if you stand out, you are going to become non-normative, or rather anomalous. What I am afraid is likely to happen quite quickly, right? Probably not this year. Within 3 years, it'll begin being done. I think at some scale, and within 5 to 10 years, it'll be done absolutely regularly, routinely, is that they're going to take all of the transaction information that they can get. And this is going to start with big banks going on their own personal data sets. It's going to flow from there to people going, oh, where can we get this information publicly? Well, the Bitcoin blockchain is available for anyone for free at any time, right? And how do you train these models? You need learning sets. You need training data. You need data sets. So they're going to pull everything they can. They're going to feed it through these things, and they're going to try to teach them originally, I think this is going to be the easiest thing. What does a normal transaction look like? You know, what do 95% look like? And then they're just going to go, what is anomalous? What is strange? What is unusual? What doesn't quite fit? And then they're going to go from that's a 5% probability down to 3% probability, then try to get it smaller and smaller and smaller until they can just basically have people that are getting reports spit out on their desk, little, you know, chat messages to their terminal, basically. They're saying, this just happened, this just happened, this just happened. Do you want to continue? And that banking officer is going to get a click OK to continue on your life, on your ability to transact, on your ability to trade. It's not just going to be Bitcoin. It's going to be Visa. It's going to be MasterCard. It's going to be everywhere. It's going to be PayPal, right? Whether you're subscribing to an OnlyFans account or something like that, which, you know, is a very common thing, but something that a lot of people aren't going to admit to. They're not going to be proud of, right? That's going to start making these institutions go, oh, do we want to continue our business association with these people? Is there a brand risk you know, on stage here?
This is a fascinating problem.
I think we really need to think about how do we secure the transactions on the Bitcoin network moving forward. I have said this for 10 years. I have been ignored for 10 years. Well, we're running out of runway. And again, right now, every time you're on this network, and I love this network, I've used it many times, you are going to be adding to the data set. Even if they don't identify you because you're the, you know, whatever, mystic cyber ninja that knows how to protect yourself, who is the counterparty that you're trading with? Are you sending it to your buddy? Are they doxxed, right? Are you sending it to a business that you're paying? Are they doxxed? And larger and larger parts of this transaction mesh of this network, as they get identified, the space for everyone else to have any kind of private interaction diminishes. Now, you might go, well, these big businesses, Visa, MasterCard, like, yeah, they have the transaction history for everybody, everywhere, all the time. And you don't know what they're using it for. But they're not screwing you, right? Well, AT&T, it was revealed this year, lost all of their subscribers' information, or an enormous subscribers' information, for a block of time. I think it was something like 6 months.
Yikes.
Where all of your text messages, all of your phone calls, all of the things that went through their routing network, including some cell site location information, which means which cell phone tower you were connected to, were stolen by hackers. They haven't said who they are, as far as I know. They may not have been identified.
It's not good, man.
Maybe they'll never be identified. We don't know whether it's state-sponsored or whatever. Maybe there's been ongoing reporting since then. It's revealed it. Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm sure somebody will be out there to tweet about it. But the bottom line is this, right? These enormous data sets are a liability. We know they cannot protect them. You cannot control them. And they can have enormous influence over our lives. All of these people who are coming up on stage and saying these wonderful things about how much they love Bitcoin, how much they love you, they're going to do all these wonderful things to make something better. The United States is the only advanced democracy on the planet that I am aware of that does not have a basic privacy law. We have the Fourth Amendment, right? That only binds the federal government. That doesn't do diddly squat to protect you against corporations. And the government, for 90% of their work, probably 95%.
I'm like, what about state level too?
Nowadays, they simply go to corporations and ask them for information. It's end run around the Constitution. And we have been able to suffer this, right? Again, the game is too good to leave. Not because we love it, but because we haven't had a choice.
He thinks the public blockchain is just a huge privacy issue.
Are about to get a whole lot worse. Nobody sees them. This is not Terminator.
What's going on with RFK?
This is not Skynet. This is not robots descending from the sky to drag you out of your home. That might come someday, but that's a long way off. We're talking about things that are much more banal, but much easier to do. We talk about that concentration of power. These politicians, right? A lot of them probably don't love that they have to come up on this stage and give a dog and pony show to dance for the crowd that is suddenly much more powerful.
Really?
The people that they have always been controlled are about to get a much tighter hold on the leash, not just of them, but of everyone.
He
I wanna
is
zoom
so
back out,
skeptical.
because we've only got a limited time this
He's so
evening.
cynical.
To say, look, the reason that the internet feels broken is because it is reflecting a broken world. It's reflecting the consequences of all of these winner-take-all dynamics. It is reflecting the boundless ambition of these generations of princes. And it has left us with an unfair system, which means an unstable system. Why do I think all of this AI stuff is likely? Well, the reason is that unfair systems produce dissatisfaction and therefore are hard to maintain. Well, the people who want to maintain them are those who benefit the most from them. In the current disequilibrium, they're the ones who have the most resources. They have the ability to influence the status quo the most. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to keep the top spinning for as long as possible without letting it fall over and someone having to write it in a new stage, right? Instead of staying in the same game, even if it's good, we don't want to leave it. We start a new round, right? We start a new game with new rules. The reality is we're not at the worst of it yet, but we are headed in that direction. It's clear to me. And I think if you look at, like, does this feel normal to you? When you look at the candidates, when you look at the dynamics, even the people on stage giving all the speeches, right? I'm not saying they're terrible, right, or not taking a position at all. But this is a little unusual. The fact that they're here is a little bit unusual. Things are changing, and they're changing more quickly all the time. We have past the inflection point, and we are accelerating down the slope. And we're reaching the point where all of us are about to have to make very serious decisions about how we spend the rest of our lives.
I don't
to
know.
make the world better for our children.
From what I've heard, like we watched Tim Scott's speech live.
Politics, even culture,
It seemed super genuine. He was super passionate and emotional and in support of Bitcoin. And same with these other,
that blossomed to the
people
point
that
now
spoke.
every discussion feels
So
like it is
this is sounding too cynical to
we
me.
are competing constantly, and we are cooperating rarely. And we need to change that. Because if you ask yourself, who is it that's competing for all of the,
I think some politicians, not all, but some genuinely don't just want power and just are just terrible and bad. There are a few politicians that support freedom and want to fight for good things. There are some, and where are they likely to, like, I feel like the Bitcoin conference is a place where they could end up and not be totally suspicious. So
in what feels like a different uniform on the same cop. And that's a problem. Elections do have consequences. They do matter, right? There are differences.
Yeah, politics
But
affect
sometimes it feels
culture.
like they're less meaningful than they should be. And that is, I think, what we're all feeling. That is the seed of all of us. We are supposed to have our hands on the lever as a collective public, as the commons, right? And we still get to cast our votes, but it seems like our votes are not as meaningful as they want. Do you really believe that the two front runners are what the collective will of this country would choose as the two best Americans, right? When you were a child and you were in school, they're like, oh, the president's the best person. And does it feel like that? I don't think so. And so that leaves us with the questions to walk us out of this.
No,
question that we're being
this is
confronted
too
with
much
every day.
for
What are
me.
you going to do about it?
I agree. There's better candidates.
The reality is not much, right? Right
But
now,
unfortunately,
if you're
I do
the
think
average
that
person, you're going to post a mean tweet, about
I mean,
somebody you don't
the
like.
poll
Post pictures of
numbers.
yourself looking
You're right, we had like Vivek Ramaswamy running. We had a bunch of good candidates.
You want to go home. You want
And
to be comfortable.
Donald Trump got the most votes.
Go to bed.
He was
You've got a job
consistently
to pay,
polling the
rent
best.
to pay.
I don't think those
We're
were
all
fake.
running on a treadmill. And then what? And for what? Right now, we're doing it for the likes. We're
This
trying
is
to get
this is
approval.
too
We're trying
much.
to get acceptance. We are being driven to compete for attention and for acceptance. We need to start, instead of competing, we need to start cooperating, working together to find our way out of this hole that is not this election, it's not this politician, it's not this policy, it's this system.
I definitely think there's better candidates. I think we just
And
didn't
that's what
vote for
Adam
them.
Smith was telling us about the year 1776, a powerful year for every American. The internet is broken.
That's the year America was founded,
Institutions are
by the way.
competing against the individual, while the individual is competing against other individuals. We need to shatter that design, because competition is everywhere, but it's only against the powerless. We need to look back at the avarice of those princes, right? And I don't just mean in the context of government. I mean everywhere. I mean, Jamie Dimon, J.P. Morgan. We need to think about the systemic influences on our lives and how we can correct for them. The people who throughout all history had the means to diminish the amount of metals in our coins, which is inflation, simply by a different name. We're not using metal anymore. We're using paper now, but the game is the same. We in this room are using a technology that has taken the metal and the paper away from them. And it is through this single lever that they have set flourishing societies on the path to inevitable poverties. And I just want you to remember, every time you look at the
What's going on with the RFK speech? This has been going on.
not alone, you are not isolated.
Is it going to be after this? Is this happening at the same time and this is what we're watching?
We have to cooperate, we have to work together, and we have to make sure they do not reduce this country to the land of the fee and the home of the slave.
Whoa.
The only way we will do that if we work together. So please, by all means, cast your vote, but don't join a cult. There's a lot of work to be done. Thank you.
Okay. There were some really great things that he said, and there were some things that I think were a little too much. Guys, if you're watching on YouTube, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you can join us live next time. Make sure to like the video, and the Discord link is in the description where you get access to us and much faster updated information. Thank you so much for watching. Bye-bye. Okay, next up, everyone, should be RFK. He should have started at 4. I am not sure. Yeah. Quit the groupthink and study Bitcoin. Well said. Looks like the chat that was... Here we go. Here we go.
Everybody. We are here at the Mara live desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine.
Where is
to my left,
RFK?
I have Preston Pish, general partner at Ego Death Capital, Aaron Von Weirdum, author of the Genesis book, and
But
Vlad
yeah, that
Costa,
was definitely good. There were definitely things that were good there. There were definitely things that were a bit too cynical.
Snowden. You wrote a book about people who created
technologies
that combat.
I want to sit around the fire and
and
share horror stories with this guy.
Purport upon other people using the technologies that they have. So please tell us.
I hope there's information. We're at the news panel. I really hope that they mention what's going on with RFK.
Yeah, so Snowden is really sort of voicing the cypherpunk fear, if you will. So the cypherpunks was this group of activists, developers, privacy advocates back in the 90s, and they foresaw with the emergence of the internet that without
privacy
strong
issues,
encryption tools, without strong cryptography, the internet could become this dystopian.
I definitely love that AI scanning transactions to get a lens into the lives of people through their transactions. I definitely thought that was a really, really interesting perspective and problem, because this could potentially be a really serious problem if this does happen, and it sounds like it totally could. I mean, that could definitely be a problem. There's still ways to get data and information about people.
Bitcoin itself comes from that
how
now Snowden does point out that
I'm sure it could be used in quite evil ways. Hello to everyone just tuning in. That was
for me personally,
that was one of the few speeches that wasn't just like super pro Bitcoin. Fight for Bitcoin privacy has truly begun. Yeah, that wasn't just like pro Bitcoin. Bitcoin's awesome. That was like, hey, I want to offer some potential problems on it. Are they going to talk about RFK?
I displayed the article that Aaron wrote. I was trying to do a shameless.
What's wrong with the magazine, bro? Oh, he was just showing you, bro.
It's very important because we have the main stage, that's where people who
where
have very optimistic expectations about
where
growth in terms
is
of price. But I haven't heard
RFK?
anyone
I
say,
hope
you know,
they
Bitcoin needs to become fungible.
are they not showing? Do they
We need
choose to show
transactions to have a
Edward
certain degree of
Snowden
privacy,
instead of
because if
RFK?
they don't, it's going to be just a panopticon for institutions.
Yeah, Edward Snowden.
And
We have to
don't
work
want
together to
get there.
prevent this from becoming
For
the land of the
longest
free
time,
and the
I mean,
home of the
the
slave.
issue
Yeah,
of
that was huge.
Samurai Wallet.
I'm
a bit
curious.
biased because
Is
I've been on
RFK
Team
speaking
Wasabi.
right now, or are they
But when they got
gonna?
arrested, I said, you know, these guys, if the same thing happened to me, they would have danced on my
Let's
grave.
double check
But
the
I
agenda.
do want them to be free, and I do want them to write software, and I do want competition for
RFK
privacy to exist in Bitcoin.
keynote
And I do
starts
want
at
something
4,
with
and it is
confidentiality to come to Bitcoin.
Appreciate that.
30
I apologize
minutes.
for cutting you, Vlad. We do have to cut over to our man on the floor.
Oh, here
Q.
we go.
Thank you so
Are
much
we
for
going
the
straight to
perspective,
RFK
though.
finally?
We're going to cut over to you, Q, and we'll be right back.
Q.
Thanks, Frank. I'm coming to you guys live. Mere feet. Oh, wait. Oh, my God. This sounds a little weird to me.
Are they not
but we
showing
are live
RFK?
Shortly from the desk. I wanted to let everyone know
Or are they
Knock
just behind?
26 is now full at capacity. They aren't letting anyone in. We actually had a small crowd gather right in front of the desk to watch the stream on these TVs that you see
Whoa.
behind me.
I wish they
this
would
conference
say
coming to a close on
something
Tuesday,
about
day
it.
one. Back to you guys at the desk before we wind down the rest of the day.
No one in chat likes this dude.
Welcome back, everybody. We are about to kick it over to RFK
Here we
on
go.
the main stage on the Nakamoto
Here
stage.
we go,
But
everyone.
Before we get there, I want to hear from Preston here.
Yeah, so
What are you
RFK is
hoping
about to
hear from
speak.
RFK?
I'm hoping to hear a Bitcoiner's wet dream as he tells us all the things that we really want to hear him say. But I say that, and I say it at the same time coming off of Ed's amazing
RFK is
job on
about to
stage where
speak,
he had a
guys. I'm
quote. He
really
said,
excited.
"Then they fight
I
you,"
can't wait to see what
but
he
said,
says.
Be cautious because
So we
they're
have
gonna,
3
the
more
way that
main
they're gonna
events. We have
fight you is
RFK,
to
which is
convince
going to
you
happen
love
in,
them.
right now.
Okay?
And then after
So,
this,
of course
we have
wanna
tomorrow
hear
we have
these things. I
Donald
think we
Trump
are gonna hear
speaking,
these
and then
things
after
out of
Donald Trump, we've got
RFK
Vivek
before, but you
Ramaswamy
always
speaking,
gotta
and then
keep your
doing a
guard up,
Q&A.
and you
So
always have to
really
huddle,
exciting.
because that's how we really vote around here. So that's my going into the RFK speech. Keep your guards up.
I think that's an important take. We had RFK on the cover of Bitcoin Magazine a few issues back. Aaron, your thoughts? What are you looking to hear?
Oh.
American politics. I don't know.
Hey guys, how are you doing today?
Yeah, it's fair.
Go
All right.
Bitcoin.
But maybe-
If you're
maybe
just
the wrong
tuning in
person.
now, everyone,
we do want to shout
we
out
are
RFK,
waiting
though.
for
He was here last
RFK,
year,
who was
2023,
about to start
and
speaking,
we
and
are
then
taking
let's take a
along
look
with
at the
us the other
quick.
day, and she said in speaking
Let's
with
take a
him,
look for those
he
who
is
have
one of
not
the real
seen
ones.
it.
He
We
really
have a
gets it, and he
graphic
seems to be one of
here.
the ones who is
We
very
have
much so.
right now. We have RFK speaking
Without
in just a
further ado,
second.
we are going to head it back to
okay.